Hello, everyone. Welcome back. This is your host, Gabriel Marrero, and this is Collapse Talk. I'm glad you can join. We have much to discuss, considering different developments around the world, internationally, domestically, and then also just with natural events, natural disasters. So, yeah, it's been an interesting last couple of weeks, last month. I wanted to record now that we're past the Democratic Convention. I did some comments last episode for the Republicans, and now I can speak on the Democrats. I didn't really watch these events live because I feel disillusioned enough, and honestly, these events are feeling very dystopian. But just from the highlights I could see for the Democrats, there's a lot that I should say. There's a lot that I can say, and again, I don't feel really disappointed by anything anymore because all these the politics of our times are just really bleak, considering how reactionary even liberals are becoming, nationalistic and reactionary they're becoming. So this conference, what it highlights, at least like a prelude to the election and the future of the Democratic Party, it's not comforting, which is weird. It's again, as I said, it's bleak because as a leftist, and I'm watching the Democrats go through their convention, all I can feel is this pit in my stomach because I'm seeing the blue MAGA really out in full display. But then when you actually look at the Democratic base, or at least the sort of elitist at least of course there's the delegates. Then also just I guess you could call the blue coast liberal elite, right? It's just a disconnect because they feel pumped up now because they've been trying to make excuses for Biden, trying to go ride for him even though that he wasn't in good shape, and then now they can sort of shed that off and stop pretending that they were with Biden. Now they can go with Kamala and they're reinvigorated in a sense. Their excitement, right? And there's of course the brat, the brat summer, right? Kamala's brat. It's just so I don't know. It's so weird following all this. But now that I guess you could say the honeymoon period of the Kamala presidential you is sort of through, because now there's real divisions and real criticisms and leftists saying hey, okay, you got rid of Biden. He was sort of dead in the water. Now that we got Kamala, what are her policies going to be, specifically with this genocide in Gaza, which of course the Democratic base, or I shouldn't say the base, but the elitist sort of Democrats are trying to lecture and trying to keep people in line, even though this is the one issue that's the most important issue. It should be the most important issue, but again, they're trying to wash it. They're trying to brush it aside, trying to pretend this is something that we can bargain with. It's sort of the stages of I guess you could say grief, or I don't know, but it's we're sort of in the bargaining stage, and so there was denial, and then now okay, it's oh well, let's try to bargain with this, and then. For whatever reason, so many Democrats think that, well, for Palestine, we can make those losses. It's a sacrifice that's that we can make because we have bigger interests at play. So I'll talk about it. I just wanted to open up with sort of an introduction. I did want to talk about different pages that I have, at least social media pages, so you can check me out there. So Twitter, x.com, check me out there. Instagram, YouTube. I'm not exactly as active as I should be, but those are other platforms you can check me out. Also with YouTube, because I've also wanted to, add more content into it. And I've tried my hand before with gaming, although sometimes I have to stop. So this time around, hopefully, I can stay more consistent and at least finish a playthrough. It's for Kingdom Come Deliverance. They've announced the sequel for the game, so I figured I would play that. Just for some content. And again, it's nice to do a history sort of, just go over the period. Because you don't really think about the medieval period as a collapsed subject matter, but there are moments in the medieval times where there's just chaos and violence, and it sort of highlights this sort of instability of the period. So, of course, if you're familiar with the game, you play as a peasant, a blacksmith's apprentice, a son and apprentice of a blacksmith, and he's sort of thrown into the drama of history. And it's just nice to play a game where your character is sort of an idiot, because you're an idiot. Like you don't know what to do, and like your character is literally illiterate, so like you can't read anything. You suck at combat. You have no skills pretty much, and then you have to train yourself up in this unforgiving world that you're completely disposable to. Like if you die in the game, is really of little consequence, at least early on, the early stages. But it's a fun game, and yeah, I just wanted to play it. I'm playing like the hardcore mode. I mean, I've played the game before, so I already know not really most of it, especially with these RPG games. Like there's so many other secrets to discover. So that's why I like it so much, because every time I play it, I discover something new. But yeah, playing hardcore mode, that should be fun. So I would, I would suggest it if you're familiar at least with the game, or if you've heard of it and you don't really know about it, and the sequel's coming up soon. You can watch my playthrough if you'd like. And again, with that, because at least with these podcasts, I do try to monetize it, or at least, I put ads on it and then release it later on YouTube. With these playthroughs, I'm just going to release it and just, so you can watch it. But that's just a little announcement I've made just to add more content to the channel. But yeah, anyway, so that's at least what I wanted to plug in. So now we'll discuss the main program. With this show, I divide these subjects into different categories. So that would be domestic, international, and the natural events, natural disasters. And as I'll say, because I do want to clarify, because I have these episodes released, and these episodes are starting to be like almost like 5-6 hours long. I don't mind creating like long form content like that. That's just the way I do it, because I don't really have like the attention span, or like the production schedule, you could say, to do just like constant like short form videos, and like because you have to like record and edit, and that takes, you have to be a little more consistent, like week to week sort of thing. Like like it would be good if I did TikToks, but like I just don't know. Like I'm a bit of a boomer when it comes to like TikTok and like YouTube Shorts. Like I just don't know how to do that. Maybe I should network and find editors and other like social media agencies, but who cares? Right now, at least, I do like doing the long form podcasts, and this is, again, if you want to like listen long term to hear me rant and talk, and then you can pause it and then revisit it. So yeah, so that's just up to you, however you want to play it. So, as I said, long episodes, and I do have to record over multiple days now, because I can't just like sit and talk for like 6 hours straight. So I might like record one day, and then the next day, as I'm doing a new segment, new developments are coming out. And then also I try to like edit more consistently. Like I want to get it like released as I finish editing, at least a week, time frame from like my last recording to the release. But then of course like life catches up with me, and actually I just had a good development come up, or at least we'll see how it turns out. I did finally get a job offer, and again, this is like it's not exactly the most professional job, but at least it's something. Yeah, just something that I can work and then do my own projects on the side. So that's at least something that I'm looking forward to, which is crazy, because I've been sort of like, I'm not entirely unemployed, but I'm just not making the money that I should be making. And then I've had to ask for help. I mean, it just sucks having to ask for help, but I don't know. I thought I would have found better work by now, but at least now I have something lined up, and we just gotta make it work and follow through and see what happens. And I have to fix up my car. It's not in a good condition, but this podcast, it's another project of mine that I can continue dedicating towards, and slowly but steadily create a career out of that, hopefully. But Anyway, so that's what I'll just talk about, just like opening announcements and also with my own personal news. But here now we'll go into the actual like domestic segment, discussing updates. And as I talked about initially, I was discussing the DNC, Democratic Convention. And what is there to say? Again, this is very much like the liberals are kind of showing their nationalism. Again, it's pretty bleak, honestly. And like they're having this convention, basically like a party, and they're dancing and they're like reinvigorated. And not only that, they're like showing appreciation. They're like, oh, well, thank you, Biden. It's so crazy. Like so many of these guys, so many of these speakers were like saying until the very last minute, no, it has to be Biden. It has to be Biden. And now that they have turned, like, I mean, pretty much like they were saying that, but they kind of knew full well that he wasn't going to make it. And plenty of them were secretly like conspiring against him to get Kamala in. So now that that's happened, now that the coup has happened, now they're saying, oh, well, we appreciate everything you've done. And oh, well, Biden, it's just so ridiculous, man. Like his legacy as president is probably going to be like one of the worst presidents. And that's saying a lot. Okay. Like he's genuinely one of the worst presidents to have taken office. And, like, and I mean like top 10 presidents. Like he's just a complete failure. But of course, we live in this moment where like everything has to be good and, oh, he's done so much for us. And it's just ridiculous, man. Again, it's just like, this is why I can't vote for Democrats anymore. It's just like they live in a different reality. And honestly, like pretty entitled as well, especially with their attitudes towards like uncommitted or, like especially left-wing voters. Like it's just like they think that our vote is a guarantee, and it's like, no, man, like you guys don't understand. You don't understand the situation. And then what we're telling you straight up is like, it's not even a mystery. We're telling y'all straight up what it is that we want. If you want our vote, in the genocide in Gaza. Again, that's just like one of the demands that we have, but this like the most important one. And then that issue specifically, they're just not going to budge, or at least it's going to be like, oh, we hear you, we see you, but Israel has a right to defend themselves. And again, they'll say stuff like, oh, of course we support a ceasefire. Oh, we want a ceasefire and we want the hostages to return. But then if you really look into the details of their ceasefire like proposals, it's essentially just like unconditional surrender for Hamas, which is like, technically it's a ceasefire, but really what you're asking for is for a puppet government in Gaza, which is only going to facilitate the resettlement of the Gaza Strip. So it's just like, yeah, man, it's just so tone deaf, but they're not listening. They don't care. It's just like, yeah. So we'll talk about that because like there's some drama that also happened with like Palestinians and also the uncommitted vote delegates. So we'll touch on that. So at least here we'll see with the Democrats about, and I'm just reading from ABC News about the issues and sort of platform. And again, there's not really like a platform. It's just really just, again, it's just all focused on like Kamala Harris. And it's just like, oh, this historic moment, a black woman becoming president. And that's really what it is. It's pretty much the same thing with Hillary Clinton. Like, oh, well, look, a woman president. Look how far we've come. And it's just like, again, like there've been plenty of influencers online. And there's like, I can sense there's sort of like this astroturf, like psyop discourse to like bolster. I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of black people who do support Kamala Harris, and there's no CIA involvement, but there certainly is an element there of like counterintelligence, counter ops, trying to like sow division between solidarity. So like, oh, we have a black woman president, and then now you have Arab people saying like, oh, we don't care about her race and her identity. She's still a colonizer. She's still an imperialist. And then, which is true, because plenty of black people participate in these wars abroad. And then you have influencers coming in saying, oh, look at this. They're trying to lecture a woman of color what she should do. Even though she's going to facilitate a genocide, the worst genocide of our time. Like again, like in many respects, we're trying to help her. like, hey, like this is going to be her legacy. If she becomes president, this is going to be her legacy, where she's going to directly facilitate over the most egregious atrocity of the 21st century. Okay. And again, you know, they're talking about like her being a woman of color and that she's being chastised and criticized. Oh my God. Literally applying for the most powerful position, the most powerful job in the world. Okay. Because like technically we're the employer, right? So she's applying for this position, and some of us are saying, hey, like, could you please stop this genocide? That would secure our vote. Oh no, how dare you you're trying to stifle this woman of color? How dare you? And it's just like, hey, you know, the Palestinian women who are being murdered and like being tortured and like sexually abused and degraded, you know, they're also women of color, but you don't really have any concern for that. So yeah, I mean, like it's all hollow. It's so fake. Yeah, man, it's just crazy. Like again, like there's of course like the history that this country is going to mythologize. You know, once this whole like this horror show runs its course, there's going to be the mythological history that this country will teach, and then there's of course the true history, right? So, of course, if Kamala becomes president, and then she, of course, is going to support Israel no matter what, and who knows how this crisis will unfold. I would say that Israel, despite the atrocity and violence they're committing, they're going to continue to collapse, and their economy is just going to fall apart. And then, of course, it's going to cost too much for the U.S. to uphold and support. So that's just my theory. Who knows how long that could take? That could take, I mean, honestly, within the decade, probably. Like, Israel could have a serious collapse. Who knows? But that will be the legacy of Kamala Harris, that, she stood by Israel at its darkest hour. And, you know, through the end, even as, you know, it fell, she provided safety and security as best as she could. That could be the legacy there. That will be like the mythologized retelling. But then, of course, there's going to be the real history of her legacy, where you have the first Black woman president supporting unconditionally the most egregious genocide since the Holocaust. So again, like that's just, and again, liberals don't really seem to care about that. They just want they just want the stamp of women of color. Oh, look how much progress we've made. America is heading in the right direction, and these wars abroad is just like, well, that's just what we do. Like, again, like liberals have no issue with these wars abroad, with American imperialism, because that's just what we do. And that's just what we have to keep doing, because America is number one. So yeah, anyway, I don't want to get hung up. So here's at least on ABC News, just a reporting on the convention. So last week, the Democratic National Convention worked to keep up a party-like atmosphere filled with music and celebrities, and its central message seemed to revolve around themes like joy and freedom. Viewers who tuned into political conventions are usually already committed to the party, but this optimistic tone was likely part of their key efforts to drive enthusiasm and eventual turnout, both by amping up their base and persuading the handful of undecided voters who can make a difference in this era of razor-thin election margins. So again, it's all vibes. Again, that's all it is. It's all vibes and aesthetic. They don't believe in anything. Okay? So you gotta feel good and be happy, and don't pay attention to anything. Don't actually pay attention to any real issues, and don't bring it up because you're ruining the mood, and you're such a negative person, and you gotta smile more. Like that's just, again, that's what the convention and our politics have turned into. And that's pretty much how it is in just like real life. It's like you can't just talk about any serious issues, because now you're just ruining the mood, man. Okay. So of course, conventions serve another purpose too, and that's to outline the policy differences between the parties and highlight the issues that make them look best to voters. With this in mind, as we did during the Republican National Convention, 538 looked at the issues voters trust Vice President Kamala Harris and the Democrats with more than they trust former President Donald Trump and the Republican Party, and analyzed how and how often convention speakers talked about those issues. While frequent scheduling changes at the DNC made this an imperfect process, we analyzed more than 100 speeches scheduled in the prime speaking slots from 6 p.m. Central through the end of the evening. Speeches were scheduled until 10 p.m., though they ran past that time every night. We also didn't count statements made by delegates during roll call and videos or second and third appearances by DNC committee chairs. With that caveat, evaluating how Democrats spoke about these issues tells us a lot about what issue messaging the party is focusing on as the campaign races into November. Okay, so here, they're saying their first observations, the Democrats had to address both strengths and weaknesses. A huge difference between the RNC and today is, of course, that Democrats have a new nominee, and there have been some movements in the polls since Harris advanced to the top of the ticket. But with partisanship and party identities so dug in these days, it's no surprise that Harris's advantages mirror President Joe Biden's. In late June, a CNN SSRS poll found that voters trusted Biden over Trump more on abortion, healthcare, and protecting democracy. And they seem to feel similarly with Harris. In an ABC News, The Washington Post, and Ipsos poll from August 9th to the 13th, voters gave Harris a 12-point advantage on abortion, a 7-point advantage on healthcare, and a 6-point advantage on protecting democracy. All comparable to Biden's numbers in both a July poll by the same organizations and the June CNN SSRS poll. The August ABC News Washington Ipsos poll also included another issue, race relations, that voter gave Harris a 14-point advantage on. So voters trust Democrats on race relations, abortions, and democracy. So let me actually read the full polling. So on race relations, Harris is up by 14. Abortion, Harris is up by 12. Healthcare, Harris is up by 7. Protecting American democracy, Harris is up by 6. Gun violence, Harris is up by 5. And appointments to the U.S. Supreme Court, Harris is up by 5. So that's where she has advantages. Where Trump has advantages, Trump has, for crime and safety, advantage of 3. The Israel-Hamas war of 5. The economy, Trump 9-point advantage. Inflation, Trump 9-point. And then immigration, Trump 10. So sort of interesting to see the divisions there, right? So notably though, voters don't rank all of these issues as equally as important. Of the 11 issues asked about in the ABC News Washington Post Ipsos poll, abortion and race relations were among the least important issues to voters, though 59% and 50% of respondents, respectively, still said they were at least very important to deciding their vote. Other issues Democrats were strong on, like healthcare and protecting democracy, ranked higher in importance, 77% each, but the economy and the inflation remained the top 2 issues on voters' minds, 89% and 86% respectively. And while Trump still has a 9-point advantage over Harris on the economy, other polls suggest that Harris is outperforming Biden on the critical issue. For example, a Marquette University Law School survey found that Harris has improved on Biden's numbers across the board, including eating into Trump's lead on economy and leaping even further ahead on abortion, on which she's likely seen as a more credible messenger than Biden. So while Republicans were largely able to structure their convention around areas of strength, it's no surprise that Democrats tried to reframe the conversation on issues, particularly the economy, that Biden was notably underwater on. The convention addressed affordability issues, especially the cost of housing, which was brought up by 18 speakers throughout the convention, and sharing personal experiences was at the center of the economic messaging. 18 speakers spoke about the middle class, with many highlighting Harris's middle-class roots, the fact that she and her sister were raised by a single mother in a working-class neighborhood of Berkeley, and that she worked at McDonald's during college. Of other speakers, too, portrayed the party as the champion of the workers and unions, courting a traditionally Democratic demographic that Trump's Republican Party has made inroads with over the last decade. So it's funny, like, the way that they spoke about her. It's like, oh, she's from the middle class. She's one of you people. Like, that's the way that they talk about the middle class. Oh my goodness. Again, like, that's why they're so out of touch, man. Unbelievable. And again, like, she still, like, went to, like, law school and, like, went on to become, like, an attorney general. So it's like, sure, she had you could say, a working class upbringing. I mean, what did her parents do again? Let me see again. Because I'm not doubting that she, may have had, some challenges growing up, of course. But again, like, let's see. Hold on. What did her parents do? Because I think her father's an engineer, or not engineer. Yeah, her parents are they're like doctors. So let's see here. Her mother, Shamila Gopalan, was a biologist who arrived in the U.S. From India. I'm reading from Wikipedia. From India in 1958 to enroll in the graduate school in endocrinology at UC Berkeley. Right. So her mother is an engineer, and then her, like, I'm guessing with, like, gene editing. Her father was a professor, like an economics professor and a Marxist. So, yeah. So when both her parents are, like, the graduate, like, a professor, like, so sure, she might have a middle class upbringing, but again, like, her parents are doing very well for themselves. Anyway, I'm not doubting any struggles that she may have faced or experienced, but to call her, like, middle class, working class. Oh, she went to McDonald's. Like, it's just like trying to relate with people. Oh my goodness, man. Anyway, and it's just so funny too. Like, her father is, like, a Marxist, and then she's like, if you want to talk about, like, the poster child for, like, California neoliberalism, like, she's a pretty good ambassador. Right. So anyway, this is something funny that the way that they talk about, like, the middle class is just like, here you go. Like, it's like, yeah, it's the carrot on the stick. It's like, oh, she's one of you people. Oh, so yeah. Here we go. So now they're talking about AOC. Right. So this was especially true during New York Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's speech Monday night. Quote, in Kamala Harris, we have a chance to elect a president who is for the middle class because she is from the middle class. Oh, wow. Oh, shit. She continues. She understands the urgency of rent checks and groceries and prescriptions. She is as committed to our reproductive and civil rights as she is to taking on corporate greed. End quote. But then look at her donors. So, yeah, they're going to talk about corporate greed, but then who do you think is sitting in all the suites, right? Right, so some also turned the issue into a direct attack on Trump, painting him as an out-of-touch billionaire born into wealth. Quote, his first word was probably chauffeur, Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer joked about during her Thursday night speech. Quote, you think he's ever had to take items out of the cart before checking out? Hell, you think he's ever been to a grocery store? That's what the chauffeur is for. End quote. Again, it's just so funny the way that they talk about it, but it's like, that's how y'all live too. A lot of y'all. Like, like, I can imagine, because they of course they chose Tim Walz. Like, he's like the one politician I can actually see getting groceries for himself. I don't see Kamala Harris at the grocery store. Maybe when she was in California, but yeah, certainly not now. Anyway, so again, it's just so funny the way they talk about it. Like, it's not that they don't do that themselves. But anyway, here, this issue more than others highlighted the trick Harris needs to pull off in her shorter than usual campaign. As the sitting vice president, she has to highlight the accomplishments of Biden's administration while also presenting herself as a change candidate who will recognize and address Americans' continuing pessimism over the state of the economy. Harris inherited a campaign bogged down in areas of weakness for Democrats, and the DNC saw the party retool its messaging on economic issues while also highlighting issues like healthcare and racial equity, where they already have an advantage. Right. So let me go down a little further, just talking about, like, different, issues. So where they talk about abortion rights. Yeah, they talk about diversity and race equity. Let's see a little further if there's any other issues. Okay, I'll just read the last portion here. So yeah, they talked about race, they talked about abortion, the same stuff as before. Again, that's really all they got, because they can't really like lean on anything that might actually be of substance. So I mean, they talk about healthcare, but again, like they don't talk about Medicare for all. That's not even like a hint of that. Yeah, man. Again, like if you go on her platform, on her webpage, it's like it's not really much there. It's just like, oh, it's just hope. It's just like, that's it. Oh, well, we just have hope. Finally, we have some hope, and we have to beat Trump. And again, that's really all where they stand, right? And yeah, as they talk about here, actually, so they're really just trying to present themselves as like the alternative, because they don't really have anything of substance. So it's just like, oh, well, it's either us or Trump. Like, that's really all they can go for. So, right, they talk about, ABC talks about how at the core of the messaging for the Democrats is Trump and January 6th, and how much of a threat he is. So that's just, that's really all they can play on. So right here, and again, it's so funny. It's like, if Trump is such an existential threat to democracy, why is he running? Like, why hasn't the entire system tried to just throw him away and disqualify him? I mean, there have been attempts to do it, but then you see like the Supreme Court coming in. It's just like, actually, no, he can keep running. So it's just like, if he's such a threat, why isn't he in jail? Yeah. Or at least, that's still something that could come up. So they got the sentencing actually like in a couple weeks. So we'll see what happens. So Trump and January 6th here. So like Biden, Harris maintains an advantage when it comes to who voters trust to protect American democracy. Painting Trump as an existential threat to democracy was a key part of Biden's pitch to voters, and concerns about protecting democracy seemed to drive some undecided voters into his camp. Unsurprisingly, Biden's own speech, the keynote of night one, mentioned democracy repeatedly. Quote, "We saved democracy in 2020, and now we must save it again in 2024, he said. The vote each of us cast this year will determine whether democracy and freedom will prevail. It's that simple. It's that serious." End quote. Again, this is just going to be the way it's going to be for the rest of our lives. Like, the police state's going to get more entrenched and more militarized, and it's going to be under Democrats. But, oh no, democracy's under threat. Every election, democracy's under threat. And that's just going to be the extent of, the extent of like any political activism, where you just vote every 4 years and then you turn off your brain and you don't think about any politics until the next election. So that's just the way it's going to be. And it's so curious to me how some people speak of politics and like, yeah, man, it's just like most of the time, I don't concern myself with politics, but then election cycle, well, you have to vote for the Democrats. You want Trump in office? But then when the election happens, then they just don't think about it. It's just ridiculous. So yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. These elections, as I've mentioned, and I'll keep saying it again, I plan to abstain because I can't compel myself to vote for Democrats the way that they're so out of touch and entitled to our vote, the way that they feel that they're entitled to our vote. But you're free to vote however you please. So continuing, some speakers took a slightly different approach to that message, portraying Trump as tiresome, self-obsessed, or weird. But the through line of protecting democracy remained a big theme of the convention. Overall, 17 speakers spoke about the importance of protecting democracy. 12 recounted the events of January 6th, when pro-Trump protesters stormed the U.S. Capitol in response to his claims that the 2020 election was stolen. This was especially true of the disaffected Republicans who crossed the aisle to support Harris and speak at the convention, like Trump's former press secretary Stephanie Grisham, who recounted her decision to resign immediately on January 6th, and former Illinois Representative Adam Kinzinger, one of only 2 Republicans who sat on the January 6th Select Committee investigating the attack on the Capitol. And again, this is the strategy now of the Democrats. It's to get the never-Trumper Republicans over, because that's what they're doing now. They're appealing to the right. So that's just, it is crazy. Again, the former press secretary of Stephanie Grisham, okay? By that point, Trump has already been, like, clearly, like, what the fuck? I mean, like, again, before January 6th even happened, Trump was already unhinged. So, like, anybody working for him, like, again, like January 6th was like the okay, that's too far. This is too far for me. Everything else, I'm okay. I can excuse, like, I mean, look at all the controversy that Trump had, okay? Like Muslim bans, right? The border wall, all this fucking stupid bullshit. But January 6th, I draw the line there. That's too much for me. It's just so ridiculous. And again, that's only because it failed. Imagine if it had succeeded. These people would have probably ate it up. So, dude. Anyway, yeah. And again, like they even had like some cop come on there, like some Arizona cop, like speak to say like, oh, she's gonna be tough on the border. Also, I mean, that's just where Democrats are heading now. It's just like they're just appealing to the right because this is what happens. We're in a decline, and now the liberals who pretended to be so progressive, now they're actually having to face some true issues of social justice. And instead, they're going to stay with the status quo, and they're going to double down and support the police state. So, again, that's just what's happening. So, continuing, right? So Kinzinger, who was given a key speaking slot shortly before Harris on Thursday, made a specific appeal to voters concerned about Trump's anti-democratic tendencies, saying, quote, standing up for our Constitution and our democracy used to be the soul of being a Republican, but Donald Trump has suffocated the soul of the Republican Party, he went on to say, quote, I know Kamala Harris shares my allegiance to the rule of law, the Constitution and democracy. Whatever policies we disagree on pale in comparison with those fundamental matters of principle, of decency, and of fidelity to the nation, end quote. So, again, it's just like that. Basically what he's saying is like, hey, you Republicans who feel concerned about Trump, well, now Democrats are basically Republicans, so you could come and vote for us. Like, that's like, it's just so ridiculous what's happening. Like, it's so ridiculous. And then you had people saying that we could push Biden left, and then look at the result of that. And then now they're pretty much trying to send the same message with Harris. And look what they're saying. And again, that's like the other thing that I've heard comments online. It's like you're not pushing Harris left; she's pushing you right. Like that's really what's happening. It's the it's the attitude of the Democrats and also of the sort of like, because they're not like elitists, right? You could say like they're like lieutenants, right? So they're not like the upper echelon of the Democratic Party, but they're sort of the middle management of the Democratic Party. The HR. So they have to keep everybody in line. So it's like you have to stay loyal to the party because of this, and that. And well, if you don't vote for Harris, then you don't support our democracy and you don't support abortion and like that's just the way they have to present it to keep everybody in line, to whip everybody in line, right? Because they can't fathom the idea that the politicians in charge are actually accountable to us. Can't possibly do that. So here, Harris's speech also tackled closely to the rhetoric voters had become used to during the Biden campaign and devoted a large segment of her own speech to laying out what she saw as the danger of another Trump presidency. Quote, the consequences of putting Donald Trump back in the White House are extremely serious, end quote. She said, quote, consider not only the chaos and calamity when he was in office, but also the gravity of what has happened since he lost that last election. Donald Trump tried to throw away your vote. When he failed, he sent an armed mob to the United States Capitol where they assaulted law enforcement officers, end quote. Right. So yeah, that is just like their points there, just to wrap up this paragraph. Trump has more in store for a second term, she argued, referring to his threats to jail journalists and political opponents, his suggestion that he would deploy active duty military to suppress domestic unrest, and the fact that the Supreme Court recently granted Trump some immunity from criminal prosecution. Quote, just imagine Donald Trump with no guardrails and how he would use the immense powers of the presidency of the United States, not to improve your life, not to strengthen our national security, but to serve the only client he has ever had, himself, end quote. So that is their attempt to, safeguard democracy, to talk about January 6th and how much of a threat he is. And, this is the most important election of our lifetimes. And that's just what they're going to say for every election. And, eventually Trump, he's old. So, he doesn't have much time left. But yeah, when Trump goes, there's going to be another boogeyman. And they're going to talk again about how much of a threat the next Republican, superstar becomes. Yeah, man, it's ridiculous. And then, of course, they're talking about the repression that the Republicans would bring. But then look at our college campuses. They're turning into like active war zones. And now, we're opening up colleges. So the student activists and protests are going to start again. And look at the political repression that's going to happen there. And there's going to be nothing said about it. And of course, all these liberals, they're the ones who are going to continue to arm and support the police. And it's like, oh, Trump is such a threat to democracy. But then the cops who are going to carry out those orders, you're giving them all kinds of weapons and funding. So it's like, it's such a tone deaf like message from that. It's ridiculous. Like, come on. Like, yeah, man. So anyway, so that's at least here with the DNC. Just the different comments there. Now it is actually raining outside, so hopefully it's not picking up too much. And I hope the power doesn't cut out because I live in Texas, so we'll see. But it's good to have some rain for once. All right. So that is the ABC DNC reporting and the different platforms, or at least like an attempt to message a platform, which is just like it's the same stuff. Abortion, race, the threat to democracy, January 6th. It's just the same stuff, but they don't really have anything of substance. So here I'll highlight over the controversies that occurred at the convention, particularly with the uncommitted delegates who were, staging a protest, who wanted to speak, pro-Palestinian or just like straight up Palestinian speakers, trying to have them out. And the DNC just said no, and they pretty much just pushed them out. And even like this affected like Hassan, like he was like supposedly kicked out over, the issue. Like I think he interviewed an uncommitted delegate, and of course he talked extensively about Palestine, and they just like passive aggressively ushered him out. So yeah, that was again, that just doesn't really, show that they're sensitive to the issues here, because like you have people who are Palestinians who are like getting like report after report of like a family member being killed, and then if they speak out about it or they try to pressure the party that they are enlisted to, because they're delegates, they volunteer here, so like you're volunteering for this organization who is pretty much saying, yeah, we don't really care about your family being massacred. It's ridiculous, man. Yeah, man. It's just like, it's really bleak to see this. And just like the attitude that people are having about like, oh, well, you're just a one-issue voter because what, you think you can stop a genocide? Like, what is this, Disney? Like, it's ridiculous, man. And again, like I'm suggesting to all of you, like to those who have either friends or family who at the very least are like dismissive or just like outright like in denial about this, like pay attention to that, because people who are going to be in denial about this genocide and this atrocity, they're going to react the same way when that happens here. So this is, again, and I'm going to say this a lot. So Gaza is the blueprint for what is coming with our own police state. Because again, it's the Israelis who train our police. Like that's what they do. So the reason why so many cops have this attitude of like, I'm going out and I'm going to, risk my life and I'm a warrior and I'm the Punisher. They get that from Israelis because they view our American streets as Gaza and the West Bank. And then that's why they have so many like cop cities starting to form up in different parts of the country. Pretty much every major city is going to have a cop city, because that's the plan, is as our economy continues to decline and more people fall through the cracks of poverty, it's going to become very bleak, and there's a very serious threat of social unrest, and they're not going to provide any sort of services or any sort of economic welfare for the working class. It's just going to become more of the same military force that's going to be internalized, because our global military is going to fall apart. So it's going to become inward. And it's going to be the Democrats who are going to play a big role in this. And Kamala Harris, most especially, she is going to most definitely double down on the police repression. Is again, like, this is just ridiculous, man. Like, of course, she's going to be a black woman president, but it's going to be the same police state. So, like, nothing's changed. So, yeah, it's ridiculous. Anyway, so here, this is reading on the AP News on this, drama, the pro-Palestinian drama that happened with delegates there and their protests and such. So we'll see here, AP News. The leaders of an uncommitted movement, which garnered hundreds of thousands of votes in Democratic primaries across the nation in protest of the Israel-Hamas war, have been negotiating for weeks to secure a speaking slot for a Palestinian American at the Democratic National Convention this week. The negotiations stalled late Wednesday when leaders with the uncommitted national movement say a Democratic National Committee official called and delivered a firm response. The answer is no. The leader, Abbas Alawiya, an uncommitted delegate to the convention and co-founder of the movement, described the call as shocking after weeks of talks that he felt were positive. In response, he and other delegates decided to stage a sit-in outside Chicago's United Center, where the convention is being held. They spent the night on the sidewalk on Wednesday and vowed to remain until the request was granted or the convention ended Thursday night. Quote, "When we ran out of options, doing everything we can and working from the inside, when we ran out of options as uncommitted delegates, we just sat down," end quote, Alawiya said in an interview Thursday. The Harris campaign declined to comment. The sit-in outside the United Center has exposed cracks in a Democratic Party that otherwise has rallied around the Harris campaign that has energized the vast majority of party members this week. The news that the DNC had denied the request of a Palestinian American speaker just a day after featuring the parents of an Israeli American hostage held by Hamas ignited fresh criticism from some on the left. The politically powerful United Auto Workers Union, which has endorsed Vice President Harris's presidential campaign, said that the party, quote, "must allow a Palestinian American speaker to be heard from the DNC stage tonight," end quote. So again, that's from Auto Workers Union. Okay, it's pretty powerful that they're taking a stance. I mean, they've endorsed the campaign, obviously, but like, to hear auto workers saying that Palestinian Americans need to speak, and the Democratic Party's just saying no, and they are just having they only had the parents of the Israeli hostages speak. Of course, those Israeli hostage parents, they did make a comment about and the civilians, they matter too. But again, it's just so tone deaf, because it's they're just saying it because they have to say it, because they know they have to appear impartial. We also value Palestinians, but again, when they talk about a ceasefire, their idea of a ceasefire is one where Hamas is completely capitulated, which is not a ceasefire. So again, that's just, whenever you hear that, just know that they're not being serious about it, because they know Hamas isn't going to surrender. So whenever they have talks and it falls apart, it's because, Hamas, they don't agree, and they're being unreasonable. So anyway, and again, it just shows how when they have these hostages and the parents and the family relatives come in, it's sort of it's all for show. It's just they're just political pawns at this point. So anyway, right. So Cook County, where Chicago and the convention is located, holds the largest Palestinian population in the country. So again, that's such a smack in the face. So yeah, the party, however, has not budged. The Senate's top Democrat shrugged off the potential political impacts of the sit-in outside the convention. New York Senator Chuck Schumer recalled Harris saying when protesters interrupted her at a recent rally in Michigan that their disruptions might be benefiting Republican Donald Trump. Quote, "She said, 'Be quiet unless you want to elect Trump,'" end quote. Schumer told a small group of reporters on Thursday, ahead of the convention's final evening, quote, we believe we need unity, and there is overwhelming. I have never seen such unity," end quote. He said, continuing, "A small handful of people do not represent close to even a sliver of where the Democratic Party is right now," end quote. Again, it's just like this dismissive attitude that they have. And again, it's like we're trying to like it's like stop a Holocaust from happening, and the response from Harris is like, I'm speaking. Do you want Trump to win? Like, it's so crazy the way that they talk about Trump winning and concerns to this war, because it's like, well, it's going to be much worse under Trump, and it's like they're sort of like admitting that Israel's out of control and that the situation is bad, but it's like you're still giving them weapons. Like, you haven't even budged to even pressure them to provide assistance, humanitarian assistance. So it's like, sure, yeah, it would be worse under Trump, but like you're still giving them unconditional support. So it's like you're not doing anything better. Absolutely ridiculous. My goodness. Right. So tensions over the war in Gaza have at times escalated outside the convention center this week as thousands marched through Chicago demanding a ceasefire. A smaller group of activists clashed with the police outside of the Israeli consulate on Tuesday night, leading to 56 arrests. Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison, a Muslim Democrat, spoke Wednesday at the convention and praised Harris for saying, quote, "We need a ceasefire and an end to the loss of innocent lives in Gaza and to bring hostages home," end quote. In an interview Thursday, he said that, quote, not only is the content of the message important, the messenger is also important, end quote. Quote, a Palestinian American sharing his or her story, calling for a ceasefire and release of all hostages, and calling everyone to support the ticket against fascism would be powerful, Ellison said on social media Thursday. Again, whenever they're saying ceasefire in Gaza, their vision is a capitulation of Hamas and Gaza being controlled by an Israeli-selected puppet government. That's their idea of the ceasefire and the peace. It's really ridiculous. Like, it's just not based in any reality. Like, anyway, and of course, if you even mention that, it's like, oh, what? So you support Hamas? It's like, dude, like, it's ridiculous, man. Like, Israel is like openly committing such horrible crimes and atrocities. They just had they had a mutiny of soldiers at a base where they're like raping prisoners to death. They had a mutiny, and it created a huge rift into like the media and the political establishment. And it's like they're freaking out in the military because for the first time in their lives, they're actually being held accountable for their actions, because the whole reason they joined the military was so they could torture and rape Palestinians. That's why they're freaking out. It's like, what the fuck? This is what I signed up for. And it's like, but if you even mention that Hamas is not exactly as horrible as they're being made out to be, oh, you're a terrorist supporter. As opposed to like the rapist Israelis who like are dancing. They're having a rave on the grave of like thousands of Palestinians, and they're talking about like, oh, we're gonna take back Gaza. Like, they had the hostage that was just recently released, where like 300 Palestinians died, right, to rescue 4 hostages. The main one, right, the girl Noah, like, she was already like partying in like her bikini, and I'm like, I'm not saying that that's a problem, trying to like go out and like take the edge off, but it's just especially egregious since it's Israel, because the reason that they're partying is that they know that they're killing so many people. Like, that's why they party all the time. That's why they like do all this crazy shit, because it's like they know what they're doing. They love it, because that's the whole national identity of Israel, is ethnic cleansing of Palestine. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, the depths of Israeli like culture, the depravity of their culture. Like, it's truly shocking, because it's not a culture that's based in like any sort of love for like the land or love for your own people, and any sort of like traditions that are like rooted, and again, like you see like the Palestinians, like their culture is rooted in, right, taking care of the land, is rooted in taking care of your family, having tight-knit communities. It's rooted in like taking care of animals. Like, dude, these Gaza Palestinians, they're starving. Like, they're truly like at the edge of starvation and famine, and they're still taking care of their stray animals and pets. Like, you would think at this point that they would like start eating cats, and probably some of them are. I mean, I wouldn't blame them if they were, but the fact that like you see so many videos of these stray animals and cats being fed by people instead of being preyed upon, it shows you the gaps in like the humanity of each group. Because for these Israeli settlers, especially in the West Bank, they're just genuinely like gross, disgusting people, and like they're just like they start like the smallest fights, like they'll try to like break somebody's water line for this farmer, and then if the farmer tries to fix it, these thugs start beating him up, and then there's an Israeli soldier like ready to shoot the farmer, because what the fuck, like it's just, again, I'm getting caught up because I'm trying to speak on the Democrats, but it's just showing how all these things that are happening with Israel and Gaza and Palestine is so obvious how evil Israel is as a country, a culture. These are not Jewish values. As much as people would try to pretend criticizing Israel's anti-Semitism, these are not Jewish values. Okay, and of course now we see on the Democratic Party all this like, of course, like they're trying to do both sides, where obviously Hamas is like the big baddie, even though Hamas is a product of the occupation and apartheid. So anyway, I don't want to get sidetracked. So they're talking here about just a little further about like the ceasefire proposals and such. So many other Democratic leaders urged the party to reconsider the request. In his statement, California Representative Ro Khanna said that, quote, the Democratic Party, which aspires to be the party of human rights, must not in 2024 perpetuate this erasure of the Palestinian story. When asked at a roundtable discussion Thursday whether he agreed with the uncommitted delegates' demand to add a Palestinian American speaker at the DNC lineup, Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson said, yes, of course. Quote, we're talking about thousands of babies and elderly people being brutalized by an act of war, said Johnson. Quote, you have to have a voice that can call for peace as well as the release of hostages. So, again, it's very interesting. Those Democrats who have been speaking out, at the very least, like just acknowledging Palestinian humanity, are representatives and sort of politicians who are people of color. So, of course, there's Ro Khanna, who's Indian, South Asian, and you have Mayor Brandon Johnson, a black man. Because again, like it's sort of obvious when you're like a minority in this country and then you see what's happening in Gaza, you can't help but see yourself in that situation, because it could very likely end up that way in the near future, where there's like soldiers and cops just like brutalizing entire neighborhoods, black and Hispanic neighborhoods and such, because that's what's turning into. Yeah, man. It's just like, again, like, when I read stories of the Holocaust growing up, I saw myself in the shoes of the Jewish people, because that's just the history of this country, has been racial prejudice and discrimination, violence, lynching against people of color in this country. So of course, I was going to identify with Jewish people in the Holocaust. And then now, where I'm taking the actual lessons of the Holocaust and applying it unconditionally to the conditions in Gaza, now I'm called an anti-Semite. And it's just like the greatest insult, especially considering how the reason why I'm a history major and the reason why I hold such deep political views is because the Holocaust to me is like the greatest horror that has ever happened, that has ever, witnessed on the planet. I mean, certainly there have been other genocides and ethnic cleansings, but, it's like the industrial killing is what's especially shocking about the Holocaust. And now we're seeing it again. And it's just being rationalized, right? Ridiculous. Again, if we were Germans in World War II, many of the people who are pretending that the Gaza genocide isn't happening, or at least trying to rationalize it, they would have been saying the same thing during World War II, as like our Jewish neighbors are getting rounded up. That's just like, oh, well, that's just, it's just whatever. It's not my problem. Like, that's just the attitude. Continuing. So according to Alawiyah, the uncommitted movement provided a number of potential Palestinian Americans who could speak at the convention, including Georgia Representative Ruwa Roman. Roman, on Thursday, released a draft of the speech she said she planned to deliver if asked. In it, she called for electing Harris, defeating Donald Trump, and outlines demands for a ceasefire and to end the killing of Palestinians, free all the Israeli and Palestinian hostages. So again, like, these uncommitted Palestinians, they still want to they still want to vote for Harris, and they're still gonna like it's not even they're saying don't vote for Harris. It's like, hey, like we are committed and we want it's uncommitted, but really they are committed. Like they're saying we would love to vote for you, but we need assurances, because that's how politics works. Like our vote isn't a guarantee. Like you have to follow through on something. So again, the fact that they're willing to throw that aside, the Democratic and the Harris campaign is willing to just throw that aside, tells you something, that they're willing to bargain with people's lives, millions of people's lives. Okay, again, that should tell you something. So, right. Earlier this week, activists were granted unprecedented space at the convention to hold a forum addressing the plight of Gaza residents who have been under Israeli bombardment since Hamas's October 7th attack and his taking of hostages, as well as to share deeply personal stories about family members lost in the conflict. The panel was viewed as an olive branch from the Harris campaign, with hopes that other requests might be fulfilled later in the week. The convention has officially made Harris the Democratic presidential nominee, with the vast majority of the nearly 4,000 delegates enthusiastically casting their votes for her. But those calling for a ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas war, among other demands such as arms embargo on Israel, believe they will have an outsized influence in the November election, now just over 70 days away. Michigan, one of the key swing states, has the largest percentage of Arab Americans in the country. The UAW, which hosted Harris at a Union Hall event earlier this month, also has its largest membership base in Michigan. In a statement, the leader of the state Democratic Party, Lavora Barnes, said, quote, "A Palestinian American should have a speaking role Thursday night so that their voices can be heard. All of our delegates are part of our Michigan Democratic Party family," end quote. Through Thursday, Democrats on their way into the convention stopped by the sit-in. Representative Cori Bush, a member of the progressive congressional group known as the Squad, who lost her primary earlier this month, stopped to mingle with the uncommitted delegates. "We are Democrats. We are part of this party, and we are just saying, hear us because it matters," end quote, said Bush. So that is the uncommitted delegates drama there, as well as the Palestinian speaker role that they were trying to bargain with. They didn't fall through. And it's just interesting, as they were mentioning the sit-in. So Cori Bush was, of course, sitting with them. And I believe even Ilhan Omar, who had won her primary, also sat in with the delegates. But then they showed AOC, and then she just had a FaceTime call with them. So it's just come on. It's just it's very telling where their priorities are. And again, it's just one thing to marvel at, because if you make any sort of push towards the Democrats, it's oh, well, how come you don't protest at Trump rallies and you don't protest at the Republicans? And it's well, for starters, people did protest, okay? But the thing is that the Democrats are currently in power, and this is happening under their watch. So it's you guys are directly responsible for it, okay? Trump is not in power. Okay, so obviously if he does win the election, obviously the war is going to get worse. Nobody's denying that. Of course, yeah, I mean, that's just what Republicans are. Okay, but everybody knows that. Everybody knows the Republicans are unhinged and bloodthirsty. The Democrats, however, they try to appear so elegant and so progressive and enlightened, but it's the same bullshit. So that's why there's greater pressure. And again, it's just liberals are getting mad because the left, well, not entirely, the organizing certainly needs to be better. Not that I'm any person to comment on political organizing, but it's just they for the first time in the left uncommitted delegates, for the first time they're actually applying pressure in an effective way, and the liberals get upset. Because how dare you? How dare you actually know how to apply political pressure and how to apply your leverage? Yeah, man, it's just, you can't do anything. You can't win with them. And then even if you say, okay, well, we're going to vote, but at the very least, can you promise to follow through? And, oh, sure, yeah, we'll do it. And then they just sort of fall on their ass. And, with the attempt that they had to raise wages. They just said like, oh, it was the parliamentarian or, some other excuse. So even when they do take power, it's sort of just like, oh, well, we tried. Well, we did what we could. So that didn't fall through. So it's just, yeah. Again, it's like, it's HR speak, right? It's just like, oh, well, we hear you. We see you, and we'll circle back and get in contact. It's just, yeah, that's just the way they handle it. Man, again, it's dystopian and bleak to see this happen. And, it's crazy. Like, if you had went back to, like, the 2000s in the Bush era, like, imagine that. So you go to the Bush era, the invasion of Iraq, and everything seems to be so bleak and such. And then you go to, like, a democratic liberal. Because, again, that, like, if you think about it, like, the liberalism during the Bush era was actually quite radical, if you think about it. And then you just speak with them, and you just be like, hey, so in like 20 years or so, what's going to happen is there's going to be a Holocaust in Gaza that has the complete support of the United States, and also under a Democrat presidency. And also, we're going to be like pretty much in a hot war with Iran, and effectively like just complete enthusiastic support for Israel, and almost a complete world war with Iran. And that's going to be under a Democratic presidency. Like, if you told them that, they would call you crazy. It's like, there's no way a Democrat would start a war with Iran, but here we are. So, yeah, it's just crazy. As I mentioned, right, they are appealing to Republicans who are disaffected by Trump. So they are very clearly making an appeal to the right, just completely throwing aside, that's just casting aside so-called radical left-wing college, youth voters. Again, I'm called a radical communist. Well, I mean, I am a radical communist, but, this is the thing with my political journey is that, like, I started out as a liberal, as like a social democrat, so I wasn't entirely left wing. Like, the model that I was going off of was like the Nordic model of social democracy. So it's like, that's where I started. And even then I was called radical and extreme. So it's like, if you guys didn't even want to like have a model like Norway or Finland that still has room for like billionaires and millionaires to like make money, but then also provide social services. Like, if that was too radical for y'all and didn't want to work with that, then there was no other choice for me but to continue going left, because it's becoming clear that you can't cooperate or compromise with the liberal bourgeois establishment, because them and the conservatives, they're on the same page. That's their priority, is to continue this economic status quo, despite how it's going to continue to decline, and it's going to continue to impoverish and marginalize working people and people of color. How the military establishment is going to continue to wage genocide. The industrial complex is going to continue to supply and fund genocide around the world. It's just like, damn. They're really not going to budge on that. So it's just, what other options are there but to become more radical? Because the Democrats have very clearly made it clear that they're not going to budge on it, because that's part of the status quo. So, and it very much has to deal with the funding as well, and the PACs and the lobbyists. So we'll see here in a moment. Harris, she's been making record donations, or she's received record donations. And we'll see also about like different stocks, about different companies, because she in her comments was talking about the military. Again, like, this is just like very alarming to see this militarism that's happening with the Democrats and the liberals, because now they have to be the strong military people. It's like, no, actually, we're strong on the military, and of course, we support Israel, and if we have to nuke Iran, then we'll do it. Like, it's just, that's what the messaging is. It's just so dystopian. So reading from PBS, talking about Harris and the donations that she's receiving, and her connections. Again, it's so interesting because like there's like an idea of like donations, but it would be nice to actually see like some sort of like pie chart or graph to see which specific groups are donating and the amount that they're donating. Like, that's the sort of transparency that we need, which is not happening, and it never happens with any candidate. Like, at least with Bernie, the majority of his donations were small donor, so it's like Of course, he was going to have a message that appeals to the donors of, the working class, and I donated as well. So it's like, you actually feel like you're a part of it. With this, it's very obviously the big money sending, money towards Harris. They're even saying like more donors, because of course, Biden had donors, but then some of them would retract their support, and then now they're just coming back even more. There's a stronger support coming now towards Harris than with Biden. So right here, reading from PBS, talking about Harris. So she had raised $540 million and saw a surge of donations during the DNC. So here, Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign says it has now raised over $540 million for its election battle against Republican nominee, former President Donald Trump. The campaign has had no problems getting supporters to open their wallet since President Joe Biden announced on July 21st he was ending his campaign and quickly endorsed Harris. The campaign said it saw a surge of donations during last week's Democratic National Convention in Chicago, where Harris and her VP running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, accepted their nominations. Quote, just before Vice President Harris's acceptance speech Thursday night, we officially crossed the 500 million mark. Campaign chair Jen O'Malley Dillon wrote in a memo released by the campaign on Sunday, quote, immediately after her speech, we saw our best fundraising hour since launch day, end quote. Trump has also proven to be a formidable fundraiser, but appears to be outpacing her month-old campaign. Trump's campaign and its related affiliates announced earlier this month that they had raised $138 million in July, less than what Harris took in during her White House bid's opening week. Trump's campaign reported $327 million in cash on hand at the start of August. The Harris fundraising totals were raised by Harris for president, the Democratic National Committee, and joint fundraising committees. O'Malley Dillon said that nearly a third of contributions during convention week came from first-time contributors. About one-fifth of those first-time contributors were young voters, and two-thirds were women, groups that the campaign sees as critical constituencies that Harris needs to turn out to win in November. The Harris campaign says it has also seen a surge in volunteer support for the vice president. During convention week, supporters signed up nearly 200,000 volunteer shifts to help the campaign. So that's just, interesting there. About 500 million in such a short time with increased support, especially from small donors. And then also it's just so funny, they're making record million dollar donations and support. And then it's oh, and we supplied a record number of volunteers. It's just hey, well, maybe you should pay them. Since you're making so much money, maybe you should pay them. But it just shows that so many people are going to be ride or die for Harris. And it's going to be so annoying as the convention season, the election season starts to wrap up. The canvassing emails and texts that we're going to get. I already received one. It was for Biden. So I'm just going to, I just told him straight up, remove me. I don't support the genocide. So that's just going to be the clear messaging from then on. If I continue to get messages, just, she supports genocide and I'm not voting. So that's just all I have to say for that. But yeah, it would just be nice to see the transparency of which different PACs she's getting support from. I know for certain, especially with her California run, she has support from AIPAC. So that's that's just another thing that is to highlight on, which could explain her, committed support to Israel and so many other politicians as well. Yeah, man. Again, it's just so funny to hear about, oh, we're a democracy, and then you see how much like money is tied to the election cycle. So very clearly it's not democratic, but anyway, you can't tell people that. So yeah, so that's like the PBS, just like the donations there and like the record support that she's getting. And then here, I wanted to talk at least about like different stocks that had changed since the speech, especially considering the comments concerning the military industrial complex. So let me see here. So I have two different stocks from like different defense contractors. So here I have Lockheed Martin. So I'm just looking at the month difference. So at July 29th, the share was at 527. And then, let me see here. On August 23rd, it jumped to 555. And I believe that's like sort of when they were wrapping up. And then here, so it went from 555 and then now to 566. So within this time frame of a month, it went from 527 to 566. Okay. And then looking at Raytheon, so a month ago, July 29th, it was at 114. And then around the 23rd, the 21st, it went from 117 on August 21st. Now it is at 122. So pretty much like both of these, different defense industries, they had a significant rise. Let me also look here. So I'm looking at General Dynamics. Okay, General Dynamics, it's not really much of a change. Let's look at Northrop Grumman. Right, so Northrop Grumman, another defense industry, went a month ago, July 29th, 477. Now it is at 518. And then Boeing, okay, well, Boeing has it a bit differently, I guess, because of like different technical issues, right? With their, they recently just had another like accident with like a tire exploding, killing some people. So their stock, it went from 185 July 29th and now it's 172. So that's a bit different, but they do have defense contract connections. But that's just at least something to highlight here, because there's of course the concerns of war with Iran, which of course would be a global war, World War III. But of course we see with Harris, she has a very clear commitment towards bolstering the military. She said, "I'm committed towards creating the most lethal military in the world." It's just like the fact that a Democrat is up on the stage saying such things kind of shows how far it's fallen. Because, it's just all about war. Now we're on the decline. Our empire's on the decline. So who cares about healthcare and education? Who cares about affordable housing? Nope, we just need to keep our imperial position because that's what America is for. And of course, if our military slides back, that's just going to cause again, that's all we have. That's our only point of pride, is the fact that we're good at war, or at least we have an image that we're good at war. Really, we're just good at destroying countries in the global south and not even winning. Right? It's ridiculous. And of course we have to stir up other, controversies and crises. There's Iran, obviously that's the closest one that we can focus on, but they're also talking about Venezuela. And I'll highlight later on Venezuela about the election controversies there. But you can already see the slow support that they're trying to manufacture for an eventual intervention into Venezuela, including from other Venezuelans, primarily diaspora, right-wing Venezuelans, who are pretty much they're not saying it outright, but some of them are, but they're trying to slowly create the support for it. So this is where it starts, where it's Maduro is such a terrible dictator, and they have no democracy, and their economic situation is so dire. Meanwhile, you can just look up about the sanctions and the petrodollar and so many other factors that leads to Venezuela's economic crisis. It's just like with Iraq. We issued sanctions and embargoes, and we pretty much destroyed their economy, destroyed their infrastructure, and that finally created the basis for an eventual invasion. And it was primarily for their oil. So with Venezuela, it's the same issue. It's not about the human rights. It's not about democracy. It's about oil. Okay? And, there's a very real possibility of an invasion in Venezuela that could happen under a Democratic presidency. It's crazy. But that's what we're turning into. That's just what things are. So I don't want to get too hung up on foreign politics. I'll talk about that in a moment. So I will highlight on other sort of developments, and primarily wanted to speak on the vice presidential sort of choices that have been made. So, of course, with Trump, he chose J.D. Vance. And at the time when they selected J.D. Vance, it was when Biden was pretty clearly like falling apart. So, like, for whatever reason, they felt like, oh, well, this is a layup. Like, we just got to keep Biden in and just point to his decline. Yeah. And then now, of course, they made the change to Harris, and now they're actually concerned. And, of course, there have been some polling effects due to Harris, becoming the nominee. But then also just like now, like with J.D. Vance, they're really weighing into the weird, right? The weirdness. Of course, everybody has been talking about how the Republicans are weird. And, of course, the Republicans can handle that. Like, they're getting so triggered by that. Like, they're just like, and they're still hung up on it. Like, I think most people have moved on from the weird comments. But like the Republicans, because they're so like fragile, it's like, well, this is weird, huh? Like they're just saying it deliberately. It's like, Tim Walz is weird. He drinks horse cum. Like it's just like they make up again. It's just like this fixation because they can't handle it. Because but he is weird. Like J.D. Vance is a bit weird. Like it isn't. I mean, like I'm a bit of a socially awkward guy, so I can't really say anything too much. But like you see some of his like attempts to like mingle and like get to know people, it's like what are you doing? Like he went to the donut shop and he went to the worker, oh, I'm JD Vance, and they're like, okay, cool, what do you want? Like that's just the attitude there. It's just so funny. And then of course, like I just saw actually, like JD Vance went to a conference, I think for firefighters union, and then he got booed. So like like I feel like Trump kind of regrets now choosing J.D. Vance, and the reason why he chose it, I think, is because that was the choice that his son Don Jr. liked, and also Elon Musk, I think, suggested J.D. Vance. So that's kind of what they're stuck with at the moment, because I know he wants to switch him out, and of course now they're talking about RFK Jr. because RFK Jr. is stepping aside, and of course he's endorsing Trump and probably trying to cozy into some cabinet position, who knows. But yeah, like it's sort of funny seeing some of the people now trying to like show RFK as the VP pick for Trump, even though like JD Vance is already nominated, so like they can't fix that. But yeah, so there's JD Vance and his weirdness, and then of course there is Kamala Harris's VP choice with Tim Walz, who is the Minnesota governor. Now with Tim Walz, because there were some fears that people had in different choices. So there was like, I think Beshar. Some people were talking J.B. Pritzker, and Shapiro as well. So again, I'm not too familiar with those other guys. I do know that with Shapiro, that was the one that most people were afraid of because he supposedly worked in the IDF, and he's of course a Democrat, but he's like a conservative Democrat. So that's what people were most worried about. Like Tim Walz for them was like the best choice because they're supposedly saying like, I mean, he has a good policy record, and he has a good, like, I've, of course I'm not going to fall for the trick of like the wholesome like campaign, right, and wholesome politicians, but I will say, like, I do like Tim Walz as a person. Okay, so that's what I'll say. Like, if I was a Minnesota resident, I would be glad to have him as my governor. And this is me as somebody living in Texas with Greg Abbott, this fucking asshole. So yeah, I would love to have Tim Walz as my governor if I was a Minnesota resident. And of course, he talks about like providing free food for children, which is so funny. Like, that's like some grand achievement. That's how you know American politics is so cooked, where like you have a politician saying, well, actually, our children eat for free. Right? Am I right? Like, it's like, this is how cooked American politics is, where like that shit that's already supposed to be the case. Like, that should have already been figured out. But of course, because we can't do anything good for people, especially like, because children, they're technically a burden. I don't want to say that, but it's like you actually have to provide resources for children, but they, those are sunk costs, right? Like, you don't really get much out of it. At least not immediately, right? Like, it comes back with children becoming functional, producing members of society. that's supposed to be, the investment, right? But they want those immediate returns. And of course, children can't work, which is probably why so many red states are trying to roll back child labor laws. It's just like, it's ridiculous, man. It's just like that. It's like some 6-year-old. It's like who can't afford their lunch debt, whatever the fuck. Like, they take food away from kids for lunch debt. It's fucking crazy. The fucking freeloader. Get a job, you freeloader. Like, that's the attitude that they're having. My goodness. Oh my god, dude. Again, you live in a red state where if you get pregnant by accident, you're forced to have the child, and then you have to put them in school where there are already like non-existent gun laws where they can get shot up. Or if you're already sort of like struggling to make ends meet and you can't afford to, at least give your kids some money to feed themselves, it's like your children just starve, and it's just like, that's your fault because there's no social safety net whatsoever. And then not only that, they're gonna like take away also like birth control and like all kinds of contraceptives. So it's like you're just like, you're punished for having sex, and then you're just stuck with the child, and it's just, that's your fault, even though like they've made it nearly impossible to have children. And then not only that, they'll complain about the declining fertility rate. It's ridiculous. And again, this is JD Vance here talking about like, oh, well, childless people are like sociopaths and they're selfish and they need to be punished. And it's just like, what the fuck, dude? Like, these people, again, they're weird. They're weird. It's so weird. So yeah, Tim Walz, of course, Minnesota governor, free food for children, as though it's like some grand achievement. And again, I'm not saying it's a bad thing that he did that, but it's just like, it just shows how cooked American politics are. And then also people were pointing out about Tim Walz being the governor of Minnesota during the George Floyd riots that happened in Minneapolis, and like his deployment of troops and the police. So again, those are all valid points. So certainly bring that up. And again, I'm not voting for Harris, so I'm not exactly too tuned in, really. I'm just saying that, like, as a person and as a politician, I do like Tim Walz. I do. But again, when it comes to issues like Israel, Palestine, it's very clear where he's going to stand. Yeah, man, who knows? And it's so funny, like, they were talking about, like, there was this one report where they talked about how, oh, well, his net worth is lower than most Americans. And it's like, his net worth is like $300,000, which I'm like, that's still like upper middle class. So like, maybe for Minnesota, like, because I would assume Minnesota has a lower standard of living, lower cost of living. So like 300,000 could afford a pretty good life. I mean, he's a fucking governor, man. Like, of course he's going to live some privilege. But anyway, that's just whatever. Again, it kind of goes back to like, oh, he's technically middle class. He's technically one of you peasants. Like, that's like the attitude that some of these like opinion pieces have. So, right. So I wanted to speak at least, about the dynamics and the differences of the VP choices here with JD Vance and Tim Walz. And of course, they're going to have a vice president debate. So that'll be interesting to watch, because I feel like it's going to be like one of those dynamics of like, you have like this upstart, young politician who very clearly has some unresolved like trauma or whatever, like mental health issues of his upbringing, abandonment issues, right? Stuff like that. and him just like projecting, right, and taking it out on Tim Walz, and then Tim Walz is just going to be like, just calm, and he's just going to be like, the father that JD never had, just be like, son, you might have lost your way, but I still believe in you. I believe in you, sport. You might have gone down the wrong path, but there's still, something good in you. Like, just like something to like, like just being like the wholesome like Midwest dad. Yeah. Which some people talked about. Like, some people were like, oh, he reminds me of my dad. It's just like so much projection. And I think it's transference, actually, what they say. It's like, he's just like my dad before he got brainwashed by Fox News. Just like, they're just trying to like latch onto something. Yeah, man. Which it kind of really shows that like a lot of politicians or a lot of American politics is just like Americans just sort of infantilizing themselves and then relying, or just like unconditionally backing whatever presidential or political candidate gives them that sense of assurance of like, oh, I'm a little baby, and I need safety, like that's just the way like a lot of Americans treat politics. So of course, I feel safe. Daddy, come here. Yeah, man, so weird, man. Again, I might make comments about Tim Walz. I'll just say I do like him as a person. I wish he were my governor. I could say that much. But I'm not blind to the obvious like status quo that they're going to support. Anyway, it's sort of ridiculous. But anyway, so that's at least what I wanted to make here. And I'll talk a little more about J.D. Vance here with this article, because there were some comments that he made concerning Harris and the withdrawal from Afghanistan. And it's so funny, like the way that he's going so hard against Kamala Harris. And, and like this is something that I've noticed is like some of these conferences where they speak with the voter base. Like sometimes they like to throw in a curse. It's just like, I'm just gonna say it, but Kamala Harris can go to hell. She can go to HE double hockey sticks. Like, and it's just like, oh wow, oh my god, he's really upset. Like it's just so funny the way that they speak. So I hear NBC News reporting from J.D. Vance, some comments that he made. So here, Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio condemned Vice President Kamala Harris on Wednesday over the Biden administration's handling of the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan, saying the Democratic presidential nominee, quote, can go to hell, end quote. Vance's comment at a rally in Erie, Pennsylvania, was his harshest language yet toward Harris on the campaign trail. It came in response to a reporter's question about an incident Monday when former President Donald Trump visited Arlington National Cemetery with family members of service members who were killed during the 2021 attack at Abbey Gate at the airport in Kabul, Afghanistan, in the final days of the withdrawal. Quote, 3 years ago, 13 brave, innocent Americans died, and they died because Kamala Harris refused to do her job, and there has been a single investigation or a single firing, end quote. Vance said, quote, sometimes mistakes happen. That's just the nature of government, the nature of military service. But to have those 13 Americans lose their lives and not fire a single person is disgraceful. Kamala Harris is disgraceful, end quote. Vance said that if they're going to discuss a story related to Abbey Gate, quote, it's that Kamala Harris is so asleep at the wheel that she won't even do an investigation into what happened, and she wants to yell at Donald Trump because he showed up. She can go to hell, end quote. The Trump campaign did not immediately respond to a request for comment on Vance's remark. The Harris campaign declined to comment. Asked about his comments by NBC News, Vance said he was frustrated. Quote, sometimes I get frustrated and sometimes I get pissed off, and I think Kamala Harris's failure of leadership at Abbey Gate is something to get frustrated and angry about, end quote. Vance said. He also accused the Harris campaign of, quote, trying to make a massive political issue of the incident at Arlington National Cemetery in the Virginia suburbs of Washington. Quote, the fact that Kamala Harris wants to make that an issue when she refuses to show up, refuses to even call the families of whose children are dead because of her leadership, I think that's something that justifies a little bit of frustration. And I certainly showed that today, end quote, Vance said. In his statement Monday, Harris marked the third anniversary of the attack at Abbey Gate by saying her heart breaks for the pain and loss experienced by the victims' families. Quote, I will fulfill our sacred obligation to care for our troops and their families, and I will always honor their sacrifice and service, end quote, she said, adding, quote, President Biden made the courageous and right decision to end America's longest war, end quote. The U.S. withdrew from Afghanistan in 2021, roughly 20 years after it invaded under President George W. Bush. The Biden administration and Congress have conducted multiple investigations into the U.S. withdrawal and the attack that occurred at Abbey Gate as service members were helping people evacuate from the country. In a report last year, the White House, for example, largely blamed the Trump administration for the chaotic pullout. The former U.S. commander who oversaw the withdrawal testified at a congressional hearing this year that he alone bears responsibility for the deaths of the 13 American service members at Kabul's airport. Some relatives of the service members have voiced frustration with the Biden administration for not providing all the answers they want. At the hearing this year, retired Army General Mark Milley, the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, acknowledged that officials were still seeking more information. Milley said it would take, quote, a considerable length of time, end quote, to get those answers, especially because he said much of the record is classified. Representative Michael McCall of Texas, Republican of Texas, who chairs the Foreign Affairs Committee, called on White House National Secretary Advisor Jake Sullivan in a letter last week to testify about the withdrawal before the GOP-led panel. Quote, he owes the Gold Star families, veterans, and the American public answers on the disastrous withdrawal, end quote, McCall wrote Wednesday in a post on X that referred to Sullivan as, quote, one of the chief architects of the administration's Afghanistan policy. Vance, a Marine veteran, has directed much of his criticism on military matters at Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, the Democratic vice presidential nominee, whom he accused of misrepresenting his military record. Walz referred in 2018 to his handling of weapons in war, even though he was never deployed to a combat zone. The Harris campaign this month said he misspoke. Walz's 24 years in the military included serving overseas and supporting forward units. He formally retired from the Minnesota National Guard in 2005. So that's just some comments there. So of course, they're trying to find something to get stuck on. So they're pointing towards the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, even though it was a withdrawal agreement that Trump had made. Yeah, I guess they're trying to make it into a Benghazi situation because, Americans were killed and all this and that. And somebody has to get fired. And yeah, they're just getting stuck on that. Again, though, it's just I guess their point is we should have stayed longer. Is that a thing that they're saying? I'm not sure. I would imagine that's what they want, because they want constant war, which would have meant more Americans would die. The controversy here is that they were the last Americans to die, and we need answers for that. Again, it's an unfortunate situation, but again, the whole situation was a clusterfuck. I mean, people were panicking and trying to climb the walls of the airport, and then a suicide bomber. I think the details that they released was that the suicide bomber had been released by the Taliban in one of the prisons, and then they just went into the crowd and then tried to kill Americans. Anyway, it's just an unfortunate situation. And then I don't exactly know the details of Trump going to the National Cemetery. Again, though, there was some weird incident that occurred actually where he was talking about this Medal of Freedom recipient, and then he was saying, well, actually, getting the Medal of Freedom is actually more courageous than getting the Medal of Honor. I mean, Trump does not care about the troops. He does not care because he can't possibly conceive of fighting for a greater cause than himself. It's sort of funny, because they talk about the bone spurs, and it's that's not necessarily an issue for me. He tried to fake his medical report to dodge the draft, because dodging the draft, of course, is a good thing to do, especially during the Vietnam War. But it's just the issue is that he then went on to pursue power and privilege, and then also become the commander-in-chief. And then not only that, just have a complete dismissal over the lives of soldiers and servicemen, service people. Yeah, he again, there's just multiple instances where he's just he's confused as to why people would join and sacrifice themselves. He's why? Because he knows it's a bad idea, but it's why would somebody do that and risk getting shot or exploded, So it's just again, he's such a massive narcissist, right? But when it comes to military service, I guess he kind of has the right idea about it, because it's of course, why would you join the military? That's not something to be proud of unless, except for most Americans unconditionally support the military. It's so funny because you would think that especially in the Republican Party, somebody being so dismissive or disrespectful to the troops, that would be a major issue for them. But because Trump is such a big cult figure, they're just yes, sir. Yes, brother. Yes, sir. Yes, of course, the Medal of Freedom is better than receiving the Medal of Honor. That's just how do people come to that point? I don't know. And then, of course, you have J.D. Vance here, who is a Marine, who, of course, never saw any combat either. So, what is he talking about? He's never been shot at in anger. He's never been deployed. He was like some like support position. So like he joined the Marines, sure, but like he was never deployed. And then Tim Walz, he was a National Guard soldier, so that's not really. And like at best, that's like a reservist position. Like I don't even know. Like, it's just so funny. It's like becoming a cop. It's just like you're just joining the National Guard, and then what do you do all day? Like you just sit at the base. And what they were saying also is like they were trying to like say, oh well, Tim Walz is a coward because he didn't deploy with his troops to Iraq because his contract ran up and he didn't renew his contract after like 30 years of service. Like it's so ridiculous. It's just like, you know what? Like that's a good thing. Like imagine that. Like we're at a point where it's like you like not fighting in Iraq is seen as like a dishonor, even though like that's like quite possibly like the worst crime of this century. Like I've been around guys who have been like, oh, I was in Iraq, and I'm just like, okay, well, stay away from me because like I don't know why that's something you would support. Yeah, again, it's just so funny. Again, that's the militarism of this country right now, even among the Democrats, where they talk about the military service. Yeah, man. Again, it's just so crazy to think about. And again, I think about like this new generation in the military, because it's like we're literally like on the edge of war with Iran, and it's like I don't think our generation is built like that. I don't know. Like, what's gonna happen, dude? All the weird memes are gonna come out. Because now we have TikTok, and there's soldiers that post on TikTok, and it's just like, why did you join the army? And it's just like, I can't afford college. Like, that's just what they say. Like, there's not really like, I don't know. Like, for starters, like, if I were like a military commander, I would like heavily regulate the soldiers' use of social media. Like, it's weird. But of course, they're young people. Like, you're 18, 19 years old, and you just joined the military because you read a brochure, and you're like, oh, this, Again, I was never compelled to do that. Like, there was one point where like my father or his wife gave me a brochure for the reserve, but I was just like, I thought they were pranking me because I'm like, you guys already know that I don't support the military, so why you get like, I don't know. It was so funny. It was like one of those moments where I'm like, oh, you're not pranking me. You're being serious. But yeah, man. So that's just like remarks that they made about the Afghan withdrawal, and they're trying to pin the blame. They're trying to make it like a Benghazi situation. Yeah, man. But like Trump doesn't give a shit about the troops. And, Trump is mainly the reason why this withdrawal had occurred. They made a deal with the Taliban. And I mean, a withdrawal was good regardless. I mean, of course, the national Afghan government that we had, put in power, that was being held together by like gum and like band-aids. Like there were like corrupt warlords and drug dealers and pedophiles, so it's like that was going to fall apart, and they were immediately going to support the Taliban the second we pulled out. It was a failure. But the whole point of the war was to extract the national resources and to extract all the heroin. Like that was the point of the war, not to actually like provide a democratic government. So anyway, in that respects, the war was successful. That it's just it played the Imperial Project ran its course. We got as much as we could squeeze out of it, and now on to the next sucker, right? Which is now Ukraine, and Israel. So yeah, that's just what's happening there. So yeah, so that's at least there. So that was some comments about the DNC and the convention, some other politics, election politics. This last story here I wanted to touch up on. It has to deal with this story related to like corporate work conditions. And again, I've made it clear that like when it comes to like corporate work environments, this office sort of environment, this is not the sort of place that I want to see myself working in. Of course, the pressures of our economic system force people into this. But, the main reason why I'm so hesitant and just like outright like disgusted really by this sort of work culture and work environment is because your life is forfeit. Like you're not really, you're a worker. You're not really a human being. So your life has no value except for how productive you are. Yeah. So I'll read here from this story that just came out from Phoenix about. I'm sorry, the story came from Tempe, Arizona. So this is like a Phoenix, Arizona news station. This worker at Wells Fargo died on the job. So she clocked in at 7. She died at her desk, and then nobody noticed for 4 days. So this is such a disturbing story. Unbelievable. And again, it just shows, like, for those of you who kind of like feel like, I guess like insecure or like who feel self-conscious about like how productive you are at work, just know you can literally die at your desk and your job won't notice until like, I guess you start like smelling like a rotting corpse. So yeah. So, I guess work at your own pace, however you feel. But yeah, damn bro, this is so crazy. But yeah, so here, reading from Tempe, Arizona, right, the Wells Fargo employee. So there's an investigation underway in Tempe after a Wells Fargo employee died while on the job. A new timeline released by police suggests her body was there for 4 days before being discovered. Quote, "It's really heartbreaking, and I'm thinking, what if I were just sitting there?" A coworker said. Quote, "No one would check on me." End quote. Yeah, I mean, that's supposedly so. Like, you just die at the desk, and then just like days run by. It's like, man, they're behind in their report. Like, it's just like, that's the only way that they'll check on you is just like, oh, you're behind on deadline. Right, so the body was found inside the Wells Fargo corporate office in Tempe. An associate who spoke with 12 News anonymously said the situation is troubling. Quote, "To hear she's been sitting at the desk like that would make me feel sick," the worker said. Quote, "And nobody did anything. That's how she spent her last moments." That's just, again, that's so sad, man. Like, it's just like your last moments, and like what goes through your head when you know that you're dying, right? And like you can't call out for help, and you're at your work, dude. That's so sad, man. And then imagine her family. Like, this is like a 60-year-old woman. So like, if she had children, like, you don't hear from your mom, and you're like, what's going on? And then she died at her desk. That's so sad, dude. Wow. So at Tempe, police confirmed with 12 News that on August 16th, 60-year-old Denise Prudhomme scanned into work at the office building at 7 a.m. on August 20th. Building security called authorities after finding an unresponsive worker. Officers arrived and confirmed that Prudhomme was dead. Another employee who spoke with 12 News anonymously said a colleague found Prudhomme dead at her desk in the cubicle while walking around the building. Prudhomme's cubicle was reportedly on the 3rd floor and away from the main aisle. That employee said several people smelled a foul odor, but passed it off as faulty plumbing. Jesus Christ, dude. That reminds me of another story, actually, where, again, it's so crazy that this has happened multiple times. So, like, there was another story of an employee. I'm not exactly sure, like, what the store was, but it was, like, some strip mall. And this employee was, like, told to, like, go into, like, the insulation or something, like, into the walls. And they just forgot about him. And then he would, like, they disappeared. And people smelled, like, the rotting flesh, like, the decomposing body. And they were just, like, I guess it was the sewer line. Literally 10 years later, they didn't know what happened until they finally went and did some, like, repairs. And then, oh, look at this skeleton, this corpse that has, been desiccated and rotted away. Like, it's fucking crazy. Like, dude, like, they don't give a shit at your job. You are nothing. Like, you are, there's a reason why at these corporate positions, why they have a human resources department. Because you are a resource. You are fuel for the machine. That is all you are. And you will be, burnt up until the last drop and then just discarded. Unbelievable. My goodness. And, again, the co-workers here obviously are, like, distraught, right? Like, I'm not saying that, like, she wasn't, like, loved in her office, but, like, that's just crazy, man. 4 days. And they still smelt it, and they're like, oh, what's that smell? Like, you would think that somebody would be like, man, that smells like rotting flesh. Like, you should probably check if there's a dead animal or something. Like, that's just crazy, dude. Wow, man, crazy. Oh, that's so disturbing. Right. They said while most employees at the Wells Fargo office work remotely, the building has 24/7 security, and someone should have found Prudhomme sooner. Quote, "That's the scary part. That's the uneasy part," an employee said. Quote, "It's negligence in some part." Police say there's nothing suspicious about the death, but still haven't confirmed many details about the time or how she died. The workers said the lack of information from the bank has been especially frustrating. Quote, "I'm just wondering why they didn't formally address employees about it," end quote, the worker said. A Wells Fargo spokesperson released the following statement to 12 News about the incident. Quote, "We are deeply saddened by the tragic loss of our colleague at our Tempe office. Our thoughts and prayers are with the family and loved ones during this difficult time. Counselors through our Employee Assistance Consulting Service are available to support our employees. We are fully cooperating with the Tempe Police Department in their investigation and will direct all further questions to them," end quote. The workers, though, said Wells Fargo needed to do more. Quote, "I just feel like they aren't being transparent with us and somebody needs to acknowledge this," end quote, the worker said. Quote, "To the family, I'm sorry for their loss. I feel it because I'm thinking about my mom and my mother-in-law and what if that happened to them," end quote. The other employees said their direct management addressed the incident, offered the counseling services, and told workers the building was thoroughly cleaned. Police said the initial investigation did not show any signs of foul play. The Tempe Police Criminal Investigation Bureau is working with the Maricopa County Medical Examiner to determine the cause of death. So yeah, that was just something there. But again, like, again, this is like a constant theme where like people die at their jobs, and then like the company is just like, if they can avoid making mention of it, they will until like they're forced to make a comment, and then they'll say, "Oh, our thoughts and prayers." Like they couldn't even say like, "Oh, we're saddened by the loss of Denise, who has been a loyal employee," talking about her tenure and her achievements, like, nope, it's just like our again, like, this is just like again, this is just like a copy pasted sort of statement. So no mention of their name, no mention of their, loyalty and service to the company or any sort of record and achievements. Just, "We're deeply saddened by the tragic loss of our colleague." No name at the Tempe office. It's just so ridiculous, man. And then like how do you even come back from that? Like, somebody died at your job and they were left rotting for 4 days. And how do you come back to work like that? Knowing full well that if that were you, the same result would happen, where like people would just ignore it. And again, I don't believe in ghosts or anything like that, but it's just like, after that point, it's like, this place is definitely haunted now. Like, come on, like, like there's no way, like that avenging spirit has to come back, because like there's just like, you're left to rot for 4 days and like nobody noticed. Wow, man. Yeah, man. So again, you can literally die at your job and nobody will notice. So again, if you want to take a break and just like fuck around on your phone, go ahead, because you could literally die and like nobody would notice. Man, what if? I mean, again, it's not a funny situation. It's very sad that sort of thing happened, and that it happens repeatedly. Like this is not just like a one-off event. Like, there have been stories about like Amazon workers dying, and like they just put boxes around the dead body, and they just have people working without any notice or mention of it until like the body's removed. Like, imagine that. Like, one of your coworkers just died at work, and then they don't say anything until everybody's like done, because they don't want to mess up the production. Imagine like, because again, like at least at a job, right, you'll have like that one coworker who's like your best friend, because like now the only way as an adult to make friends is at work. So like, imagine like one of your coworkers who's like your best friend had a medical emergency, and then nobody talked about it. Like, you're just going on like nothing happened, and then at the very end they're like, "Oh, that friend of yours who's like the one person you look forward to at work had a heart attack and died." And it's just like, what? Like, it's just like, and then you still have to come in the next day, and it's just like, ugh, dude, unbelievable, man. Again, like, because I don't want to sound like some like, petulant like unemployed person, but it's just like, I can't like see myself being stuck in a cubicle like that. It's just like in an office space like that. I can't do it, man. Knowing full well that like I'm just like doing this like bullshit email job, doing weekly meetings or some other like report deadline, And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter ultimately. So, yeah, but that's just, something to report on. And it's going to happen repeatedly. There's going to be more stories of like people dying at work. And it's just like, oh, that's crazy. Better come in next time, right? Like, again, you have to come in and you can't have it affect your, performance or your productivity. Because like in many of these jobs, like they'll tell you in many respects, it's like, well, whatever you're dealing with outside of work, that leaves the minute you come in. The minute you clock in, you're at job and you just got to work, and anything that might be affecting you is, that's in your head. Like, they'll talk about like mental health, right? But then obviously like the mental health issues that you might be dealing with, you just got to get over it. Right? Stop being a pussy. Like that's just like the sort of attitude that a lot of people have. But yeah, so that's what I'll touch up on for this first segment, the domestic sort of news. And of course, as this election cycle heats up, and also with colleges opening up again, we've already seen certain clashes happening with protesters and police and counter protesters. So we could be in for another round of like some serious protests, especially with the election starting to heat up, and also with Israel committing more violence, and now they're expanding operations into the West Bank. So I'll touch up on that in the next segment. Possible war with Iran. I mean, they could respond at any moment. I mean, they keep saying Iran's going to respond, but it's been weeks now. But who knows? Like they might do something. Who knows? I don't know what they'll do, if they'll do anything at all. But they've deployed a lot of naval assets to the region. Troops on high alert, Air Force on high alert. Yeah, man, it's a lot. There's a lot that could happen in the next couple of weeks. So we'll wrap up with that, and in the next segment I'll speak on the international segment. At least domestically, we had the election, the conferences, and just like the overall right-wing shift that the Democrats are exhibiting, which is not, a sign of good things to come. It just shows the reactionary slide that's happening with Democrats trying to position themselves as like the strong man. Like, actually, we're the ones that want a strong military, right? And as they spoke with like Waltz's military career, it's like, actually, we're the ones who support the troops, and we're the ones who want a strong military, not the Republicans. They want to be weak with Russia, right? So that's like the attitude that they have. So it's crazy. It's just that, that's just all it is. It's just about war. And, our decline is going to further embolden, increase military pressure and presence, and not just abroad, but also at home, with the police state becoming more militarized and the police receiving more funding and equipment, especially now with like this left-wing, so-called radical left-wing movement growing, right? Liberals are going to, police that. Yeah, man, it's not a good sign of what things are coming down the line. And of course, they can hide behind it with Kamala Harris being a black woman, and also, Indian as well, South Asian. So, like, whoa, you're going to criticize a black woman? Are you racist? Are you a Trump supporter? Like, that's just what's going to happen because they have nothing else to weigh on. So, yeah, that's just what's going to continue there. So, again, that's the domestic segment, and now we'll touch up on international events and news. And so, as we dive into discussions of international affairs, geopolitics, yeah, there's a lot that's occurred within the last week, last couple weeks and months. So, again, I know I talk a lot about Israel, and I certainly get very emotional and hyped up about it, especially with so much that's happening currently, operations in the West Bank, and also just like the ramifications for our own domestic politics. So that I'll discuss later on, because the juicy parts, you want to save it for last. And also, I just don't want to get too emotional and hyped up. But yeah, so at least we'll talk about other developments, particularly in the global south, and also with Europe, with different electoral results there. and also escalations in the Ukraine war. I mean, this portion might be quite long, and I actually had to like wait a day or two from my initial recording of the domestic segment just to like see how things would unfold. Yeah, man, it's just crazy whenever I record. And again, I should eventually get into like live streaming. That requires, of course, like better equipment. Yeah, it's just and also I stutter and stammer a lot. Like you might notice in these recordings, like there might be like an audio cut. That's just because I just cut a portion, and I try my best to smooth it out. But I'm not a sound engineer or anything, so again, that's just like full disclosure there with the production of this program. But yeah, I will say, as we discuss this segment with geopolitics, again, like it really highlights like a shift that's happening globally. Of course, with like the United States, like our international standing is sliding, our military international like projection is like sliding, especially with this possibility of a escalation with the regional conflict in the Middle East concerning Iran and Israel. So there's so much happening. Like we're truly like, it's kind of like crazy to think about, but like we're truly at like a razor thin sort of moment here. Of course, it's died down, but of course there's real possibilities of escalation, especially with the election closing. Like a lot can happen. So it's just kind of crazy to think how time has flown. I mean, it's crazy because like 2020 feels like yesterday, right? Like it's been like the longest 4 years of our lives, but also like very quick as well. Like it's kind of crazy. It's just to like reflect on everything that's happened and how much has changed, and then also just seeing how it's escalated. It's just crazy that like it's crazy to me because I'm constantly told how negative I am and how like pessimistic I am, but I'm like, dude, like we're really at in a critical moment, and there's a real chance for an explosion. This is bad. Like we're really in a bad situation. Again, there's so much to discuss here. So I'll start out with certain electoral controversies that have happened, particularly within the global south, within Latin America, concerning Venezuela, which a lot of people have been bringing up. And it's just very curious to me. And again, I have had exposure, I have relations with the Venezuelan diaspora, like very specific like diaspora of like right-wing Venezuelans. And it hasn't been the most pleasant experience because I mean, there's only, they have this like phobia of like anything that's like left-wing. So it's like I'm treated like a Stalinist because like, oh, I just want poor people to have healthcare. It's just like, it's crazy. So we'll discuss here, and specifically I want to discuss like the diaspora and its influences. And it's so crazy how like, you have Palestinian protests and influencers trying to like talk about their freedom and liberation, and then you have all these brigaded comments just like calling them, you're a terrorist supporter, oh, you're anti-Semite, and this and that. And then you have a right-wing Venezuelan, exile, pretty much saying the same thing, and in many respects like inflating, like they're saying like, oh, they're killing us in the street, like there have been protests and there have been some rioting, but again, like they're acting like they're killing like hundreds or thousands of people in the streets of Caracas, and it's like that's not happening. Like it's just, yeah. And of course, like right now at the moment, there's like talk of like a blackout. Again, I don't believe anything, and especially because like the U.S. State Department is like now they're making statements, and it's like we're concerned about the freedom and liberty. It's like it's such horseshit when the State Department people like talk. It's horseshit. How does anybody believe them? It's like, I mean, that's pretty much a good way to like figure out whether or not something's like happening. Again, like I don't believe shit from them. So if they're saying, oh, well, we're concerned about the irregularities of the election results, it's like it's probably bullshit. But again, nothing really matters. It's about the oil. That's all it's about. And they tried the same thing with Bolivia and so many other countries like Peru. They kicked out Castillo. Like it's like, I mean, again, this is just like another battlefield, of influence, and of course, with Venezuela during their socialist revolution under Chavez, and his sort of standing of like, he had that vision, and I've been trying to read up more on Chavez, and it's very interesting to go over him. So his idea was of creating like a new axis of like, not necessarily resistance, but of just like multipolarity. And I probably shouldn't have said the word axis, but it's just they're standing against U.S. imperialism and projection of like the Monroe Doctrine, because the U.S. treats Latin America, South America as just like it's just naturally ours. This is just ours, Yeah, man. So with Chavez, and again, like Chavez talked about like socialism, of course, and like he brought programs for the poor, for housing. But like for the main thing was just like him nationalizing the oil. Like that's the main issue here. He had the audacity to use the nation's resources for their own economic benefit and not the profit benefit of multinational corporations. Oh my God, yeah, so terrible, unbelievable. And then also like I've been reading also, not just like for Chavez, but like also like the years before, where it was under like a neoliberal sort of administration. And I mean, like they still had an economic crisis then. Like nobody talks about that. Like they actually had food riots where like they suspect hundreds of thousands of people were killed in Caracas and surrounding towns. So it's like there's no mention of that, right? There's no mention of like the conditions beforehand and the actual like repression and violence from the state. No mention of that. But now under Chavez and Maduro, now it's like the Soviet Union. Oh my God. And then, there's no mention of like the sanctions and embargoes on Venezuela that in a lot of respects is, main contributor to their economic plight. And then also, because again, like the main issue with Venezuela's economy is that they're over reliant on oil and the fossil fuels. So like they haven't really industrialized or diversified their economy. I can't really speak on Maduro if he's ever... Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not trying to like defend Maduro because like he does have issues, but it's like they talk about Venezuela, and of course there was an economic crisis, but there's no mention of the United States intentionally like undermining their ability to trade with the rest of the world, and then also affecting the oil markets. I mean, that's like 2014, right? There was an oil price drop, mainly to do with politics that the U.S. had with Saudi Arabia, and that's a whole other discussion. But yeah, oil prices dropped, and then Venezuela had their hardships, and I mean it's not anything great. But I mean I would assume that they've slowly rebuilt themselves. I mean there has been some economic growth under Maduro, but it's so interesting. So they talk about Venezuela being like, oh, like they're just like it's a Stone Age society, right? They have no electricity. And then you look at Argentina under Milei, and there's no mention of the economic plight there and like the political repression that's happening there. There's a lot happening there that is far worse in many respects to Venezuela. I mean, if I was even looking at their currency, because they have the Argentine peso. I was looking at that, the power of the peso, Argentine peso, to the US dollar, and it's like compared to the Bolivar, Argentina's like currency is far worse, and they've had actually far worse annual inflation as well. So again, it's all horseshit when they talk about the freedom and democracy of Venezuela. It's about the oil, okay? So don't believe that. And again, it's so fascinating, like when you speak to, or at least try to listen to these Venezuela, influencers talking about like, oh, don't forget us, don't all eyes on Venezuela. But it's like what they're doing is they're paving support and consent for an intervention. Okay, at the very least, supporting like a right-wing coup or revolution there, color revolution, or direct U.S. intervention. And it's like, how is that going to be any better for Venezuela? It's just like it's like again, whenever you see anybody in like the United States or like some diaspora community, and they're ultimately trying to build support or influence for U.S. intervention, like that person, like you just already know that that's probably like the worst person that you're ever gonna like have to interact with, like concerning that community, Because again, like, why would you wish the United States to invade your own homeland and kill thousands of your own countrymen, right? Potentially bomb your own family? Like, are you out of your mind? Like, it's just like, but again, a lot of them, they come from the upper, class or upper middle class bourgeois section of the society. So they don't really care for the lives of the common person, because like, that's just like, their lives are already forfeit in their mind, because they want to go back and establish their control and then have their, a lot of them have, farmland, right? They're latifundias, right? Like plantations or ranches. So they want to take that back. It's just, yeah. Anyway, so that's what I want to discuss here about the influence of the diaspora community. So I'm going to read from Al Jazeera, and they're specifically highlighting in Colombia, the community and diaspora there, and their their activism towards the opposition. So right here from Al Jazeera. On the night of July 28th, Gaby Arellano, a 41-year-old Venezuelan political refugee, watched her country's presidential election unfold from Colombia's capital, Bogota. She expected the outcome to spark a new future for Venezuela. That hope, however, turned to disappointment and frustration when Venezuela's electoral body claimed victory for incumbent President Nicolás Maduro. The opposition has since accused the Maduro government of stealing the election, and Arellano has become one of the most prominent voices in a protest movement that has spilled beyond Venezuela's borders as citizens clamor for transparent voting results. With nearly 8 million people abroad, the Venezuelan diaspora represents more than 1/4 of the country's total population, and large swaths of that group have thrown their support behind pro-democracy efforts back home. Arellano, a former member of Venezuela's National Assembly, has been a leader in those efforts, joining thousands of fellow migrants and refugees in calling on foreign governments to pressure Maduro to release the full voting results. So I did want to make a comment here. Again, I don't want to disparage those who have left Venezuela. There's multiple reasons for doing so, and a large portion of them have been like lower class, migrants. Because again, there has been an economic plight, an economic crisis there. So of course, regular people, working people, they might have, they're just looking around and they don't really have options. So of course, that's the pressures there. Again, I do want to talk about the embargoes and sanctions that have largely led to that crisis. But I just want to point out, because they talk about here fellow migrants and refugees. This woman, again, she was a assembly political figure. So, again, I don't exactly know the full details of her background, but she doesn't strike me as somebody who is poor working class. That's just what I want to say, especially because I come from an area in Houston called Katy, and there's a big portion of the community that is Venezuelan. And you guessed it, a lot of them are white and have money. So to call those people refugees, it's they've been displaced, or at least, not necessarily displaced, but it's oh, well, we're just going to move to America and take all our wealth with us. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. So yeah, because again, people with money, there's people with money in Venezuela that live just fine. So it's just to act like there's no rich people in Venezuela or upper class like that. People have money in Venezuela, they would have lived just fine, yeah. Anyway, it's right here, and I'm reading from Arellano. Quote, do not be silent, do not be accomplices, end quote. Arellano told a room full of Colombian senators in an August 6th address. In the weeks since the presidential election, Venezuelan migrants and refugees are utilizing their political savvy to lobby legislators and help share foreign policy. Again, migrants and refugees utilizing their political savvy. That's these are not people who have been dispossessed. They have influence. If they can lobby legislators, they have wealth and influence. So to call them refugees is really not an appropriate term. And I do like Al Jazeera, so I don't want to knock them too much. But again, just pay attention to those dynamics. So here, humanitarian networks based abroad have been repurposed to mobilize protests. Expat-led social media platforms are sharing the latest news about the election. Carolina, Jimenez Sandoval, president of the Washington Office on Latin America, a human rights advocacy group, said that this past year, she has seen Venezuelans abroad form political organizations and consolidate their power like never before. Quote, in the case of the Venezuelan diaspora, we're seeing a much stronger political voice, end quote, Jimenez Sandoval explained. Quote, is not only because of their size, but because of their visibility and their political goals, end quote. So again, bourgeois, exiles, and expats using their wealth and influence to foment a foreign opposition, to ultimately lobby the United States to intervene. Like, that's what the ultimate goal is. That's what they want. I mean, you could see in like a lot of protests, at least, in the United States, like they're like intervention now. Like, so yeah, it's just, anyway, of course they're going to give, in the media, they're going to be given a pass. But this is no different from the Cuban exiles in like the 60s and the 70s doing their own activism. Again, it's the same dynamic. So here, just continuing here, international groups have long accused the Maduro government of suppressing political dissent through intimidation and violence, triggering a democratic backslide in Venezuela. Critics see last month's election as the latest example of his record of human rights abuses. Again, there has been political repression, so I don't want to discredit that. Maduro has been seeking a third term in office, but early polling showed his opposition, former diplomat Edmundo Gonzalez, headed for a landslide victory. Normally, the government releases voting tallies from individual polling stations after a major nationwide vote. On the night of the election, however, the National Electoral Council announced Maduro had won with 51% of the vote and refused to release a vote breakdown. The opposition responded by declaring Gonzalez the winner and publishing voting tallies it claims to have gotten from individual polling stations as proof. The contested election has prompted widespread protests in Venezuela and violent crackdowns from the government. More than 1,500 people, including minors, have been arrested on charges such as terrorism since July 22nd, according to Foro Penal, a Venezuelan human rights group. Another independent monitoring initiative, Monitor de Victimas, found that at least 23 people have been killed amid anti-government protests. Quote, the Venezuelan cause defies politics on the right and left, end quote, Arellano said in her appeal to Colombia's legislator. She called on the senators to pressure the Maduro government to respect human rights and democracy. Quote, this is our message to the Colombian Congress and to parliaments across the hemisphere, end quote. Okay, so that's at least, the foreign sort of organizing that's happening of the exiles and expats. So I did want to highlight here, because I don't want to make it sound like I'm going to make excuses for state violence against demonstrations, because, again, that's always bad. And again, Maduro, he has issues. So again, I'm not saying that he's like a great guy or anything. It's just funny though, speaking on Maduro and he was having some drama with Elon Musk, and he was just like, Elon Musk, he's like, I'll fight you any day. It's just crazy to see that. And also his Twitter account got de-verified. So he wasn't exactly marked as the head of state, which I guess is the official way to be the president of a country, right? If Twitter takes it away, then okay, well now you're usurped. So yeah, so that happened first. He was de-verified, and then he kept going on against Elon Musk, and then he just got suspended and banned. So it's just it just shows that Twitter is just Elon Musk's little plaything as a petty dictator. If you piss him off, then your account's gonna get banned because it's the free speech app. That's free speech. So yeah. So again, though, they have been highlighting on some protests and some rioting that's happened. I have read up on the different groups organizing against Maduro, or against the whole the revolutionaries, right? So-called revolutionaries. And so there's one specific group, and they're called Tren de Llano. I hope I'm saying that right. Tren de Llano. And if you read up on them, they're actually a cartel. They're criminal gangs. So it's a big portion of the opposition, right, is composed, at least, militantly composed of, gangsters and like cartels and thugs. And like there have been some shootouts that have occurred. So again, that should tell you something about like who exactly is in the opposition here. Yeah. Again, what can you say? And again, because again, they're going to talk about the results and like all the irregularities, but they did the same thing in Bolivia. Okay. They did the same thing in Bolivia, and they even like caused Evo Morales to resign, to go into exile. Of course, it didn't fail. It failed. They had the mass elections, come back into power, and then I didn't talk about it too much, but yeah, there was another coup attempt, and that didn't really go anywhere. So, I mean, Bolivia is still like a lot happening there, but just understand, like when the U.S. is like, especially in Latin America, again, like it's just so funny how people fall for this. So if you're paying attention to the U.S. and they're making comments about freedom and democracy in places like Asia or Latin America, it's more than likely bullshit. And it's just a coup attempt that they want to bring about to overthrow this government because of economic interests. As we know here, being an oil-rich country, the U.S. wants that. Like, it's just, yeah. It's just crazy to me, like, That's the ultimate problem here. The fact, and it's not socialism, okay? That's not the issue. That's just a convenient excuse. Because, of course, if you make it about the oil, then obviously people are going to be like, what the fuck? Like, no. So, yeah, again, it's the oil, okay? A government that is currently facilitating the worst genocide of our times is not suddenly concerned about the freedom and democracy of some like random Latin American country. It is the natural resources. That's what it's all about. So again, that's just, whenever you come across that, like really press them on this issue. Like, is this like, this is about the oil. That's all it's about. Yeah, unbelievable. So again, continuing further about the influence towards Venezuela's neighbors, because there have been, like, it's just like, considering the geopolitical dynamics in Latin America, it hasn't gotten to a point of like actual like military confrontation, or at least because there was of course with Venezuela, like they made a claim on Guyana, so like that was something, but that wasn't going to go anywhere. Again, that's just like a flashpoint that doesn't really make sense to begin with. But seeing the dynamics happening in Latin America concerning like political and like at least like allegiance through foreign powers, so you have a place like Bolivia, right? You have a place like Venezuela that is taking, the third world stance against U.S. imperialism and getting closer to China and Russia. And then you have places like Peru, right? Because Peru, they had a coup against their president that nobody talks about. That they're getting closer with the United States. Ecuador, I believe as well, getting closer to the United States. Colombia, they had Petro, so that was a bit of a shakeup that happened there. He's definitely one of my he's an interesting figure to follow, considering his like political background. So, of course, he's taken a firm stance against Israel's genocide, and and he's been, really like as a head of state, like on the forefront, speaking on this in like very clear terms, because he once made a speech with Maduro in presence. So like there was a speech with like Latin American heads of state, and again he was saying how the genocide in Gaza is a signal to the rest of the world what happens when you step against our influence and our designs, right? So again, that's like one thing to follow with Colombia and Petro, how he is taking a firm stance and doing what he can to step against U.S. imperialism. But then also like they've been slowly reporting that, like, again, he's not exactly like publicly condemning him, say like Milei or like some other right wing head of state, but he has like silently been talking about like, oh, let's do a rerun of the election, trying to like. So it's interesting to follow that, and also Lula as well. So it's like with Brazil. So like these other countries, they're not exactly saying or defending Venezuela, but also at the same time trying to like promote a rerun of the elections, and that essentially is like the position of the U.S. So it's just interesting to see like the not necessarily battle lines just yet, but like just the sides that are being taken. So here, again, talking about Venezuela's neighbors and like their comments and their influence during this election. By harnessing their political power, members of the Venezuelan diaspora, like Arellano, are hoping to make a difference from their host countries in Latin America, where a majority of the diaspora is settled. Heads of state in the region are spearheading negotiations with the Maduro government. Colombia and Brazil, allies of the Maduro government, have taken the lead in trying to find solutions to the electoral dispute. They have not recognized either Maduro or Gonzalez as the winner of the elections, instead have called on the government to release paper ballots. So again, like they are allies in a sense, but they're not taking like a firm position just yet. Yeah. So continuing, quote, whatever the will of the Venezuelan people, Colombia will respect it, end quote. Colombian President Gustavo Petro told the newspaper Le Monde, quote, this is a delicate moment and all parties must be prepared to manage it peacefully. So again, I can't blame him because of course this is like a diplomatic and like delicate way to handle. It's funny. It's kind of weird calling it a crisis because it doesn't seem like there's any stakes just yet. But like, yeah, of course, you want to manage it and also like manage your appearances with the United States, right? You don't want to. Petro will criticize the United States, but he's not just at a confrontational position just yet. And it's interesting too with like Petro here because like this could easily happen with him, right? Like he's like a slightly like, again, he's not like some radical like socialist. I mean, he's left wing, but like he's not necessarily radical, like in the sense that Chavez is. And even then, like he could get a color revolution from the U.S. So it's just crazy to think about. So yeah, so he is an ally in a sense, but of course, right now they want a delicate process and they want that transparency. And of course, there has been ruling from the Supreme Court in Venezuela. So, I mean, pretty much at this point, like Maduro's going to get it. And I mean, yeah, there very likely could have been some tampering there. So it's just, again, Maduro isn't like a saint or anything. So I'm not saying that. So here, right, in their role as mediators, the leaders of these two countries also pitched their own proposals for a resolution that addressed concerns on both sides. On August 15th, for example, Brazilian President Lula proposed holding new elections in Venezuela. On the same day, President Petro floated the idea of alternating power between the Maduro government and the opposition, but both ideas were quickly rebuffed by opposition members inside and outside Venezuela. So here you have the Brazilian and Colombian president making proposals. So one here is holding new elections, and another is a power sharing agreement. And then the opposition, like exiled opposition, says no. So it's like they don't even want to compromise on that, So yeah, I mean that tells you a lot about them. So the two countries also reacted with a joint statement last week when Venezuela's Supreme Court ruled in favor of Maduro's claims to victory without offering proof to support it. Colombia and Brazil reiterated their call for the Maduro government to release the voting tallies, but they also demanded an end to international sanctions against Venezuela, a source of pressure on its fragile economy. So again, like I can't completely knock Colombia and Brazil because they also recognize that a large contributor to their economic situation is the sanctions and the blockades. So like, it's like if you're actually concerned about the economic plight of the Venezuelan people, then you should call an end to those sanctions. But again, you're going to hear all kinds of excuses because ultimately the point is to starve out the people. I mean, that's what a sanction is an economic siege to get your way. Which, again, it's just like such a normalized thing now with the U.S. So right here, meanwhile, the governments of Peru, Ecuador, Costa Rica, Argentina, Uruguay, and Panama have recognized Gonzalez as the newly elected president of Venezuela, a stance advocates in the diaspora hope more world leaders will adopt in the lead up to the January inauguration. So again, you look at these countries and these all are in the pocket of the U.S. So yeah, I mean that should tell you the axis that's being formed here, the coalition here, and legislators in Mexico, Brazil, Colombia, Argentina, Chile, and other Latin American countries. Venezuelan activists, many of whom are political leaders in exile, are also sitting down with their fellow lawmakers in hopes of shaping policy. Again, like they're collaborating abroad to build support for an intervention, because that's the ultimate goal. That's what they want. So, quote, "If we're Democrats, then democracy must stand above our political alliances and ideological visions," end quote, said William Cavilla, a 34-year-old migrant and president of Venezuela Global, a Brazil-based humanitarian organization that has advocated for election transparency. Okay, and then here's a little profile on like one of these figures, right? So Gabriel Hernandez, a 42-year-old refugee who fled to Mexico City in 2018, said this latest election cycle has united the Venezuelan diaspora despite the thousands of kilometers that separate them from home. He called the cohesion and opposition movement, both at home and abroad, quote, unprecedented. It started, he said, with the 2023 opposition primary, which invited Venezuelans both in the country and abroad to vote for a candidate to challenge Maduro. More than 2.3 people ultimately took part, seeking opposition leader Maria Corina Machado in an outpouring of support. When Machado was forced to drop out of the race due to restrictions placed on her by the Maduro government, Hernandez said that the popular momentum was transferred to Gonzalez's campaign. Quote, "It was an opportunity for the Venezuelan diaspora to cast off its sense of hopelessness to believe in change again," end quote, said Hernandez. For many in the diaspora, the motivation of their political involvement is their dream of returning home. It drives Hernandez's activism too. After his father's death in Mexico City last month, Hernandez is determined to fulfill his father's last wish, spreading his ashes in Venezuela. To that end, Hernandez is busy forging political alliances in Mexico City. His campaign has begun to show results. On August 17th, during a global day of protest convened by Machado, migrants and refugees assembled in more than 300 cities around the world, waving Venezuela's tricolored flag and chanting freedom. More than 1,200 demonstrators congregated in Mexico City alone, according to Hernandez. Some Mexican politicians, like former Senator Maria Gomez del Campo, marched shoulder to shoulder with the protesters in a welcome show of solidarity. Quote, "It made us feel like we're not alone," end quote, said Hernandez. So yeah, so that's just like the activism there. It's not going to go anywhere. Maduro's going to take power again. You know, it's just what's going to happen. And I'm not saying that he didn't meddle in that election. It looks like he probably did. Yeah, he probably did. I just don't know. Like, it doesn't seem to me like a better option for Venezuela is like some right wing, like neoliberal U.S. puppet, right? Like that's not going to help Venezuela. And that's what a lot of these people here are. I mean, they're plenty of Venezuelans that have left are poor and working class, but they're mainly forced to leave due to the economic plight that the sanctions and embargoes have brought to Venezuela. So those are the people most affected by it. But the people here, especially those who are like, they're so-called like political exiles or like the bourgeois, emigres, they would have lived just fine even if they did stay. Like that's just, like many of these people, like they act like, oh, if I go back to Venezuela, they're going to shoot me. And it's like, mainly, yeah, since you like want to meddle in their elections or meddle with their politics and like conspire for a coup or an invasion by the U.S., yeah, most likely you are going to get arrested. But if you didn't do all that, you probably would be just fine. So it's just, yeah, many of these people, these figures, what their ultimate goal is, intervention, right-wing coup or color revolution, and then to put the U.S. back under, or put a puppet government under control, reinstitute neoliberal policies, loot the country's resources, and deprive the poor working class. And again, I just want to point out, like, you read about the economic conditions in Venezuela before Chavez took power, and you see about, let me see here, because I want to look up specifically those riots that I was mentioning. Yeah, of 1989. So here, of 1989, there was the riots that happened, the Caracazo, right? So this happened from February 27th, 1989 to March 5th, and it was primarily due to austerity measures in food prices and such. So let me actually read here. Again, I'm just going to read from the Wikipedia so you get a sense of like a general breakdown. Right, so here, so during the presidency of Carlos Andrés Pérez, From 1973 to 1979, the political elite in Venezuela believed that the nation faced a near unlimited supply of cash flow due to the high oil prices of the time, and his administration raked on large amounts of debt. A fall in oil prices in the mid-1980s caused an economic crisis to take hold in Venezuela, and the country had accrued significant levels of debt. Nevertheless, the administration of President Jaime Lucinchi was able to restructure the country's debt repayment and offset an economic crisis, but allow for the continuation of the government's policies of social spending and state-sponsored subsidies. Lucinchi's political party, the Democratic Action, was able to remain in power following the 1988 election, which saw Carlos Andrés Pérez return to his second tenure as president. Pérez based his campaign in his legacy of abundance during his first presidential period, creating perceptions of being a populist leader, as he promised that Venezuela would continue to modernize even though it faced economic difficulties. During his campaign, he heavily rejected liberalization policies, describing the IMF staff as, quote, genocide workers in the pay of economic totalitarianism, as a, quote, bomb that only kills people, end quote. Receiving 53% of the vote, Perez demanded that Latin American debt be devalued by 50% and said that the region was a victim of international exploitation during celebrations after his inauguration. At the time of his election, Venezuela's international reserves were at $300 million US, which is today $708 million US. Its national debt stood at $34 billion US, or 80 billion today, and the poverty rate was at 70%. Perez reversed from his campaign rhetoric condemning the IMF and decided to respond to the debt, public spending, economic restrictions, and rentier state by liberalizing the economy upon taking office on February 2nd, 1989. He announced on the 16th of February a technocratic cabinet and a group of shock therapy economic policies recommended by the IMF to fix macroeconomic imbalances, known as El Gran Viraje, or the Great Turn in English, called by detractors a paquetazo económico, or the economic package. Among the austerity reforms unveiled were the reduction of fuel subsidies and the increase of public transportation fares by 30%. He also took measures to decentralize and modernize the Venezuelan political system by the direct election of state governors who had previously been appointed by the president. The most controversial part of the economic reform package was the reduction of gasoline subsidies, which had long maintained domestic gasoline prices far beneath international levels, and even the production costs. Perez's package was rejected by all political parties, including his own, though he ignored their declinations. On the weekend of the 26th of February 1989, gasoline prices rose 100%, and the fuel price increase in turn needed an increase in public transportation fares of 30% officially, and more in practice, as some carriers refused to limit their price to the official rate. The increase was supposed to be implemented on the 1st of March 1989, but bus drivers decided to apply the price rise on February 27th, a day before payday in Venezuela. Dude, yeah, and then from there, that's when the riots broke out. So that's just like a background there, and the role that the IMF had, liberalizing the economy, and all these like austerity measures, neoliberal austerity measures, and they said here like the shock therapy, right? So like, again, like this is a crazy thing, but like this happens a lot in third world countries, and like a similar thing happened in the Dominican Republic. So you're just like hanging out one day, and you're used to like your prices. So say like a loaf of bread is like 50 cents, right? Okay, I'm just making a bullshit price, right? So it's like 50 cents, loaf of bread, whatever. And then you come in, and they said the day before payday. Like, that's so fucked up. So like you come back, and then you try to, buy the same loaf of bread, and then now the price is tripled. Like, imagine that. And you're like, what the fuck? Like, what? And then of course, that's just the bread. And then they're saying here, gasoline prices rose by 100%. And of course, if gasoline prices are rising, that has a huge effect, right, on energy bills and like transportation and the logistics. So like, yeah, like just everything just like increases, and it's like, what the fuck? Yeah, and this happens a lot in the global south. So as we saw here, riots broke out in Venezuela, in Caracas. And they said here, I mean, the official like estimates of death, because like the civilians, like, you know, they said here like $212 million in damages. Government tally of deaths is 277, but there's some estimates of like 2,000 or 5,000 deaths. Okay, so this is the way that like so again, like they're not going to talk about this. Like the diaspora, the expat community, they're not going to talk about stuff like this. And this is, I would believe, like the major reason of like Chavez's like radicalization, because like, you know, he had a coup attempt in 1992. It's just like seeing like how the regular working people have been left to fend for themselves, and like the violent response from the state. And he was in the military during this time, so like imagine like his experiences and possible radicalization from this. Yeah, man, like this is what ultimately they want to bring Venezuela back to. Okay, and like this is far worse than anything that's been happening in Venezuela recently. I mean, there have been riots and unrest, but like, you know, not like, you know, the military like killing like hundreds or thousands of people. That hasn't, you know, happened under Chavez or Maduro. And again, like they attempted a coup attempt against Chavez in 2002, and he was reinstated. So there's a documentary, right? Very famous documentary, and you can find it on YouTube. It's called "The Revolution Will Not Be Televised," and it follows Maduro and during the coup attempt as well. So what happened was the military high command comes in and they say, "We're going to arrest you. If you don't resign, we're going to take you away." And he refuses, so they take him away. And all of his ministers and cabinet members, they have to flee and go into hiding. And then, of course, the new government takes control. But for whatever reason, they didn't switch out the presidential guard. So the presidential guard, who had very close relations with Chavez. I mean, like there's some like videos you'll see of Chavez like just like hanging out with them, because like he's very much like a man of the people. So like he's talking to the guards and actually like showing them respect, and that's like probably more respect or acknowledgement they've received opposed to, you know, the bourgeois opposition. So it's like, because I mean these are people of the common, you know, working class, you know, these like regular soldiers, foot soldiers. So yeah, the high command obviously attempted a coup, but then the regular soldiers and units, they started taking the side of Chavez, and even like the palace guard took control again, and then they just brought him back because like there was a mass movement that solidified their support for Chavez, because he was a popular leader and they didn't want to lose him, because like they elected him. They even changed the constitution. So like, you know, like you can't pretend like, oh, he's like a horrible dictator, and then like read about stuff like that where like people came out of the streets to bring him back, and like regular foot soldiers. Again, you know, Maduro is somebody else, and you know he doesn't exactly live up to Chavez, but to take the side of like intervention, right, and to like call for an overthrow of this government, either a color revolution or like just straight up invasion by the U.S., like that's not going to, whatever plight that you think is happening under Maduro is going to be far worse if that happens. But that's what they want, because they don't necessarily care about the plight of regular Venezuelans. They just want to go back to their position of privilege. So that's, again, you know, they talk about refugees, and like plenty of them are poor and working class, but the main face of the international opposition, or like, you know, the influencers on social media, they have never had to struggle in their lives. Okay, they like, you know, coming to America and like resettling in some like white suburb, because technically they're white passing, you know, so like they don't really have to deal with like the actual adjustments that are required of like a poor working person. Again, like these are not people of the campo. Okay, they've never been to El Campo in their lives. Okay, like I've been to the Dominican Republic and I've seen some real poverty, like third world poverty. Okay, and nobody talks about invading Dominican Republic and the freedom, you know, the freedom liberation of like the exploited, you know, Haitian laborers. Like nobody talks about that, but that's a real thing that happens in DR. So, you know, again, it's, anyway, I kind of got hung up on this, but it is something that I have to deal with personally. And I'm not doubting that like many of these people do feel like they want to speak for liberation and freedom. Like, I'm not doubting that. I'm sure you do feel like you want to bring democracy, but like you have to understand what it is that you're ultimately advocating for, and it's for your country to become a puppet state of the United States. And actually, I was talking with one person. It was funny because it was this girl at my job that I kind of had some chemistry with, but when it came to this issue of Venezuela and and again, this was me. I was still very much a liberal at that time, but I was starting to become more radicalized by Bernie. So I was like, hey, I would talk about healthcare in this country, and then she would just be like, well, I mean, I come from a socialist country, and it's terrible. And I'm just like, okay, but I just want healthcare. And it's just they just take it to the immediate worst case scenario. It's so funny. If the United States becomes socialist, who's going to sanction us? That's the thing. We can't sanction ourselves, because that's the thing. Countries like Russia or China, they're not going to issue sanctions because we're left wing all of a sudden. They're just going to continue business with us. We're the ones that are causing this economic crisis within the global south, because if they don't immediately submit to our whims, then we just sanction them, and then we get to act oh, look at them, they fucked up their own countries, we didn't cause it. Anyway, so that's Venezuela, and I do want to move on now to other subjects, and I did want to highlight on Europe, because I did say last episode I wanted to touch on this, different electoral changes that are occurring. It's just interesting to follow. So there's many dynamics here. So of course there's the EU, a parliamentary election that happened that took a far right turn, which caused greater concern in places like France. They called the snap election, and I'll talk on that later. But also within the UK, which is not in the EU anymore, they also had the Labour government win the general election, and now we have Keir Starmer as the prime minister. So, of course, you would think, oh, Labour, that's good, right? And it should be good. But of course, they fucked over Corbyn, and I haven't really talked much about Corbyn and the Labour politics of the UK. So, now you'll have to follow somebody else to get more in-depth explanation there. He was essentially betrayed by his Labour government, Labour Party, because he, took a stance against, Israel's actions in Palestine. And again, this is years ago. So the fact that he tepidly criticized Israel and talked about the abuses against Palestine, he got accused of anti-Semitism, and then he got kicked out. Of course, in this election, he did run as an independent, and he won overwhelmingly. So he is a person that has popularity. But yeah, just to see about with the treatment that he got from the Labour Party, and again, it's very much with the U.S., where it's it's just a liberal bourgeois party. That's really what it is. Yeah, they're not actually going to provide changes or improvements in the lives of working people. And it's so interesting following the UK's political legacy. You have World War II and the damage that brought, and then the recovery that they had to make from that, which brought the NHS and then public housing and such. Again, that's just what they had to do. Again, we get stuck in ideology, but there are just times where you just have to practically create a healthcare system, because otherwise people are going to die, or they're going to start rioting. And I mean, again, that's just what the government had to do. Same with our Great Depression. FDR had to pass the New Deal and institute minimum wages and Social Security and all these other social reforms, because otherwise it's going to cause a crisis. But now we live in such an ideological time. It's we're not going to, we had COVID, which would have required a government response and restructuring of our social services and welfare system. And it's and it's just people didn't want to do shit. It's just here's $2,000, and that should last you for the rest of the year. It's are you out of your mind? It's just crazy. So right here, talking about Keir Starmer, and of course, concerning stuff like the NHS and public housing and social services, you go up into Margaret Thatcher, who's pretty much the death nail of the UK. If you really want to look at the political legacy, her cutting of those social services. Again, I'm not too 100% on what she did, I understand with like the coal miners and other reforms. Like she was like, yeah, I mean, again, she's like the Ronald Reagan of the UK, but in many respects she was like worse. Like she was far more hardline about the neoliberalism. So now, of course, we're in this moment where the UK is in crisis mode economically, and that's also leading to radicalization and unrest. So I'll also talk about the riots. But here, I just want to talk about Keir Starmer and his comments about like the changes that the UK will have to face in order to fix these problems. And he's talking about how it's going to take some time, you know? So he's not exactly, again, I don't really know what to make of him, but yeah, we'll read here from Reuters. All right, so here, Prime Minister Keir Starmer will warn Britons next week that the changes needed to fix Britain's many problems will take time, saying, quote, things will get worse before we get better, end quote. You know, that's such a reassuring comment from your head of state, right? So like, yeah, it's gonna suck. Yeah, again, he doesn't really inspire much faith. So right, in his speech, he describes as a chance to level with the public. After being elected as Prime Minister at a July landslide election, Starmer has repeatedly blamed the former Conservative government for leading Britain in a perilous state, something he said allowed thugs to spark this month's anti-migrant riots. In a speech due on Tuesday, a week before Britain's Parliament returns to work after a summer break, Starmer will say that, quote, change won't happen overnight, end quote, but that his government is determined to tackle a multitude of problems ranging from overflowing prisons to long-standing wait lists for health services. Quote, I said change would not happen overnight. When there is rot deep in the heart of a structure, you can't just cover it up. You can't tinker with or rely on quick fixes. You have to overhaul the entire thing, end quote, Starmer will say, according to excerpts of his speech provided by his office. Quote, we have inherited not just an economic black hole, but a societal black hole. That is why we have to take action and do things differently. Part of that is being honest with people about the choices we face and how tough this will be. Frankly, things will get worse before we get better. Starmer, a former director of public prosecutions, was forced to cancel his summer holiday this month to tackle riots that targeted Muslims and migrants. The riots began after the killing of 3 young girls in northern England was wrongly blamed on an Islamist migrant based on online misinformation. Starmer said the Conservative government's failure to tackle problems had widened cracks in society, making it harder to deal with rioters than when he was Britain's top prosecutor from 2008 to 2013. Quote, and those people throwing rocks, torching cars, making threats, they didn't just know the system was broken, they were betting on it, they were gaming on it. They saw the cracks in our society after 14 years of populism and failure, and they exploited them. And that's what we have inherited, end quote, he will say. Appealing to what he calls Britain's working people, such as teachers, nurses, small business owners, and firefighters, Starmer will say his government has taken, quote, the first steps towards the change people voted for on July 4th. But he will say the poor state of Britain's public finances, which his finance minister says are on course to show a £22 billion overspend this year, mean his government will have to make tough decisions. Quote, if you don't take tough actions across the board, we won't be able to fix the foundations of the country like we need, end quote, he will say. Quote, I won't shy away from making unpopular decisions if it's the right thing for the country in the long term. That's what a government of service means, end quote. So I wonder what sort of cuts are going to be made. I don't like that. It doesn't really inspire much hope. And that also very likely means that stuff like the NHS or some other public service might be on the chopping board. Or say like, I know that there was a controversy about like the train fares. So yeah, it's, who knows? I mean, again, this could very much be like his like sort of softening the blow as like, as the parliament is, expected to return. He's sort of like softening the blow for whatever austerity measures he brings about. So again, like, I don't know. It's just, yeah. And then, of course, there's the riots that we had to contend with as well. the tragic murder of these girls, and it was at a Taylor Swift like dancing event, and then these girls were murdered. There was a false claim that the murderer was an Islamist migrant, so they started attacking mosques and they started profiling really like any brown person, right? So like even like an Indian person was being targeted here, also attacking black people. So like it was just a race riot. That's just what happened. And like it's just alarming that like the UK is at that stage of like decline where now race riots and pogroms might become a regular event. And again, like in many respects, it's like a good thing that the UK doesn't have like guns. I mean, they have guns, so it's not like they don't have guns, but not at the same level as the US does. Because like, imagine something like that happening here, and like it could very likely get to that point. I mean, I don't know how, but again, like that's just like we're not at that stage. Like if we experience the same sort of decline economically that the UK is experiencing, like it would be truly terrible. Okay. And again, this is not me trying to say like, oh, the white people, they want to kill us, but it's just like the conditions are there, and it just, you know, it doesn't take much, you know, once that decline occurs. You know, again, here we have a rumor, right? Just like a rumor about this tragic incident, and this led to the the violence that we saw, which is like something that happened all the time, right, in the 1920s or like some other period in U.S. history where there's an incident, a crime that occurred, and then the word spreads through the grapevine, and then people just place whatever group that they want to, you know, blame it on, and then they just go on and just murder. Again, like how many times like a race riot broke out just like on the rumor that like a white woman was assaulted, or like not even assaulted, just like accosted, right? Like, oh, this woman, this white woman, her virtue was dishonored. Now we have to kill hundreds of black people. Like that happened a lot. So like to see something like that in the UK happening, you know, this unfortunate incident with these young girls, and then they just blamed Muslim migrants because that's ultimately the threat, right? The perceived threat. You know, England is under invasion, right? Yeah, and then it just leads to that, which, you know, shows just how nefarious like the right wing, anti-immigrant, anti-migrant sort of like sentiment, media sentiment is, because that's what it builds from. So they start creating, you know, you have stuff like Fox News or whatever version they have in the UK, spreading this fear of like migrants and immigrants, and like they don't say it outright, but they do talk about being replaced, right? You know, we're going to lose the very societal, you know, cultural fabric of our country, and so they don't say outright, oh, well, white people are going to be replaced, but that's what it starts from. And then, of course, people start getting stuck online and then reading whatever stupid shit that they read. You know, before it used to be stuff like 4chan or like some hidden away subreddit, but now it's Twitter, and Twitter now is mainstream, you know, Nazi propaganda. Yeah, and then, of course, you know, over there you can say whatever like unhinged things that you want, or say with Facebook, again, that's where it came from, like the Facebook posts talking about an Islamist. And then suddenly, you know, you go through all this radicalization, and then finally you reach a breaking point, and then you're out in the street, you know, throwing bottles at a mosque, and then that leads to even greater escalation. So again, you know, it's concerning. You know, that's, you know, not a good sign for the UK. Yeah, the stage of decline that they're at, and the potentials for violence. But again, you know, they don't have guns, or at least, you know, not as like widespread as the US. But people do have knives, and they have machetes, and they have like, you know, like it's just crazy to think about, like if, you know, if later down the line more riots happen. And I mean, there was a community defense response that occurred from the Muslim and black portions of society. But if this increases, this violence becomes more militant and increases, eventually you could see like street battles between different gangs and different like mobs, and it could get medieval, dude. Like, again, you know, because, you know, when I read about like medieval history and like all these battles, it's like part of me wants to like go into like a time travel machine just to see it again, not because I'm going to enjoy it, it's going to be a horrific experience, but just to see it, because it's not something that we're ever going to watch again, right? Like, again, in many respects, it's good that we're not going to watch like thousands of people like stab each other. But again, it's like, it's a marvel. But now, of course, you see it something like the UK, where like if there's a potentially either some riot or some unrest or potential civil war that breaks out, like you could see in the streets, of course, the military is going to be out shooting people, but like the regular street violence is going to be like machetes and people like with knives. And like, dude, like it's, again, I'm not trying to speculate on that because I want it to happen, but it's just like a potential decline and collapse that could occur in the UK. Yeah, man, it's crazy to think about. And again, it's so interesting reading about the UK and the demographics there, because you have like England, right, which is like the essentially like the center of the UK. You have England with these like Anglo-Saxon descent individuals, the English, talking about we're getting invaded, and it's like, what do you think your ancestors did? like you have like the Welsh or the Scottish people just like, what are you talking about invasion? Like, you're the invader. So I mean, again, that's just funny. So if you really want to piss off some like English nationalists, just like, it's like, dude, like you're German, like get out of here. Like, don't talk about invasion. You're literally German. Like, anyway, that's just a stupid thing. But yeah, so that's at least with the UK. And the riots and unrest that had occurred there, here, and also the electoral results there. So now I also want to touch on France, because they've also had election results as well, and as a result of the right-wing sweep in the EU Parliament. The French Republic under Macron called for snap elections as a result of the EU results. There was concerns that Marine Le Pen's right-wing government, right-wing parties would take control, but now the French left-wing coalition, they solidified, and then they prevented a takeover by the right wing. So that was a sort of like short-term victory that people had. There was major concerns there, but that was like a spark of hope. Like, because with the Labour results, like people were like, okay, that's good, but we kind of already know that Keir Starmer and the Labour government is going to be a disappointment. But here there was like actual excitement, because like, it's like people are like, La Commune, oh, vive la Commune. Like, it's just like a comeback. But here, the left wing won the results. But what's happening now is that Macron is not cooperating. So this is sort of like, it's basically a coup by Macron. And like, again, you have stuff like Venezuela where people talk about democracy and transparency in the result, and then like, look at Macron here, and nobody's going to talk about it because it's the left that's being affected. So yeah, anyway, so here I'm reading from Al Jazeera. Macron has blocked left-wing choice for the French PM. What happens next? So we'll read here. France's President Emmanuel Macron launched a new round of talks with political party leaders on Tuesday to find a way to form a new government and appoint a prime minister. The French political system was thrown into chaos on Monday night when, following a weekend of talks between party leaders, Macron refused to appoint the candidate proposed for prime minister by the left-wing New Popular Front alliance. While the NFP won the most seats in the recent parliamentary elections, it did not win an overall majority. The NFP, which is made up of the parties France Unbowed, LFI, the Socialist Party, the Greens, the Communist Party, had proposed a relatively unknown civil servant, Lucie Castex, for the prime ministerial role, but the alliance's lack of majority in the National Assembly and its failure to receive backing for its candidate from the other two alliances, Macron's own Central Ensemble alliance and the far-right National Rally, means it would be unable to function properly as an effective government, Macron said. His decision has prompted fury from the left-wing alliance, with some lawmakers calling for him to be impeached. On Tuesday, he called on the left-wing parties to work harder to cooperate with other parties to create, quote, institutional stability, end quote, before a new government could be formed. Quote, the Socialist Party, the Greens, and the Communists have not proposed ways to cooperate with other political forces. It is now up to them to do so, he said. So, yeah, that's just, again, that just shows you that when it comes down to it, the left is the enemy of the centrists and the right wing, and they're going to form their own little alliance, right? Because that's just the way things are. When it comes down to the economic status quo, they're on the same page. The left wing, of course, they have an actual vision to, bring about change and, actually address the inequality, which, of course, to the centrists and to the right wing, it's like, oh, well, you're just being radical. You need to find a way to cooperate with us. Again, look at the way, they have not proposed ways to cooperate with other political forces, which is like, it's you who's not cooperating. Like, it's just, that's just crazy. So here, so why is France's parliament in such disarray, and what happens next? Quote, so reading further, what was the result of the election? The July parliamentary elections left a split parliament with seats and the National Assembly split fairly evenly between the three political alliances. The NFP won 190 seats, that's the left-wing alliance, right? The Macron centrist alliance won 160, and Marine Le Pen's far-right national rally took 140. No alliance or party won the necessary 289 out of the 577 to secure an absolute majority. So further, why did Macron block the NFP's pick for prime minister? As head of state, Macron is solely responsible for choosing the prime minister, but he is not legally obliged to select a candidate from the largest group in the National Assembly. Talks with leaders from the other two alliances, including Marine Le Pen, the leader of the far-right national rally, over the weekend and on Monday made clear that they would not support the NFP's choice. So again, like Marine Le Pen, has actual her father was a Nazi collaborator, so again, she is literally a Nazi, okay, and they're willing to cooperate, Macron and Le Pen, okay, this just tells you about liberals, who they're willing to cooperate with, right? So as a result, an NFP-led government would not be able to function, Macron said. He said it would, quote, be immediately censored by all the other groups represented in the National Assembly, end quote. Quote, my responsibility is that the country is not blocked nor weakened, end quote, Macron said in a statement. He called on, quote, all political leaders to rise to the occasion by demonstrating a spirit of responsibility, end quote. Again, it's so interesting. They're like, oh, well, the left-wing alliance, they're going to be censored. And it's like, well, you should if you're so concerned about that, then you should whip your alliance to cooperate so that way Le Pen's government coalition will be in the minority. But again, that's just that just shows you that who they're willing to obstruct and who they're willing to cooperate with. And then it's well, you see, because you're just taking a radical position. And it's well, you're choosing not to cooperate, and then you want to blame us for not being effective because you're trying to undermine our ability to govern. So here, however, while he mentioned the Greens, Socialists, and Communists in his statement, he left out the hard left France Unbowed, which also forms part of the NFP. Macron has previously referred to the LFI as an extreme movement. The center and right-wing parties also criticize the NFP's big spending manifesto, as it comes at a time when the country faces a budget deficit and a debt mountain. Macron has appointed Gabriel Attal, who became France's youngest prime minister at the age of 35 in January, as caretaker prime minister. Macron is under pressure to pick a new prime minister as the deadline to present a draft 2025 budget is just a month away. How did the party leaders and commentators react? The LFI reacted with anger to Macron's comments, with his national coordinator, Manuel Bompard, calling his decision an, quote, unacceptable anti-democratic coup, end quote. LFI leader Jean-Luc Mélenchon also demanded, quote, a firm and strong response, end quote, by the public and politicians on X on Monday, and called for a, quote, motion of impeachment against Macron. Communist Party leader Fabien Roussel also called for, quote, grand popular mobilization, end quote. On Tuesday morning, the LFI published a statement on X urging, quote, large-scale mobilization on September 7th and called on youth organizations and student unions to take to the streets to defend democracy. The French news outlet Le Monde has also argued that in the, quote, interest of democracy, end quote, Macron, in the, quote, absence of any other obvious possibility, end quote, should have allowed the left-wing candidate to become prime minister. Continuing, quote, to allow the experiment to unfold instead of trying to assert control at all costs in the hope of preserving his policy for as long as possible, even after it has been outvoted, end quote. The outlet wrote in an editorial letter, quote, it is harmful to drag out an outgoing government which acts as if no change had taken place at the ballot box, end quote, it added. Philippe Mallier, French and European political professor at the University of London, told Al Jazeera that it was irrelevant for Macron to decide beforehand whether or not Castex would have been successful. Quote, I think an appointment yesterday of Lucie Castex would have been something that you can support in constitutional terms because they, the NFP, won the election, end quote, he said. And then they also expand on possibilities of impeachment. Okay, so let's just go over the last portions here. So what happens next? Macron said he would restart new talks between party leaders on Tuesday to try to reach an agreement on a new prime minister. However, the Socialists, the Greens, and the Communists have already said they will not participate in further talks. The LFI, the right-wing National Rally, and the Conservative Republicans were not invited to the new talks in a move seen as appeasing moderates. The Green Party chief, Marine Tondelier, told local radio on Tuesday that the election was being stolen from the NFP alliance. Quote, we're not going to continue these sham consultations with a president who doesn't listen anyway and is obsessed with keeping control. He's not looking for a solution. He's trying to obstruct it, end quote, Tondelier said. Socialist Party chief Olivier Faure has also refused to attend new talks with Macron and said that he would, quote, not be an accomplice to a parody of democracy, end quote. Faure added on Tuesday that party members would back a no-confidence motion against any government not put forward by the NFP, accusing the president of looking to, quote, prolong Macronism, end quote, despite Macron's alliance coming second in the election. And what is the most likely scenario that they'll write? So Mallier, I'm sorry if I can't pronounce these. Mallier told Al Jazeera that the current situation in the country is, quote, absolutely unheard of, end quote, and that Macron is, quote, wading into uncharted territory, end quote, since the left-wing alliance had already ruled out any alliance with his party. Following the refusal to approve Castex, Mallier said the only certainty is that Macron will not choose a leftist candidate and will be looking for someone from the center-left or center-right. This may work in the short term, he added, but there will most likely be need for another election next year. Quote, Macron would appoint another prime minister, again, very centrist, moderate profile, and then things would start working. Why? Because people, the public, everyone will get tired of the situation of instability, end quote, he explained, adding that due to the need for government, party members would most likely not call for a dissolution of parliament. Quote, that's my bet on what's going to come next. There will be, by default, a working government, but that can't last long, and I expect another dissolution and another general election in a year's time, end quote. Macron's office has not set a deadline for the president to announce a prime minister, but the legal deadline for the government to present a draft budget law for 2025 is fast approaching on October 1st. So some political drama that's happening there. Yeah, I mean, that's just the crisis that they're facing. For the moment, probably nothing too dramatic. But again, this is France, so when they mobilize, they're out there, like they're out in the streets. So again, who knows what's going to unfold? Of course, Macron is he's wading into uncharted territories. I mean, there's many people talking about how he's coming off as a Bonapartist almost, who knows what he could unleash here. I mean, dude, how do you grapple with this? And again, just to show what liberals are willing to do whenever the left actually attains power, they just have to obstruct them at every turn, and then they obstruct them, and it's well, you see, you're just not cooperating with me, and it's yeah, because you're obstructing, you're obstructive, and you're willing to work with the right wing, Like, again, like for liberals, like being right wing, it's just, well, it's just a difference of opinion, you know? And then it's like literal, like, I mean, this is Europe. So like, you know, the far right, like they work with Nazis. Like, that's just like, it's just crazy to think about. Yeah, man. So, I mean, that's, you know, to show like, because there's talk of electoralism and like working within the system, but like this is just what's going to happen every single time. The liberals and the right wing, they're going to work together, and they're going to act as though it's just like, oh, you're just being difficult with us, you know. You know, yeah. So anyway, that's just what's happening there. And they had, of course, a right wing sweep in Europe. Again, like I don't really pay attention much to the EU, so it's just, you know, whatever. But that just shows like the shifts. The shifting political landscape in Europe. Don't even get me started on Germany, because that's a whole nother can of worms, and especially with like their actions, like, you know, because like with you know, with a lot of these Palestine protests, you know, they're a major contributor to like this changing political landscape, and then you see like the police response. But in Germany, it's like on another level. It's just like the police violence that's happening because it's supposedly anti-Semitic speech, and anti-Semitic speech is outlawed. So that's just like the excuse that the cops have to like just smash like this like 19-year-old girl into the ground because you are the anti-Semite. And it's just like, yeah, man, like with Germany, like their support for Israel and you know, they're overcompensating for their history of anti-Semitism is like even greater police state repression. So it's like it's the same police state, but now it's like, no, we're friends of the Jews and we are so sorry for the Holocaust. Like, anyway, yeah, it's just the changing landscape, and also just the electoral drama that's happening. That's just going to create further crisis within Europe. I mean, Europe is at a critical moment, really. And again, you know, the EU itself, I mean, it's really on its last legs, because like if Germany and France like continued on this path, because they're really like the main power of the EU, right? The economic power of the EU. If they go down a right-wing rabbit hole, that's pretty much it. Like, and yeah, that's a scary moment for Europe and the world. So yeah, so I did want to, you know, touch up on like other issues. I did speak quite at length about this electoral drama happening around the world, and I did want to touch upon, I'm not going to speak too long, but they did have in Bangladesh a revolution there, or it's sort of like up in the air what's going to happen in Bangladesh, but they had overthrown their prime minister there, who's in India. And again, there's plenty of dynamics there that's happening there. Again, like I'm not too in tune with like the politics of Bangladesh or just South Asia in general, but it is interesting to see, because like you see India, where it's like right-wing nationalistic, you know, under Modi, the Hindutva nationalism, and then also like their influence with neighboring countries. And Bangladesh has this interesting history where, you know, it was part of Pakistan, and then it seceded from Pakistan to form its own country, and India having a role with that as well. Yeah, it has like this history of being a sort of like puppet state for India. Again, I could be getting like entirely wrong, but right, they had prime minister, and she was in power for about 15 years. Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, right, and she is the daughter of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman. So they were ousting her from that. So yeah, that occurred there, and of course, they're in this sort of like interim government. And I read that there's also like sort of like influence like based on like China and the US. So like, I mean, that's always going to be a factor with these sort of revolutions, where like depending on who you get close with. I mean, usually it's if a country gets closer to China, they get these revolutions and like coups and such. So that's just like another factor that has been it's been touched on. So I don't exactly have the full details there, but again, like Bangladesh having this sort of revolution, ousting this you know, long-term leader, right? She was in power for about like 15 years, and then seeing the response from places like India, because India they were reporting that they released water. So like India had flooded Bangladesh, and Bangladesh is just like basically like a river delta. Like the whole country is just a river delta. So it floods very intensely. So India releases water from these dams, and then it leads to flooding downstream. And they're saying like almost like 1 million people are flooded out. And supposedly this is in response for this revolution and kicking out this leader. So again, that's something that if it escalates further, I'll touch on, because I feel like India is going to start projecting its power, especially regionally, which is something that's like not exactly reported on. And Bangladesh could be one of these like moments. So that's at least what I'll touch on later. I did want to read on more escalating events. The reason why I didn't speak further on Bangladesh is because I wanted to touch on bigger events unfolding. I mean, currently right now. So it's like there's so much unfolding. But with Russia, there have been reports on, of course, the Kursk invasion that so supposedly is like this great feat, right? This like moment that it's supposed to be a turning point, right? Like, oh look, Ukraine invaded Russia. Oh, it's like they treat it like it's some grand achievement, and it certainly did catch them by surprise. So I'm not saying that like it isn't significant, but this as I'll highlight further, undermines Ukraine's ability to protect other areas of their front line, especially in the eastern like Donetsk region. So I'll speak on first like the Kursk incursion that's happening, and which is stalling out basically, and like they're not going to be able to hold it. Like, and again like you see like the land taken by Ukraine versus the land taken by Russia in Ukraine, and it's like night and day. In a piece in a place like Russia, like they could lose a couple of villages, but it's like they're not going to be driving onto Moscow. Like that's just not going to happen. We'll speak on it here. So reading from NBC News, and they're talking about Putin, why he hasn't driven out Ukraine's invaders in Russia, and just developments there. Right, so reading from NBC, and they're writing from Sumy, Ukraine. It has been more than 3 weeks since foreign troops swept into Russia for the first time since World War II, yet there's little sign that Ukrainian forces are about to be driven back across the border. So again, that should tell you something. Foreign troops invading Russia, first time since World War II. And who were the last guys to invade Russia? And it's, it's no coincidence that so many in Ukraine, especially within the armed forces, they keep using Nazi insignias, and, they celebrate, Bandera and other Nazi collaborator figures. So, again, this is not me saying that Ukraine is a Nazi country. It's not the case, but it's very problematic to see how normalized a lot of this Nazi symbolism and imagery and celebration of figures, like the fact that it's even allowed at all is problematic. So yeah, man. And then of course you consider countries like Estonia, like they literally celebrate like the Nazi like volunteers, like the SS volunteers, like it's bad, like yeah, and it's under the guise of, oh well, we just don't like Russia, Russian imperialism. Anyway, because there's no more communism, so they have to put on to the next thing, which is Russia. Yeah. So right here, the Ukrainian advance may have stalled since the daring August 6th assault, but Kiev claims it controls nearly 500 square miles of Russian territory and has taken hundreds of prisoners of war. So again, they very likely did catch them off guard. But a big portion of Russian defense strategy is defense in depth, because Ukraine does not have the support system to like invade and like take half of Russia. Like that, it's impossible. They cannot do that. So like, of course, maybe like on the border they had some like outposts and guard, like border crossings. But yeah, it's like they can't just like break into like Moscow. Like they don't have that level of support. Like it's just impossible. Like so yeah. Anyway, so here, Russian President Vladimir Putin has vowed to squeeze the Ukrainians out, but his military's recent successes have been much farther afield in Ukraine's east. Now, both armies seem focused on the fight in enemy territory where they are gaining ground, even if that means leaving the door open in their own backyard. So, Russia has more land and more space to spare than Ukraine does. And of course, if Ukraine deploys, they deploy onto this Kursk incursion, that's troops that are taken away from the Eastern Front, where like Ukraine cannot spare an inch. Okay, Ukraine cannot spare an inch. Meanwhile, Russia has miles that they can spare. And again, this idea that many of them have is like, oh well, you apply pressure to the public and they're going to overthrow the government. That's like a Western sort of outlook on it. But in Russia, they have this national identity and pride where they have experienced, not even like Nazi invasions. Okay, they were invaded by the French. They've been invaded by the Polish, the Swedish, all kinds of foreign powers have invaded Russia and caused great damage to their nation. And it's like a point of pride for them to defend the motherland. So this is just like another galvanizing moment. And this is playing right into Putin's hands of look, they're trying to encircle us. And look, now we're being invaded. And it's NATO supporting this. It's like we're playing right into their hands. It's just like this is only going to galvanize support for Putin if he can frame it as an assault against the motherland. So I mean, this is only making him stronger, right? So here, quote, this seems to be a game of who blinks first, end quote. A Western intelligence official who asked to remain anonymous due to the sensitivity of the situation told NBC News, quote, Ukrainians are taking and holding Russian land. Russians are pushing in the east. It could be a question of who withdraws their forces first. A key goal of Ukraine's surprise attack on the southern Kursk border region seemed to be easing the pressure on its industrial heartland, where Russian troops have been advancing against outgunned and outmanned defenders. Faced with the ignominy of losing his own territory to the neighbor he had invaded, the assumption seemed Putin would scramble the Kremlin's might to drive out the Ukrainians, even if it meant sacrificing progress elsewhere. This has not been the case. Ukraine's top commander, Colonel General Alexander Syrsky, said Tuesday that up to 30,000 Russian troops have been diverted to Kursk from the other areas of the 600-mile front line since the incursion, but in the area that has become the focal point of the Eastern Front, Syrsky said that the Russians have instead been reinforcing their troops. So they diverted troops to Kursk while also reinforcing troops on the Eastern Front. Because again, they have greater manpower and resources at their disposal. Ukraine doesn't. Ukraine is losing a lot of people, and they can't replace that as easily as Russia. This sentiment was echoed by a senior Western intelligence official who asked for anonymity due to the sensitive nature of the conflict. Quote, we have not seen a major Russian troop movement away from the Eastern Front, end quote. The official said U.S. officials also say that Russia has not diverted a large number of troops from eastern Ukraine to counter the Ukrainians inside Russia. So yeah, it's just again so not really has much has changed, and this was a big gamble for Ukraine. And I mean, this is again, not to bring the Nazi analogy, but this is their battle of the bulge. Okay, this is like a Hail Mary attempt, and they make a surprise gain, but Russia can just divert troops and not really compromise too much. And what's occurring now is that along the Eastern Front, now Russia's been making significant gains. I mean, it's kind of hard to keep track. That's how much they've been gaining, and there could be a potential rout along the lines. So yeah, man, this is not paying off, and it's so it's really disheartening having to be on Twitter, and then watch some NATO Doge. Again, these guys are weird. It's so fucking weird. And again, these are just keyboard warriors. And it's man, if you're such a Ukrainian patriot, you could go to Ukraine and fight. They will take you. You can go to Ukraine and you can put yourself on the front lines. But again, they treat war like it's a game. And that's why they're just going to keep posting and shit posting and just making whatever elaborate memes. Day 500 of the 3-day operation and it's it's so annoying. It really is. And they're just sending all these Ukrainians out to die for nation and glory, when this could have just been a settled, partition where Donbass and Crimea would have been ceded to Russia. Again, it's not good that Russia made a land grab, but they did it, and then we just got to live with that. But of course, now we're in a worse situation because They want constant confrontation and war. So anyway, so here, just continuing further about these observations. So for weeks, military observers have raised fears that Russian forces are rapidly advancing on the key logistics hubs of Pokrovsk, I hope I'm saying that right, Pokrovsk, and the neighboring Toretsk in the eastern Donetsk region. The Russian Defense Ministry has claimed control of a dozen settlements in that area since Ukraine's incursion began, with Ukrainian President Zelensky admitting Wednesday that the situation is very difficult. So, there's this pocket in Kursk of, Ukrainian invasion that's now stalling out, okay? So they made a quick invasion, but it's stalling out, and they're most likely going to start contracting. And then meanwhile, in that same time frame, they've been losing territory in the Eastern Front, which is far more vital. This is far more important for them that they have to hold. And as I said, Ukraine cannot spare an inch, but Russia can spare miles. So they're being ground down. It's just, and it's really sad. And again, I talk about Ukraine. I don't want it to be I'm glad that Russia's invading them, but this is sort of a creation of their own, a disaster of their own creation. And also that they got duped by the West and NATO because they thought that they would get into NATO and they thought they would be protected. And then now they're being left to, they're being left to be eaten by Russia. And then they're going to eventually become a puppet state. And again, I'm not saying that it's good what's happening, but to act like NATO hasn't had a role in this, because there's a big push against Russian imperialism, that it's this greatest threat in the world, but it's somehow it's Russian imperialism that they want to maintain their national security, and they don't want to be encircled by a Western-backed alliance, by an American-led alliance. Somehow it's not American imperialism that they meddle and start a coalition with the explicit purpose of invading Russia. That's why NATO was made. And the fact that NATO did not dissolve after the end of the Soviet Union just means that it was always about domination and then finding another opponent. So with the whole reason that they dissolved the Soviet Union was because you have these oligarchs that wanted to get closer with the West, and then once they dissolved the Soviet Union, then they turn around and they're like, okay, well, can we join NATO? And it's oh no, because the whole purpose is to invade y'all. It's just, yeah. Again, man. And again, it's just a racket for the defense industry. That's what it is, mainly. So that they can supply weapons. So they're going to read about Putin here and just about his personal state. So it looks like Putin doesn't care. Kiev's decision to launch the Kursk operation meant moving troops from the already strained defensive lines around Donetsk. But they did quickly push into Russia and seem intent on keeping hold of the land they've seized. For now, at least. Ukraine briefed its allies on the aims of its offensive during a NATO-Ukraine Council meeting Wednesday, said a Western diplomat who did not want to be named given the sensitivity of the matter. So it's really interesting. A lot of these Western officials, they just they don't want to. They're requesting anonymity because any sort of pushback against Ukraine in the NATO agenda that would lead to retaliation. So several allies called for all restrictions on how Ukraine can use Western-supplied weapons inside Russia to be lifted. The diplomat said, signaling some allies disagree with Washington's approach that Kiev feels have constrained its ability to take the fight to the Kremlin. CIA Deputy Director David Cohen said at a security conference Wednesday that the Ukrainians, quote, seem to be intent on retaining some of that territory for some amount of time, end quote. Quote, they are remaining in Russia, they are building defenses, Cohen said, adding that it will be difficult for Russia to take back the occupied territory. And again, it's going to become a siege, and of course, the more manpower, the losses that get sunk into Kursk, manpower that could have been diverted to the east, is just going to jeopardize the whole front. They don't have the ability, and it is all dependent, especially their equipment and munitions, it's all dependent on the West. Dude, are you kidding me, man? If Russia offered this level of support to the Taliban or Saddam Hussein, are you kidding me? It would be very obvious that oh, well, Russia is on the side of the terrorists and Russia is at war with America, right? That would be so obvious. But then we can do this, support an outright invasion and occupation of Russian territory. And it's like, that's nothing, right? Because like that's the ultimate goal, because Russia has to be subservient to the West, which like, I'm not saying that Putin's a good person or anything. He's certainly a gangster in many respects, but like it's pretty obvious that you would see a country, regardless of who is in charge, want to assert their sovereignty and not want to be encircled, especially a regional force like Russia. Yeah. Anyway, and again, like this kind of goes back to like the earlier like Tucker Carlson interview, where they were clowning on him because he was talking about like ancient and medieval history of Russia. But it's like, this is who you have to understand. Like, this is the best way to understand like the character profile of Putin, because he is placing himself in the context of Russia as a civilization through time. And he understands that like Russia has to be strong and it has to be independent, because there's been a long history of invasions and incursions in Russia, and like the struggle that had to take place for them to like resist that. And he is willing to carry that legacy with NATO and the West. Like that's just the national character of Russia. I mean, you can't help it. And in many respects, and I do respect that, because it's like, yeah, obviously a country like Russia would never accept foreign occupation. And they've actually had to deal with real like apocalyptic like sort of like wars. Okay? Like again, like we as Americans cannot even like begin to understand what it means to be in a war and having to fight to protect your land. Because like they had like within like, again, you think about the last 200 years of the US, right? And all the conflicts that happened here, primarily being with like Native Americans and of course the Civil War, that's like the big one. But pretty much ever since then, it's like those wars are nothing compared to what Russia had to deal with in the last 200 years. So you have the French invasion, right? Even that is like, it's just crazy. So French invasion, where they burned down their own capital, okay? Or they burned down Moscow. St. Petersburg was the capital. But like they burned down their cities. They burned all their wheat and all the food that they had to avoid defeat. That should tell you a lot. And then, of course, World War I and the Russian Revolution, and then the Civil War, and then World War II. And it's like, this is like toughened their national character. So like, you know, this is just another cycle of a foreign entity coming into Russia, and they're just going to have to resist, because like that's the natural response to invasion, to foreign meddling. Anyway, so yeah, here. So reading further, and again, it's just very interesting to see about the Ukrainian sort of rationale here. So a member of Ukraine Security Service who just returned from Sudza, one of the Russian border towns now held by Ukraine, told NBC News that Ukraine doesn't need Russian land, echoing statements by the country's officials who have denied that the Kursk operation amounts to a long-term occupation. Quote, "But for now, we need to be here," end quote, said the officer, who did not want his name released for security reason. Quote, "It's a game we can play together. If you occupy my territories, then we're here," end quote. Mikhailo Samus, a Ukrainian military analyst and director of New Geopolitics Research Network, assessed that Moscow would need 2 or 3 divisions in the realm of 50,000 troops to retake the areas Ukraine now controls in Kursk. And that's not a force that seems eager to commit. He said, quote, "It looks like Putin doesn't care about it," end quote. Some influential Russian military bloggers have voiced criticism of how the country's military leadership allowed the incursion to happen, but there has been no great public outcry at how Putin or his top brass handled the ongoing crisis, even as more than 130,000 Russians have been forced to flee the fighting. So I mean, again, that's a pretty significant number of like internal displacement. But yeah, it doesn't really seem like there are people like out in the streets. So who knows what that can mean. But it could also mean that like Russia's willing to take losses like that. Like they're willing to deal with like, you know, displacement and hardships like that, if that means like the ultimate victory. Because it's just a matter of time, because like Ukraine can't keep this up. They can't hold that territory forever. and they're going to keep, and they're already losing territory in the Eastern Front. So it's like there's going to be a general collapse of those lines, and eventually they're just going to have to relocate. And I guess that's Putin's strategy there. He's not going to act out like, just like have a tantrum. He's going to, wait it out because he knows that they can't hold it forever. So here, Russian state media has pushed the message that everything is under control, while Putin has continued his routine domestic and foreign travel, and Russians are slowly becoming used to the war creeping into their territory, with strategic sites from air bases to oil depots set ablaze in an expanding campaign of drone attacks deep inside Russia. But could it all be adding up to weigh on the collective Russian psyche? That was the fear voiced by political analyst Sergei Mikheyev on a state TV show Sunday as he chatted with host Vladimir Solovyov, a high-profile propagandist and ardent supporter of the war. While there is fighting going on in Kursk, Mikheyev pointed out, Ukrainians could celebrate their Independence Day in peace last weekend. Quote, this causes people to lose faith, end quote. He said, and quote, it leads to demobilization and international demotivation. There needs to be an understanding that time is of the essence, end quote. Whether that's an urgency the Kremlin shares could decide the fate of Ukraine's incursion into Russia and its own eastern defenses. So that's at least some comments and observations about the invasion here, and sort of speculating on Putin's response, either personal response, emotional response, or just military response. But yeah, so that's what they've commented here. Now I'm going to read now specifically because that was about the Kursk incursion, but I'm going to read also on updates on the Eastern Front. And again, they've been taking a lot of towns and a lot of settlements, and they were mentioning about there was an important supply depot in these settlements here. So there could be a serious rout, if it continues to collapse like this. So here, reading from the Institute for the Study of War, reading about these updates. So I did want to touch up on the Kursk invasion here. So they said something around the, they said 500 square kilometers or square miles. But you look at the incursion that they made in Kursk, and then you look at, you zoom out, and then you look at the gains that have been made in Ukraine, and it's it's not even a drop. It's really when you get the sense of scale of what this is, and it really shows that a lot of these Ukraine followers and influencers, they're very much coping with the Kursk operation, because it's not even a drop. You can't even see it. If you zoom out, if you zoom out and you see the land that's been taken from Ukraine versus Ukraine taking land from Russia, it's not even close. Really. I don't know. I mean, again, they're just trying to hold on to anything that could make their situation better. But again, this is a hopeless cause, a hopeless fight for them. 20% of Ukraine is under Russian control. Okay, could you imagine what that looks like? Do you really think, really, tell me with a straight face, Ukraine alone, with no support from any other foreign allies, do you really think Ukraine can take 20% of Russian land and knock down Moscow? Please, come on, dude. It's just what are we doing here? So reading also about other incursions, because Russia has also made advances, not just on the Eastern Front with the Donetsk and southern Ukrainian areas, but they have made incursions by Kharkiv city. So again, it's small, so it's a small foothold, but again, it's just slow and steady advancements. That's really what it's about here. So they have made slow incursions towards Kharkiv, which they initially had control of, and then they had to withdraw, and then now they're slowly making a comeback. That's not the main advances that they've been making. So here, I want to touch up on the Luhansk Oblast and many significant gains that have been happening across the lines here. Yeah, you look up across the lines and they've been making gains, and there's significant fighting. So the Luhansk Oblast And their Russian objective here is to capture the remainder of Luhansk Oblast and push westward into eastern Kharkiv Oblast and northern Donetsk Oblast. So reading the assessment here. Russian forces recently advanced northwest Svatovy amid continued Russian offensive operations along the Kupiansk-Svatovy-Kreminna line on August 30th. Geolocated footage published on August 30th shows Russian forces raising a Russian flag in the center of Stelmakivka, northwest of Svatovy. I'm sorry, I can't pronounce these the best, indicating that Russian forces seized the settlement. The Russian Ministry of Defense claimed on August 29th that Russian forces seized Stelmakiva, and Russian Defense Minister Andrei Belousov congratulated elements of the 423rd Motorized Rifle Regiment, 4th Tank Division, and 1st Guards Tank Army for seizing the settlement. The Russian Ministry of Defense also claimed that Russian forces seized Sinkivka, and Russian military bloggers, claimed that Russian forces advanced further south of the settlement. Some Russian mill bloggers, however, claimed that Russian forces still need to clear 1 or 2 remaining streets in Sivkivka before fully seizing the settlement. Russian mill bloggers claimed on August 29th and 30th that Russian forces advanced 1.65 kilometers deep west, Pishchani, and in fields northwest of Berestov. ISW, the Institute for Study of War, has not observed confirmation of these Russian claims. Russian forces continued offensive operations northeast of Kupiansk near Sinkivka, northwest of Savtovy near Stepova, Novoselivka, Kolesinkivka, and the direction of Lozova, west of Savtovy near Mysozarivka. Okay, they're just like really Slavic names here for towns, but yeah, a lot of towns here have been taken. I just can't pronounce them, but those are the updates there that they've observed. And if you look along the lines here of the Luhansk Oblast, there have been gains all across the line. So I mean, that's just going to keep grinding down. Yeah, they're going to keep grinding down the troops there, the Ukrainian forces there, troops that are now diverted to Kursk. So like they don't really have to like do like a huge like invasion or like trying to break through the lines in Kursk, because they can just keep making gains in eastern Ukraine, and eventually the situation is going to get too critical and they're going to have to pull out. So that's just, you know, the situation there. I mean, it's really like a desperate move by Ukraine that's not going to pay out. So that's at least with Luhansk. And also just looking at observations in places like Chasiv Yar, gains there as well. Just further observation in Toretsk, where they have been making gains. It's intense. It's quite intense seeing these losses. Let me see if there's anything else further. Yeah, I mean, again, I could go further. I mean, there's far more people who are, more in tune with the day-to-day gains that are occurring. But again, the overall outlook for Ukraine isn't looking good. They're losing significant land and holdings. And eventually they're going to have to they're going to have to divert those troops in Kursk and put them back on the eastern lines, because like it's too valuable. And again, like they can't keep losing like this. And it's very interesting to see that, like, because Russia can manage, like, if Russia was truly like fully mobilized, they most likely would have invaded across the entire border. But since they can just like manage this front here and hold the main border region, they can manage that. I mean, it's just, this war is very much helping the Russian military, iron out whatever wrinkles they might have, and create a far more experienced fighting force, with an actual conventional, military experience. And yeah, it's just a matter of time. And, again, like Ukraine, they get all the support from the West, but that's not a guarantee. That can only last for so long. And of course, the whole point of this war really for the defense industry is for Ukraine to buy all their weapons, and they can just make a fat stack from it. They don't care if Ukraine loses. They don't give a shit because they have all kinds of clients. So they're looking at all the money they can make from this, and then they're gonna just when Kiev collapses, they're just gonna go on to the next client. Like, that's all that matters here. Yeah, man. Again, I'm not saying that Russia's invasion is good here, but the U.S. and the West, NATO, have not helped in stabilizing this conflict. In many respects, they've been pushing this conflict along. It's like, the way I look at it, it's like if a kid gets his lunch money stolen, right? So obviously the bully is, treating him like shit, taking his lunch money, but like, doesn't do any good to go to that kid and just to be like, hey, you should fight that bully. And if you get assaulted, I'm going to have your back. And then when the kid does stand up for himself, he gets his ass beat, and everybody who said they would have their backs is, they're just standing aside like, oh shit, that was crazy. Like, like, that's sort of like the way I think about this situation. So it's like, yes, technically, Ukraine is in the right to assert their sovereignty and to, because this is, they took Crimea, and then, there was the separatists in the Donbass region. So technically, Ukraine, after the Euromaidan revolution, was in the right to assert their territorial sovereignty. But then there's the practical reality of the situation, because Ukraine alone can't stand up to Russia. So it implicitly requires foreign support, NATO support, which, that's World War III. And of course, nobody's going to start World War III over Crimea, or at least that's like the sensible thing to do. So instead, we're just going to support a proxy war, because that's somehow better. So, yeah. And then, of course, Ukraine's just going to end up losing here. Anyway, so that's just observations there, and developments. Again, I would suggest following. There's one channel that I've liked, History Legends. So he does a better job dissecting the actual like strategy that's happening, and like the developments, and the gains and losses that are happening along the line. But yeah, I mean, what's the goal here? I mean, like, just, are we gonna like have Ukraine, like, generations of Ukrainian men just like in an endless war with Russia? Like, how's that gonna do any good? Again, it's the same attitude with intervention in Venezuela. It's like you see this like war, this constant saber rattling for war, which is ultimately to maintain U.S. Hegemony. Yeah, that's the ultimate goal. So anyway, so that's at least what I'll speak on for Russia, and the gains that have been making there. Yeah, they've been making there. So it's not a good situation for Ukraine. That's all I'll say there, and we'll see what happens over time. So that's at least the main portion of the show, which I did speak on other topics concerning Venezuela, the UK and France, and also this Ukraine war. So now I'm going to speak on the Israel conflict, the genocide, and just the horror show that's unfolding here. Because how do we even like grapple with this, and like the escalations that are occurring with Iran, the potential for a regional conflict. Like a third of our navy is already deployed into like the Arabian Sea, into the Mediterranean. So it's like we're really on like a razor thin like edge here. And Israel has done some crazy things. I mean, they killed Ismail Haniyeh in Iran, in Tehran, on the eve of like the inauguration for their president. Like, that's crazy. Could you imagine in the US, like the inauguration, like some head of state, like imagine if Zelensky comes to the US, right, for the inauguration, and then Russia assassinates him. And then what they did actually is they used like an explosive device. So they planted an explosive device ahead of his visit at his hotel, and then that's how they killed him. So imagine if that happened, if Zelensky came to America in Washington, and then Russia plants an explosive in his hotel room and then kills Zelensky, and potentially killing like other residents. Like, Are you kidding me? Like, that would be insane. But Israel can do whatever it wants, right? And we got Israel's back. It's there. There's really no. They keep talking about the red line, right? The red line for the Rafah invasion, and Israel just did it, and nobody gives a shit, and it's just like crazy. And of course, you see like Kamala Harris's attitude when it comes to Israel, and she's just like, I have no change in policy, no change in policy, but somehow Trump is going to be so much worse, and it's like, it's unbelievable. Oh, how come you don't make comments and criticize Republicans? And it's just like, well, because you're in charge and you're overseeing this genocide. So, like, why am I going to, get upset over a hypothetical situation when it's your administration in charge? She's the vice president, okay? Like, my goodness. This is what I'll say. Because I don't want to get too hung up on Kamala Harris, but, like, if she wins and her cabinet, like, positions remain unchanged, or at least, like, what I mean specifically is her press secretaries are the same, I'm going to lose my fucking mind. Because these are genuinely like the most disgusting and like lizard people, like careerists, like that I've ever seen. It's insane. It's fucking unbelievable. And because it's like a diverse like mix sort of, there's an Indian guy, there's a black woman, a queer black woman. Like, it's just like, that's the thing about identity politics. And I'll touch up on another thing, not to go back into like the Democratic convention, but like they were talking about how they had this picture of a black girl, she had these cute braids on, and she's like, oh, she's so inspired by Kamala Harris, oh, look at this, so inspiring. And it's just like that tells you that identity politics, like, you literally have to be a child to look up to that. Because, yeah, that girl, all she sees is a black woman, an auntie, right? Somebody that she could look up to. And when Obama was president, I certainly looked up to him. And I had to eventually learn about the drone strikes and, like, the bailouts for banks. And, like, that sort of, like, taught me that just because, you put a new face on the political figure, that it doesn't change the policy. So that tells you about, like, the liberals and, like, how they're handling Kamala Harris's legacy here, because like you're going to deny the first black woman president, and it's just like, look what she's going to support here. If Israel and Iran get into a war, she's going to back it full stop, and the war and genocide in Gaza and now the West Bank that's breaking out, she's going to continue to support that. It's full steams ahead. It's just like, it's crazy. So yeah, man, identity politics, you have to have like literally the mentality of a child. And again, that's the thing about American politics, and especially with liberals and a lot of American voters, it's like they just want that like sense of like, I want a mommy, I want a daddy. Like, if we can transfer our like dependencies onto these political figures, because we can't have any agency, we can't have any political agency. We have to constantly elect somebody else, and they'll handle it. And I don't want to think about politics. That's why I elect you. Like, that's the attitude that they have. Anyway, I'm here talking now about Iran, this assassination of Haniyeh, and these possibilities for escalations, or at least, they've been saying for weeks now that Iran was going to respond. Because, they did respond for the bombing in Damascus, and of course, this is an even greater confrontation here. Assassination of foreign diplomat, like literally on the eve of the presidential inauguration. Like, again, that's such a huge violation. So reading from Reuters, they're observing over Israel's or Iran's possible response, and it seems like tensions are in many respects slowing down, because they keep saying 24 hours Iran could respond, and it's just like, well, we're waiting, Anyway, again, like Iran and Israel don't want a major war, because they both know that will destroy them. But at the same time, like, Israel is playing this brinksmanship. It's really again, Israel's out of control, and the United States just doesn't say anything. Like, we can't say anything. It's unbelievable. It's like the United States is really willing to risk these like unimaginable losses that would come from a regional war. So reading from Reuters, Iran does not seek to increase Middle East tensions. Foreign Minister Abbas Araki told his Italian counterpart Antonio Tajani, adding that its response to the killing of the Hamas chief in Tehran would be, quote, definite and calculated, end quote. Iran blames Israel for the assassination of Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh on July 31st, which Iraqi was quoted by Iran state media as saying was, quote, an unforgivable violation of Iran's security and sovereignty, end quote. Israel has neither claimed nor denied responsibility for Haniyeh's death in the Iranian capital, end quote. Quote, Iran does not seek to increase tensions, however, it is not afraid of it, end quote. Iraqi told his Italian counterpart on the phone, according to a statement about this phone call published on Monday by Iran's foreign ministry. Iraqi said that Iran's response would be, quote, definite, calculated, and accurate, according to the statement. So it might not be an all-out confrontation, but it certainly could come in the form of continued support for Hezbollah, for the Ansar-Allah, Yemeni forces, possible support for now the West Bank resistance, which, I mean, like, again, like, Iran and all these other forces, the militia forces in Iraq and Hezbollah, they can just run the clock on this because Israel's economic situation is getting worse by the day. And of course, they're going to cause a lot of damage, but like, they can't continue this. And like, they're getting increasingly isolated on the world stage. Like, it's only a matter of time. Like, Israel has a very real chance of collapsing like within this decade. And this is a disaster that they brought upon themselves. So again, I have zero sympathy for what happens with Israel. But yeah, man, like you have Hezbollah making these like missile strikes and drone attacks, and like they can just like, evade the radar system. So it's like they don't need an all-out war. They can just grind it down, run the clock, and Israel's economic situation is going to continue to decline. More people are going to leave. Their political instability is going to become worse by the day. Like, this is the end. Like again, it's unsustainable. So here, as their situation gets worse and as there's greater pressure to like respond and retaliate and control the situation, they're going to act erratically. And of course, we're going to see here, because if they try to invade Lebanon, that's going to be a huge regional war. Like, they can't manage that. Sure, they'll probably bomb and destroy Beirut and other cities in Lebanon, but a ground war is going to be terrible for those troops. So what they have to do instead is they have to take it out on the West Bank, because it's just an easy target, because that's what Israel does. They just attack whatever's the weakest. So here, with the Israeli West Bank, this is like the largest operation that they've had. Yeah, they're attacking multiple settlements and refugee camps, and they're just destroying the infrastructure. And again, there's no Hamas in the West Bank. No groups from the West Bank participated in the October 7th attack. So there's really no excuse here. There's no excuse except for that this is a land grab, because that's what it's all about. And the West Bank was primarily where the army was deployed before October 7th, and it's mainly the reason why they were so off guard. So we'll read about these incursions that are occurring, and like this is a punitive expedition. They're just going in, and they got these bulldozers, and they're busting water lines, and they got like these like bulldozers, right, with their like spikes, or I don't know what it's called, but it's like a rear spike that they just dig into the street, and then they just like excavate the road. It's punitive. And there's also videos now of like Israeli soldiers. Like I saw one, again, this is why Israel's like army is so like undisciplined, and like they're just thugs, like genuinely like just the worst people imaginable. Because they had this one guy just like patrolling, and this is like security video that Palestinians released. He's just like walking with his buddies and his squad. He sees a carpet, and then he just picks up the carpet and rolls it up, and then just walks away with it. He just steals his random carpet, because this is ultimately what these guys are. And it's just like, oh, here's some, loot, because, everything's permissible, right? They believe that they can just do whatever they want, so they can just steal a carpet and this shop owner's place, who's like completely innocent. But again, that's the whole point, right? Is to punish Palestinians and just regular civilians. And like, how is anybody going to excuse that? Like all these like, especially liberal, like if you show that to a Kamala Harris supporter, like how are they going to like? They got to twist and turn and like just justify it. Like it's crazy, It's so crazy. You see a lot of American like Zionist supporters. They understand that on some level, with like when it comes to Palestinians, like there's a separation between the civilians and combatants. Like they understand that there's the international law and the rules of war and such. So they know that, and they're gonna try to make excuses for Israel. But then you talk to an Israeli, and they're like, "Oh no, like, no, we don't have to provide aid, and yeah, we can take whatever we want because everything is justified." Okay. And I'll talk on some other abuses that are truly inexcusable, but nobody reports on it. Or it's quietly reported at the very least. You know, the general public has no clue what's happening. So reading from BBC about these raids and incursions into the West Bank. And this is actively happening right now. So, and they have settlers and thugs in the West Bank who could very likely jump in on this violence, and it could grow into something greater. So we'll have to see. It's from BBC. So Majdi was in his house at the entrance of Nur Sham's refugee camp when the Israeli armored bulldozers came. He told his 3 children not to be scared as the bulldozer pushed up against their front wall, smashing through the staircase and balcony. The bulldozer kept coming closer to the house, he said. It lifted the rubble near those 2 windows above. It was trying to hit them. Residents living near the entrance of Nur Shams often leave when they hear the Israeli army is coming. I asked Majdi why he stayed. Quote, "Why would I leave?" End quote, he said. "We won't leave. We are staying here. We either go back to our lands, what is now Israel, or stay here and die. And there are no other options." End quote. At least 4 men were killed in the Tulkarm area, which includes Nur Shams, during Israel's 2-day operation, including at least 2 who were fighting Israeli forces. Quote, "Every time one of us is killed, 10 more are born. We are crushing them, and hopefully our children will also crush them." End quote, Majdi said. So again, there's no Hamas in the West Bank. Okay, so they treat the resistance in the West Bank as though they're like some terrorist group, but it's like under international law, they have the right to assert their security. Again, it's just like a regular militia and like a security force. Okay, that's what it is. So naturally, yes, when you invade these areas, they're gonna fight back because it's a defense force. Like that's what it is. Unbelievable. Yeah, and then now they're starting to do drone strikes and airstrikes inside the West Bank, and it's just unbelievable. Like this is like the most obvious land grab, and it's the ICJ ruled that these settlements in the West Bank are a violation, and of course, with Kamala Harris, she's just going to support it no matter what. So continuing, Israel's army pulled out of Nur Sham's camp on Friday morning, but its wider operation across the north of the occupied West Bank continues with the aim, Israel says, of dismantling the armed groups there. One of the men killed during the operation was 69-year-old Ayed Abu Haja, who was disabled and a long-term resident of Nur Shams. He was shot by a sniper, neighbors said, when he opened a window in his house. On Friday, his body was carried through the narrow streets to his mother's home before burial. A large crowd of young men gathered to escort his body to the cemetery, but others were there to honor someone else. Groups of young men filed silently past the crowd with their weapons to a separate symbolic memorial of their leader, Mohammed Jabr, also killed during the Israeli operation in the city. The fighters and the civilians living for years side by side in Nur Shams remembered side by side in death, one with prayers, the other with bursts of automatic gunfire, a show of force from Tulkarm's armed fighters less than a day after Israel's army withdrew. Inside Nur Shams, Israel's operation has left warlike destruction in parts of the camp, houses burned out, walls sheared off, whole buildings collapsed into rubble, have opened up new, slopping, and precarious routes between the camp's main streets. A child of 6 or 7, dwarfed by a mountain of concrete boulders, reaches gently in to pick out a bright yellow toy walkie-talkie from the remains of his grandmother's house. Standing nearby is his grandmother's next-door neighbor, Fadwa Abu Ayad, her path to the street cut off by the rubble mountain. The army also came to her house, she said. So yeah, man, it's just a wonder, right? When you have somebody, a child that grows up in these conditions, and they're just like enjoying their time with their family, and then one day an army comes through and destroys everything. But hey, the reason why that child becomes a terrorist is because he's anti-Semitic. That's really what it is. Unbelievable. Yeah, man, it's crazy. It's just, yeah. It's so crazy to me how, like, when they talk about anti-Semitism, this hypothetical anti-Semitism from Arabs and Muslims, it's like, nah, man, like, they just hate you because you've tried to take their land. And it's like, it's not their fault that the Jews were kicked out of Israel. That was the Romans. And again, it's like, they have nothing to say about, like, the Romans occupying that land and, like, abusing Jews, and, like, the history and centuries of, like, Christian anti-Semitism, European Christian anti-Semitism. It's like one of the premises, like, that you have to accept with, like, Zionism, right? The anti-Semitic ideas of it is that, like, Europe and the West are so anti-Semitic and dangerous that there could be a new Holocaust at any moment. So that's why you have to come to Israel. Like, that's the whole lesson that they have to take. Like Israel and the Zionists, they in like a weird twisted way, like, they love that anti-Semitism exists, because that's the only way that they can justify their existence, because they constantly have this victim attitude of like, oh, the Holocaust, and at any moment they can put us back in camps, and it's just ridiculous. Like, it's truly unhinged. Again, truly unhinged, the point of view that they have and what they're willing to justify, and, like, how they make excuses for the current condition. Yeah, and anyway, because, like, it's sort of like, they take the Holocaust and they take the horror and the abuse that Jewish people had endured, and then their lesson to that is, we have to be strong and show military force, and then we have to take land and keep that land for our own protection. Because, yeah, I mean, again, it's like, in many respects, it's like that abuse transference that occurs. Like, when when a kid gets abused as a child, a lot of the times that cycle continues, and then when they have children, they continue that cycle. Again, it's such a weird thing, and is backed by the European nations who spent centuries colonizing and abusing and ethnically cleansing all millions of people in America, in Asia and Africa. Even within Europe, you look at, like, England, right? They colonized Ireland, and their plantation system was perfected there. Yeah, it's just, it's crazy. It's just crazy to see, like, that legacy. And they're like, hey, here's some tricks of the trade if you want to be, a colonial power. It's just, that's the way it is. That's the way that they made up for the Holocaust. Like, we're sorry that we tried to exterminate you. Here, you get to have your own genocidal pet project in Asia, somewhere away that, because we don't want you here. Like, yeah. So right here, continuing, quote, they told us that we have tunnels like in Gaza and smuggled the armed groups to this house, Fadwa said. I asked her if that was true. Quote, it's impossible, and quote, she replied, quote, he brought a drill and dug into the house. All he found was a sewer line, end quote. It's just so ridiculous, man. We have intelligence that you have a terror layer here, and then just nothing. But, like, they don't even care if the intelligence is wrong. They just want to fuck with like random citizens, right? They're talking to this elderly woman. Yeah, and they just bullied her. They just came into her house because, of course, that's what they do. They prey upon women and children and elderly people. And, of course, these young men, they have no choice but to fight. Like, they're like, what the fuck? Like, it's just natural human response. You have to defend your home and your people. Right, so Fadwa takes us through another entrance to her house and shows us the broken floor, beneath it a small pipe and what appears to be a sewer drain. It's too small for a person to fit through. Quote, what is happening in the West Bank camps now is like a small version of Gaza, end quote, Fadwa said. Quote, ever since October 7th, she added, referring to the days of Hamas's deadly attack on Israel, which triggered the war in Gaza. Down another shattered street, paved with broken glass and burned pieces of rubble, I hear a voice at the window above me. It turns out to be Yazan. She says the army laid wires from her home to blow up two of the houses opposite, a family she has known for decades. Quote, I have 10-year-old triplets and they trapped us in a room, she said. Quote, then they started the explosives. 5 explosions in total. Imagine the walls shaking and your young children clinging to you. It feels like we're in Gaza, end quote. Israel says that this counter-terrorist operation to dismantle Palestinian armed groups, it says, are it says, are funded and armed by Iran. Again, none of them participated in October 7th. None of this is Hamas. But they're just doing it because they can, because they have to take it out somewhere. Because Gaza is like a meat grinder and they keep losing troops there. So they're just going to go into the West Bank. And eventually they're going to go into the West Bank and they're going to have those settlers in support. Like these settlers, they are giddy. They want to go on a killing spree. It's really disturbing what we're supporting and like the fanaticism here. Like they're fanatics. They truly are like just like unhinged like religious extremists here, right? So but Yazan replies that it is the army's responsibility to target fighters and not involve families like hers. Quote, are there fighters in my house? I have young children. My husband has an Israeli work permit. My house is a safe house, end quote. So you hear comparisons with Gaza a lot here now. The grinding conflict between Israel and armed Palestinian groups in the West Bank is still very different to the Gaza war, but that war has changed attitudes and tactics here on both sides. It has changed how Israel views the threat from armed groups here, and some say it is also changing its response on the ground. So, I mean, again, this is purely like a punitive expedition. And again, these are like militias that are not even like attacking or like or actively trying to sabotage or attack like Israeli settlements and towns. Like it's never these like armed militia groups like going out and like invading some settlement or outpost or like attacking some military base or, you know, using rockets. Like there's no rockets or drones that come from the West Bank. So like they're not even like actively trying to. Well, now certainly they'll certainly start attacking, because it's like Israel just goes in and just destroys people's homes and like demolishes and bulldozes entire homes and streets. So then, yeah, naturally they're going to respond, and like there's a very real threat of an intifada. You know, the West Bank could certainly explode, and then Israel's going to be like, you see, I told you, and then they're just going to double down even more. So, yeah, man. But hey, you know, they're only really striking here because they can't deal with Hezbollah, who's actually like striking them fairly competently. So I'll read here from NPR about Hezbollah and like the problems that Israel faces on the northern border. They're trying to like strategically like and surgically hit different positions, and they're trying to assassinate different leaders. But like this is not something that they can deal with long term, because like Israel is sort of outgunned and they're just like their position is insecure when it comes to this front concerning Hezbollah. So right, so here NPR, here Israel hits Hezbollah targets in Lebanon and what it's calling a preemptive strike. So they did a preemptive sort of wave of attacks, which I don't really think is going to make much of a dent, but again, this mostly is going to affect small villages and towns. So the people who pay the price are the Lebanese civilian population, which of course, like, it's so interesting talking to Israel supporters, because it's like, oh, was it worth it? All these people are dying, and it's like, yeah, you're killing them. Like, like it's just like they're only just they're self-admitting that the whole purpose of the campaign is to kill civilians until they get their way. Like, it's such a self-report, but this is just what we've allowed to be normalized. So NPR here. The Israeli military said early on Sunday that it had launched a series of preemptive strikes against Hezbollah targets in southern Lebanon. Based on intelligence, it says indicated that the militant group was planning an attack. Israeli military spokesperson Daniel Hagari said in a video on X that the military acted in self-defense to remove these threats. Hezbollah said it was able to launch rockets and drones against Israel on Sunday, which the group said was in response to the killing of one of its top commanders in July. Israel's military said Sunday that the group had launched over 150 projectiles towards Israel. The UN Security Council, the U.S. National Security Council spokesperson Sean Savet said President Biden was, quote, closely monitoring events in Israel and Lebanon, end quote. The latest wave of attacks come as Egypt hosts a new round of ceasefire talks aimed at getting Israel and the Palestinian militant group Hamas closer to a deal for a ceasefire in Gaza after almost 11 months of fighting between the two sides following the surprise attack against Israel on October 7th. It's like, it's crazy. Like, they want to have ceasefire talks, and then they kill Haniyeh, like the chief negotiator, and it's like, huh. And then, of course, those talks fell apart. And it's like, huh, you see, Hamas isn't serious about the negotiations. And it's like, you killed their main guy. Like, it's insane. They killed his whole family. They hunted down, like, every child and every grandchild. Like, his whole bloodline has been extinguished. Like, it's insane what Israel's doing. They meticulously track down people's children. Unbelievable. But it's not a genocide. Not a genocide. Unbelievable. Right, so Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said Israel strikes against Hezbollah on Sunday were not, quote, the end of the story, end quote, the Times of Israel reported. He made the comments during his weekly cabinet meeting. Netanyahu said he wanted Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah, as well as Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, to know that the operation was, quote, another step on the path to changing the situation in the north and returning our residents safely to their homes, end quote. Iran has provided money and weapons to both Hezbollah and Hamas. On Sunday, Nasrallah said in a public address that Hezbollah delayed its retaliatory attack against Israel because of recent Israeli and U.S. military mobilization in the area, The Guardian reported. Nasrallah said the group was targeting an Israeli military intelligence base outside Tel Aviv, not civilian infrastructure, and that it began its attack a half hour after Israel's preemptive strike started. 3 people were killed in the strikes in Lebanon, the health ministry said. Israel's military said an Israeli soldier on a Navy vessel was killed and 2 others were wounded during the attack, according to the Times of Israel. The Israeli military said it struck more than 40 Hezbollah targets and that Israel fighter jets destroyed thousands of Hezbollah rocket launcher barrels aimed for immediate fire towards northern and central Israel. Hezbollah and Iran had been threatening to launch attacks on Israel after the killing last month of top Hezbollah official Fouad Shukr in Beirut and the leader of Hamas, Ismail Haniyeh, in Tehran. Both officials in Israel, Lebanon, and beyond appeared wary of letting Sunday's attacks escalate into a wider conflict. Nasrallah said Hezbollah would, quote, assess the impact of today's operation and may attack again, quote, if results are seen to be enough. Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant said he spoke with U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin about the, quote, importance of avoiding regional escalation and working together to ensure Israel's defense as well as regional stability. In a separate statement, Austin said he, quote, reiterated Israel's right to defend itself, end quote, and announced he had ordered 2 U.S. carrier strike groups to remain in the region amid the renewed tensions. So that's the, Hezbollah front line. And again, like, Hezbollah's dug in deep, okay? Like, they got some bunkers and they got far more advanced systems and networks than what Hamas has. So they could bomb and try to strike different points, but it's like they're dug in and they could just like redeploy somewhere else. Meanwhile, like, Hezbollah can send in drones and missiles and they've been beating the Iron Dome. So again, this just has to drag out. That's it. It's just a matter of time. And Israel's economy is going to keep declining. And again, it's not a good sign for what's to come. And they're going to get more desperate. And if they try to invade Lebanon, especially those mountains in the south, it's going to be a slog. It's going to be a quagmire for them. Which, of course, they're going to take it out on the civilian population and bomb Beirut, which in turn is going to galvanize the civilian population. It's like that, because like Israel only knows force, okay? Yeah, when you're a hammer, everything is a nail. So it's like they just know force, and they're going to bully their way and bomb whoever and kill whoever. And then for whatever reason, they don't understand that people hate them. It's just so funny. It's like all the Middle East wants to destroy Israel. It's like, yeah, because they're fucking assholes. Like from the very beginning, even before Israel, they had terrorists, like bombing and killing people. It's like, yeah, no wonder. And Jews were already living in that region, so it's not that they hated Jews, okay? It's just the specific Zionist, movement here that's primarily like Western and European. Like, that's the issue here. So, unbelievable. So that's at least some observations concerning Iran and Hezbollah. Now, I did want to talk on a very specific story that has been disturbing, to say the least. And I mean, with Israel, like, You think that you read the worst thing that they've done, and then like something like this just blows your mind, and then you have a better idea of like the culture that they have. Yeah, man, it's just like, again, when I say that this is like a Nazi society, I don't say that lightly, and it especially is harmful considering, like, I can recognize why it would be harmful to make those comparisons considering the legacy of the Holocaust and the Nazis, but like, how do you read something like this and then not come to the conclusion that these are Nazis? Like, this is what they did. This is literally what happened. So yeah, man, yeah, we'll read it here. So, and this is from CNN, okay? So, when I have to go out in public and I have to deal with some Zionist or Israeli supporter, like, what is reading, CNN, like, is that anti-Semitic? It's like, I'm quite literally like quoting from like real like mainstream sources, and then it's like treated like, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist, and I'm reading from CNN here. So this is concerning abuse and torture and even deaths that have been occurring, just like horrific conditions in these detention centers, that you have Palestinians, civilians, okay, like they're not even really affiliated, and they're just being arrested and tortured, and some of them even being raped. Like, it's unbelievable the way that this has been normalized. And this is why, like, the Israeli propaganda has to really lay on the Hamas rape allegations, because this is what they do, okay? The only reason that you could justify these horrific actions is if you tell yourself, well, this is what the enemy does, so this is why it's okay for me to do it. Like, it's ridiculous. But they just wanted that justification to begin with, because Palestinians are less than human, and they're meant to be abused and dispossessed, and it's ridiculous, man, truly ridiculous. And then of course you see the response from the general public, like, so this is concerning a base, I hope I'm saying that right, Said Taiman, and there were reports of abuse and tortures and deaths happening in these detention centers. So they went ahead to arrest soldiers who were implicated in this, and they had a mutiny. Their soldiers freaked out, and even some of these like far right settlers started storming the base. And I read even that they had to redeploy some brigades in Gaza because like the situation was escalating, and then they had to back down. And it's just like, this is what it is. And you see what's happening with these military guys. They're freaking out and having a mutiny because, like, why else did they join the IDF if not to rape and torture Palestinians? Like, it's like, that's what we came for. Oh my goodness, it's insane. And then of course they had emergency council meetings with the parliament, and literally like some of these far right guys, like, so you have like this like liberal or at least like opposition figure, and he's just saying like, hey, like they're raping prisoners with batons and like hot like prods, okay, like they're sodomizing prisoners. And then like the guy, the Knesset guy, or the Likud Knesset member, he's just like, so what? He's a terrorist. Everything's permissible. Like that's what they think. And it's like, how do you justify this? Oh man, it's really disturbing. It's really disturbing because I have some young relatives who are Jewish, and I mean they of course support Israel because that's what they've been taught. And they're young people, so it's like I don't want to like shock them with these details, but after a certain point, it's like, look, man, like this is happening, this is well reported, and you have to really reflect on like what it is, because like you don't know nothing. Like some of these like they just turned like 20 years old, so like they're still pretty much kids, and it's just like, look, you know nothing about war and what Israel stands for, and if say they get motivated to like go to Israel to fight, it's like, look what your comments are gonna be doing. Again, I hope that doesn't happen, but the pressure, especially for like young Jewish people to like leave, like imagine those birthright tours. I don't think they're officially having birthright tours, but they're certainly going to be pushing recruitment in the IDF with American Jewish kids. That's a scary thought, man. That's really messed up. Anyway, so reading from CNN about Sid Taiman, a military base and a detention center. So from CNN here. At a military base that now doubles as a detention center in Israel's Negev desert, an Israeli working at the facility snapped 2 photographs of a scene that he says continues to haunt him. Rows of men in gray tracksuits are seen sitting on paper-thin mattresses, ring-fenced by barbed wire. All appeared blindfolded, their heads hanging heavy under the glare of floodlights. A putrid stench filled the air, and the room hummed with the men's murmurs. The Israeli who was at the facility told CNN, forbidden from speaking to each other, the detainees mumbled to themselves. Quote, "We were told they were not allowed to move, they should sit upright, they're not allowed to talk, not allowed to peek under their blindfold. Guards were instructed to scream Uskat, shut up in Arabic, and told to pick people out that were problematic and punish them," the source added. So this is the image here. You see a guy, in like gray sweatshirts and sweatpants, and they're just sitting in rows. They're blindfolded, and they're just, I don't even think they're allowed to sleep. Like, that's another factor of it too. Like, you're not allowed to sleep. You're just supposed to sit there, and you're just there for hours and days. And some of these guys are still like, there've been reports of like people being, like handcuffed or bound, and then it cuts off the circulation because of course they're going to make it as tight as possible because Israelis are fucking assholes. And then they have to amputate people because like they're just been sitting there like with their circulation cut off in their limbs. It's like, this is fucking insane. Oh my god. And then they just like pick out random people. And dude, like, this is not some secret, okay? Because like they have it on like the cable television channels that they have, like just like a random report of like in our media, like they never just had like a news team just like tour Abu Ghraib or Guantanamo, right? And then this is like seen as like, look at that, we got these terrorists and look at them, we're punishing them, we're torturing them. Like this is what Israel's about. This is what they want. They love it. Like, this is what they love doing. So CNN spoke to 3 Israeli whistleblowers who work at the desert camp, which holds Palestinians detained during Israel's invasion of Gaza. All spoke out at risk of legal repercussions and reprisals from groups supportive of Israel's hardline policies in Gaza. They paint a picture of a facility where doctors sometimes amputated prisoners' limbs due to injuries sustained from constant handcuffing, of medical procedures sometimes performed by underqualified medics, earning it a reputation for being a paradise for interns, where the air is filled with the smell of neglected wounds left to rot. Unbelievable, man. This is like a true horror show. Like, oh my god, dude. And again, you got like young people, young like Jewish supporters who probably just like don't know about this. Like, of course, if they knew about like what was happening, they would be disgusted by this. But they're so insulated and propagandized that like they have to reflexively support Israel despite this horror that's happening, and so openly. According to the accounts, the facility, some 18 miles from the Gaza frontier, is split into 2 parts, enclosures where around 70 Palestinian detainees from Gaza are placed under extreme physical restraint, in a field hospital where wounded detainees are strapped to their beds, wearing diapers, and fed through straws. Unbelievable. Holy shit, this is fucking horror. This is a horror show. Quote, "They stripped them down of anything that resembles human beings," said one whistleblower who worked as a medic at the facility's field hospital. Quote, "The beatings were not done to gather intelligence, they were done out of revenge," end quote, said another whistleblower. Quote, "It was a punishment for what the Palestinians, did on October 7th and punishment for behavior in the camp," end quote. And again, a lot of the times these are terrorists, quote unquote terrorists, but it's just like whatever male that they could find and capture so that they could bring back and torture. Because again, as I said, it's not for intelligence, it's for revenge. And this is just like the violence that Kamala Harris is not going to change course on. No weapons embargoes for rapist torturers here. So responding to CNN's request for comment on all the allegations made in this report, the Israeli military, known as the IDF, said in a statement, quote, "The IDF ensures proper conduct towards the detainees in custody. Any allegations of misconduct by Israeli forces is examined and dealt with accordingly. In appropriate cases, the MPCID, Military Police Criminal Investigations Division, investigations are open when there is suspicion of misconduct justifying such action," end quote. Quote, "Detainees are handcuffed based on their risk level and health status incidents of unlawful handcuffing are not known to the authorities. It's just unreal. And again, they know what's happening. So this is just what they have to say to like cover their ass. But they know what's happening. The whole IDF knows that they're there to torture and kill Palestinians. That's their whole purpose. That's why they joined. So they just make these comments to cover their ass. And then, of course, they try to arrest, to appear as though they're going to hold accountable certain soldiers. And then they had a mutiny and they had to back down. And now some of these soldiers are like celebrities. It's fucking ridiculous. They're literally rapists. Oh my God. But I mean, like, when you have a whole country where like that's fine, like that's what they're into, then of course they're gonna, freak out. It's unbelievable. It's like, it's like, hey, like you probably shouldn't rape and torture people, even if they are terrorists. Like, that's not good. Well, you clearly are an anti-Semite and you hate Jews. Like, that's just unbelievable. Again, like the more you read on it and the more like obvious like this is, like such an obvious violation, is unbelievable. Let me read a little further because this is a lengthy article. So we're reading here about the strap to the beds, like the field hospital where they're strapped to the beds and they're force fed through tubes. It's like, what the fuck, dude? This is such a horror show. Right, so strapped to beds in a field hospital. So whistleblower accounts portrayed a different kind of horror at the field hospital. Quote, "What I felt when I was dealing with those patients is an idea of total vulnerability," end quote, said one medic who worked at Sid Taman. Quote, "If you imagine yourself being unable to move, being unable to see what's going on, and being completely naked, that leaves you completely exposed," the source said. "I think that's something that borders on, if not crosses, to psychological torture," end quote. Another whistleblower said he was ordered to perform medical procedures on a Palestinian detainee for which he was not qualified. Quote, "I was asked to learn how to do things on a patients performing minor medical procedures that are totally outside my expertise," he said, end quote, adding that this was frequently done without anesthesia. Quote, "If they complained about pain, they were given paracetamol," he said, using another name for acetaminophen. Quote, "Just being there felt like being complicit in abuse," end quote. The same whistleblower also said he witnessed an amputation performed on a man who had sustained injuries caused by constant zip tying of his wrists. The account tallied with details of a letter authored by a doctor working at the Sid Taman, published in Haaretz in April. Quote, "From the first days of the medical facility's operations until today, I have faced serious ethical dilemmas," end quote, said the letter addressed to Israel's Attorney General and its Health and Defense Ministries, according to Haaretz. Quote, "More than that, I'm writing this letter to warn you that the facility's operations do not comply with a single section among those dealing with health in the incarceration of unlawful combatants law," end quote. An IDF spokesperson denied the allegations reported by Haaretz in a written statement to CNN at the time, saying that the medical procedures were conducted with extreme care and in accordance with Israeli and international law. The spokesperson added that the handcuffing of detainees was done in accordance with procedures, their health conditions, and the level of dangers posed by them, and that any allegations of violence would be examined. So yeah, that's just unbelievable. These details coming out, and it's truly horrible. And again, this is CNN, okay? And CNN is like a pretty pro-Israeli network, so the fact that they're reporting on this shows that like it's truly egregious. But again, if you point out these details, you're anti-Semitic, and it's crazy because like the general public has no idea about it. And this is like a quiet like article that they released, so like this isn't like a headline article, right, that they posted on the front page. It's crazy, man, crazy. Again, this should be bigger news, right? Like they recently had an article or an interview, right, CNN interview with Kamala Harris, and really they just threw softballs when it came to Israel. And of course, Kamala Harris is defying. She's being like, no, there's going to be no policy changes with Israel, and we're going to defend them, and we stand against anti-Semitism, and of course college campuses are opening up, and there's going to be renewed protests, and that's going to lead to unrest and further and again, we have to vote for Kamala Harris because we don't want fascism in the US, and then look what's happening now with actual political repression against college protesters. We're literally supporting rapists and torturers, and and genocidal, fanatics, religious extremists with Israel. Again, how can this come to pass? And you can't say a thing about it. You have to just shut up. Unbelievable. Wow, man. Again, I wanted to save Israel for the last section of the show, because again, there's a lot to highlight. And again, it's truly like a critical moment for the United States and our geopolitical standing. Just also like a true crisis moment. Again, it's just like it's horrible what's happening. Like, it's truly horrible, and you're just isolated for any sort of comments, any negative or critical comments. If you're not unconditional supporting Israel, then you're an anti-Semite. You're pro-rape terrorist, right? Crazy. But again, this is ultimately unsustainable for Israel. They can't continue this. Their position is weaker than it was before these October 7th attacks. This is a crisis that they've never faced before, and they can't continue it. That's why they're, reacting this way with such horrible abuses, because they're insecure. Their position's insecure, and that's why they have to take it out on these civilian populations. They have to, go into these refugee camps essentially that are guarded by like militias. Okay, they can't go into Lebanon because Hezbollah is actually quite advanced. So they're just going to target a camp. A refugee camp or a town in the West Bank, and then just like whatever armed militia, security personnel that's there, they're just going to say he's a terrorist, and that's all they can do, because they have to take it out somewhere. And then of course they have rapist, soldiers that are like on the edge of mutiny and civil war, because they might face some repercussions, even though like everybody's in on it. Even when these spokespersons say, oh, well, we don't have any reports or allegations, but it's like everybody's in on it, so they know exactly why they're doing it. But they also know that on the world stage they have to present themselves as like, no, actually we do respect the law, we do respect Palestinians. That's just like, they have to pretend that, because obviously they have to appeal to this veneer of like liberalism and progressivism, right? Like, it's unbelievable. Man, again, this very much has ramifications for the Kamala Harris presidency as Israel's situation gets worse and their violence and response becomes more extreme. Yeah, man, this is why I can't vote for her, because of course she's gonna stand by it no matter what. That's what the deep state wants ultimately, then the powers that be. They have to stand by Israel. And of course, this is for primarily U.S. imperial interests. So Israel has to exist and continue, because it's really like the foothold that they have in the Middle East. And if that goes, well then, they're if Israel collapses, that's pretty much like the end of American empire. Of course they can still project their power, but yeah, it's just like they really have no leverage in the region. So yeah, it's just that's the ultimate goal here. It's not about like, the U.S. does not care about Judaism. That's just a convenient excuse. It's just a political and imperialistic projection. That's ultimately what they have to support. And if Israel collapses, that is truly like the end of American empire. So yeah, it's we're really at a crisis moment. And again, I don't want to tell people how to vote. I'm just explaining my reasoning for sitting out this election. I can't compel myself to do this. And again, what's happening in Gaza is a blueprint for these cop cities and the militarization of police and the police state. Like, they're going to do that here. They're going to turn inner cities and other, like, primarily like people of color communities. That's what's just going to end up happening as this decline continues. It's the Israelis who teach American cops, okay? So like, there's a reason why they get training from Israelis, is because ultimately they're gearing up for complete occupation. So Gaza is the blueprint, and pay close attention to those who are in your life who either ignore this genocide or make excuses for it, because that's exactly what's going to happen when our own police and our own military start repressing and occupying these streets here as the decline continues. Yeah, man, if they can excuse genocide halfway around the world, they will excuse genocide here, and that is dangerous. So that's at least what I'll touch up on there. So that is, a big portion of the international geopolitical segment. And now I will continue into our final segment discussing natural disasters and the growing threat of pandemics and such climate crises. So we'll move on to that. And so with this final segment, I will be talking now on natural issues, natural events, natural disasters, particularly climate change topics. And I will highlight here also on like the ramifications, because of course there's the climate, but then there's also the transcending effects, right? That affects our economy and also our politics. It's not really highlighted a lot of the times that like a lot of these like political pressures can arise from the climate. Because it's hard, for some people to think. But again, stuff like food, right? The food doesn't just come out of thin air, right? The food is dependent on a functioning climate, a functioning ecosystem, and water, air quality, the soil quality, and then I'll also highlight on some like water issues that are also going to apply even greater domestic political issues. But here concerning this election, which of course, like I'm pretty sure like both candidates, that they're going to have to like offer at least their vision for a climate, resolution or platform, if it even exists. I know at least for Trump, he has said, climate change is a hoax and such, or he even made another comment about the sea level rise is so dumb. He was just like, the sea level will rise and there'll be more oceanfront properties. Just like, it's so fucking dumb. But we'll highlight here. But with Kamala Harris, I don't really have high hopes for any sort of like progressive, like, the Green New Deal, right? That like a lot of Democrats were also sort of hesitant on. Again, like it's just fascinating that like that's just like a non-existent like thing now. Where like before, even Biden would like at least try to like offer lip service to it, but like now it's just like not even like it. Like again, it's not even an afterthought. Okay, it's like if like CNN, they'll throw like a softball question about the climate platform, but again, just for like a soundbite for Kamala Harris to make, and then they just move on to the next issue. So again, I don't really have any high hopes. And then we'll also highlight later like another article concerning like the financial institutions and their reluctance to actually step up to the plate, because they're the cause of it. They're really the cause of this climate crisis. Because like they're being told like, okay, well, we have to prevent a literal apocalypse, an extinction event, but that's gonna but you can't make money from that, right? It's not profitable to save the world. So yeah, we'll see here. So first, the first article I'm going to read concerning Harris and Trump, and then their climate platforms, and just like observations there, because of course the Republicans, it's like the Republicans, of course, don't treat it like it's a real thing. They think it's pure fiction. And then, of course, whenever a natural disaster does come, then they have to like, it's like they become like medieval peasants. It's like, this plague and pestilence and this tempest, it's because we have lost favor with God, or like that's just the way they have to take it. But then, of course, with Kamala Harris and the Democrats, it's like, we acknowledge it and we hear you, we see you, but now's not the time, because it would be too much of an economic shock to change our, energy grid system, our manufacturing industrial base. So we'll read here. So AP News and the article here: Harris and Trump offer starkly different visions on climate change and energy. And this is just at least an article highlighting both candidates here. So right here, as the Earth sizzled through a summer with 4 of the hottest days ever measured, Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump have starkly different visions on how to address a changing climate while ensuring a reliable energy supply. but neither has provided many details on how they would get there. During her acceptance speech at the Democratic National Convention, Harris briefly mentioned climate change as she outlined, quote, fundamental freedoms, end quote, at stake in the election, including, quote, the freedom to breathe clean air, drink clean water, and live free from the pollution that fuels the climate crisis, end quote. As vice president, Harris cast a tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, President Joe Biden's landmark climate law that was approved with only Democratic support. As a senator from California, she was also an early sponsor of the Green New Deal, a sweeping series of proposals meant to swiftly move the United States to fully green energy that is championed by the party's most progressive wing. Again, though, like, there's really no mention of the Green New Deal. So again, like, they said they offered support, but they weren't exactly serious on like getting it through. Anyway, again, they passed the Inflation Reduction Act with Democratic support when they had control. So when they want to get something done, they can do it. But for this, the Green New Deal, that they fell short on. So right here, Trump, meanwhile, led chants of drill baby drill and pledged to dismantle the Biden administration's Green New scam in his acceptance speech at the Republican National Convention. He has vowed to boost production of fossil fuels such as oil, natural gas, and coal, and repeal key parts of the 2022 climate law. And again, he also withdrew from the Paris Climate Accord. So, yeah. Right, so quote, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country by far, end quote, Trump said at the convention, quote, we are a nation that has the opportunity to make an absolute fortune with its energy, end quote. Climate champion or unfair regulations. Right, so this next paragraph, climate champion or unfair regulations. Environmental groups, which largely back Harris, call her a, quote, proven climate champion, end quote, who will take on big oil and build on Biden's climate legacy, including policies that boost electric vehicles and limit planet warming pollution from coal-fired power plants. Quote, we won't go back to a climate denier in the Oval Office, end quote, said Lena Moffitt, executive director of Evergreen Action. Republicans counter that Biden and Harris have spent 4 years adopting, quote, punishing regulations, end quote, that target American energy while lavishing generous tax credits for electric vehicles and other green priorities that cost taxpayers billions of dollars. Quote, this onslaught of overreaching and outrageous climate rules will shut down power plants and increase energy costs for families across the country, end quote, said Senator John Barrasso, Republican, Wyoming. Quote, Republicans will work to stop them and fight for solutions that protect our air and water and allow our economy to grow, end quote. Democrats have a clear edge on the issue. More than half of U.S. adults say they trust Harris a lot, or some, when it comes to addressing climate change, according to an Associated Press NORC Center for Public Affairs Research poll conducted in July. About 7 in 10 say they have not much trust in Trump or none at all. When it comes to climate, fewer than half say they lack trust in Harris. A look at where the two candidates stand on key climate issues here. So just more about fracking and offshore drilling. But I do want to make some comments about this paragraph here. So it's just funny how like they're talking about like, oh, the tax credits for electric vehicles, and because again they talk a lot about electric vehicles, and like basically like the main market for electric vehicles, Tesla, is owned by Elon Musk, who's openly in support of Trump. He was like supposedly giving like millions of dollars to Trump's campaign. And then of course Twitter is now like a whole like Trump, propaganda network. I mean, it's open. There's open like Nazi propaganda and like racist propaganda. Yeah, it's interesting why all the advertisers left. Why did Disney leave? Who what? Yeah. So they're talking about like, tax credits for electric vehicles and talking about, they want to stick with fossil fuel, right? Because it's just really a matter of like the energy source. So it's going to be lithium or fossil fuels. And again, even with like lithium extraction, like that's incredibly like polluting. So it's like not really much of a solution. And again, nothing here about like public transportation, because that would greatly reduce carbon emissions. Again, there's just like Can't have any trains. Yeah, can't have any trains. It's just going to be more of the car culture stuff. So again, it's just all the lobbying that's there. Unbelievable. Yeah. So again, that's just like some observations there and polling. And it's so funny too, like that senator, he's talking about like, we're going to work towards providing solutions that protects our air and water. And then of course the Supreme Court just like ruled that like these agencies effectively can't regulate, which is exactly what the Republicans want. So it's just so crazy. Again, like the dissonance here. Right. So let's continue here. Again, they're talking about fracking here and offshore drilling. As he said, Trump said, we are an oil-rich nation. In fact, we're producing quite a bit. So it's just fascinating that like we're an oil-rich nation, oil-producing nation, and yet we still have to go to places like Venezuela and meddle and try to intervene. And just today, actually, because I'm recording a couple days after my international segment, so just today, actually, Nicolas Maduro, he went to visit the Dominican Republic to actually, like, you know, meet with opposition figures. And then the U.S. just seized his plane. It's fucking ridiculous, man. Unbelievable. It's like, dude, this fucking country, I swear to God, man. Like, I mean, again, as I stated, you know, I'm not a big fan of Maduro, but it's like, my goodness, man. It's just like the U.S. just does whatever it wants and like just meddles in other countries' affairs. And again, it's all bullshit about, you know, this concern for democracy and freedom and liberty. It's all bullshit, man. It's the oil. That's all this is about. Unbelievable, man. And again, you know, who knows where things could continue, like if there's going to be an actual like confrontation or at least intervention, you know, support for a coup. Again, like we tried to like, well, not we, like it was a private security firm, but they tried to like invade Venezuela with like mercenaries and such. So it's like this stuff is going to keep going. And again, it's all about the oil. So it's like, it's crazy. Like you see somebody like Kamala Harris, you know, talking about, oh, a Green New Deal, you know, oh, we got to, you know, transition our energy. But then you see stuff like this with Venezuela where it's very obviously about the oil extraction. Like that's all it's about. So anyway, so now talking about like the domestic fracking and offshore drilling. So Harris said during her short-lived 2020 presidential campaign that she opposed offshore drilling for oil and hydraulic fracking, an oil and gas extraction process better known as fracking. But her campaign has clarified that she no longer supports a ban on fracking, a common drilling practice crucial to the economy in Pennsylvania, a key swing state and nation's second largest producer for natural gas. Quote, as vice president, I did not ban fracking. As president, I will not ban fracking. End quote, Harris told CNN on Thursday in her first major television interview as the nominee. We can grow a thriving clean economy, a thriving clean energy economy without banning fracking. It's like, oh, we can grow our economy and transition to clean energy, but also we are going to still do the fracking, which is like well known now to poison the water supply. So again, like this is just this is another reason why like I can't compel myself to vote for her, because it's just like, what are we doing here? My God. Okay, so Kevin Book, managing director at Clearview Energy Partners, a Washington research firm, said Harris's evolving views shows she is, quote, trying to balance climate voters and industry supporters, even as her campaign takes, quote, an adversarial stance, end quote, with the oil and gas industry overall. Again, it's an adversarial relationship, but hey, you can still continue business. So it's just like they're, again, not letting them do anything. And it's primarily because it's for donations. Like she just wants to get their donations and support. So it's like, this is the compromise that always happens. Again, very, very curious, the people who liberals are willing to compromise with. Not the left, but, you know, the right wing. Again, she also said in that interview, I guess we'll have a Republican in our cabinet. Again, it's like a shift to the right. That's because that's where the appeal is for them. Because, again, that's where the financial interests are. So, yeah. Here, right, so Harris and Democrats have cited new rules authorized by the climate law to increase royalties that oil and gas companies pay to drill or mine on public lands. She also has supported efforts to clean up old drilling sites and cap abandoned wells that often spew methane and other pollutants. Trump, who pushed to roll back scores of environmental laws as president, says his goal is for the U.S. to have the cheapest energy and electricity in the world. He'd increase oil drilling on public lands, offer tax breaks to oil and gas and coal producers, and speed approval of natural gas pipelines. So here now, they're going to talk about electric vehicles. Yeah, and they make some comments about Elon Musk. So electric vehicles. Trump has frequently criticized tough new vehicle emission rules imposed by Biden, incorrectly labeling them an electric vehicle mandate. Environmental Protection Agency rules issued this spring target tailpipe emissions from cars and trucks and encourage but do not require sales of new EVs to meet with the new standards. Trump has said EV manufacturing will destroy jobs in the auto industry. In recent months, however, he has softened his rhetoric, saying he's for a, quote, very small slice, end quote, of cars being electric. The change comes after Tesla CEO Elon Musk endorsed me very strongly, Trump said, at an August rally in Atlanta. Even so, industry officials expect Trump to roll back in an attempt to repeal tax incentives that Trump claims benefit China. Harris has not announced an EV plan, but has strongly supported EVs as vice president. At a 2022 event in Seattle, she celebrated roughly $1 billion in federal grants to purchase 2,500 clean school buses. As many as 25 million children ride the familiar yellow buses each school day, and they will have a healthier future with a cleaner fleet, Harris said. The grants and other federal climate programs not only are aimed at saving our children, but for them, saving our planet, she said. So let me see here. Okay. I think that's enough for now. But yeah, so I mean, that's just at least the major like points and like their, again, because they're not exactly like, it's not like they're presenting, I mean, you know, for Trump, you know, it's whatever. He's just going to go off the cuff, okay? And we already know that he's going to be on the side of, you know, oil and gas. And of course, you know, he's making a space for EV vehicles, but of course he will like try to like, I guess, collude with Musk so that he can like have a monopoly, because now the electric vehicle market is starting to diversify, and there's all kinds of like, you know, there's the Cybertruck that just came out, but there's actual like, I've seen like one from Hummer that actually looks like a functional like truck that can go off-road. So like it's an electric vehicle, but like the competition is rising, so who knows. And it's so funny, I've seen one Cybertruck in town. Like, I think somebody, like, it's like an actual, like, resident in town owns it. And every time I see it, it's just so funny. Because I'm like, to me, it looks like whenever you're playing, of course, now everything's next gen. So everything now renders good. Like, if you're playing, like, a PS2 game back in the day, and then you are standing at, like, a high, you know, location or, like, a building, and you look into the traffic, that's what it looks like. It looks like one of those low rendered sprites that... It's just, you know, for like the long distance, you know, draw effect. So, so instead of like an actual vehicle, it's just like a block or like some sort of like polygon. That's what it looks like to me. This like Cybertruck. But anyway, so with this, yeah, this is just at least laying out the few policy platform positions that they have. And again, as we saw here, you know, Harris initially was, or at least, I don't even think then she was being genuine about it. She was just saying that because that's what she knew she needed to get, that she needed to get from her fan base or voter base. But now that she's actually running, yeah, now that you can see that she's like compromising with like fracking, right? Because like she needs to appeal to the industries and to the lobbies. And of course, they said here, like Pennsylvania is a swing state. So, you know, again, you know, it's just like, oh yeah, we'll allow fracking, and then like these, and the idea is that like, oh, it's going to provide jobs to these like, you know, these areas, presumably these rural, countryside areas. And then what's going to happen? Now these people are going to be like drinking tainted water, because that's what happens with fracking. You're literally like, you're the idea, right? You get these shale deposits, and then you flood it with water, breaks it up, and then you extract the gases from that. And then there's also the effects of earthquakes, right? Like places like Oklahoma, which is not really like on a fault line. Now they've been having earthquakes because of the extended fracking. So again, like this is just the effects that are happening. And she's talking about, there's potential for a clean energy transition. Meanwhile, like it's literally like poisoning the water, like tables and aquifers. Like this is just, I don't know, man. And again, they use water for that as well. So that's also like again, it's just like the water management crisis that's going to come from this is like truly unbelievable. But again, clean energy transition, we can do it. So anyway, that's just the points there. And it's also another interesting fact. So there's the competition over fossil fuels and lithium, which requires like extraction of resources. And when you consider, because again, like this is another factor that people are overlooking, like the eco-fascism, eco-imperialism. So you have lithium, which is using for electric vehicles. And if that becomes a greater demand, then we see in places like Bolivia, right? One of the main issues that the Bolivia coup was caused by, that, of course, nobody really reported. But again, it was caused because of the lithium demands, because Bolivia has extensive deposits, like some of the biggest lithium deposits in the world. And even Elon Musk himself, when it was happening, was saying, we'll coup whoever we want. So again, that just shows, even if we do make a green transition, if we go into like EVs and like other electric vehicles and battery sources that require lithium, that's just going to take a whole new like dance of imperialism, where it's like we're pretending to like, see, now we're so clean and green, but it's still the same like colonial extraction, imperialist extraction of resources. So that's just an observation there. So again, that just shows like the climate crisis here and like the energy crisis that's going to unfold, how that is going to have implications domestically in our politics, and then also like just abroad, what sort of resource extraction is required. So that's at least here with this electoral cycle, that the few like points and policies that we can get, because again, a lot of this is based off of like past comments. I'm pretty sure as the election gets closer, Kamala Harris will actually, again, it's just fascinating that they haven't really released a platform list, but who knows, whatever. So that's at least the comments that they show here. Now that's for the election. Now I do want to talk about the domestic stability that could come from this increased climate crisis that's going to affect states, right? How they manage their resources. And this could be a point of contention that could lead to like domestic instability. So that's at least something to look here. So I'm reading from Belleville News Democrat. And so this is a St. Louis sort of article, or at least it's written by Kate Grumke from the St. Louis Public Radio. And they're just writing here about the water crisis that will unfold by the climate change crisis, and the implications for regions, because this could lead to like regional instability. This is going to be a real issue. So in places like the Southwest, so like California, Nevada, Arizona, Utah, there's like the Great Salt Lake that's going to have some real environmental issues. So this water crisis could definitely affect those areas, and also here the Midwest, particularly with like the Mississippi. That could also lead to water issues. So let's read here. So right here, and again, I'm reading from Belleville News Democrat. Right. where the Missouri and Mississippi rivers meet north of St. Louis, the powerful waterways form a line in the middle of their flows, at first refusing to mix together in their new union. As it cuts across the state on its way to meet the Mississippi, the Missouri River irrigates crops, cools the systems of nuclear and coal power plants, and quenches millions of Missourians' thirst as the largest source of drinking water in the state. While some may take it for granted, Missouri State Representative Jamie Berger, again, that's an American name right there, Jamie Berger, is watching the fights over water in the western U.S. closely. He worries that eventually people will come seeking Missouri's abundant water resources. Last legislative session, he introduced a bill to ban most water exports from the state. Quote, "We have to get something into play because the western states at some point in time will be coming after Missouri's water," end quote, Berger said. The bill passed the state house but failed in the Senate next session. Berger will be in that chamber after winning his primary election and expects the bill will pass when he proposes it a second time. Quote, "We feed the world with our water," end quote, Berger said. Quote, "It should be coming to us. That's the way it should be. And I worry about those diversions along the Missouri River and even in the Mississippi River Basin," end quote. Water law experts say this type of legislative move is a classic warning shot that could signal a more contentious future over water in the Midwest and Great Plains. Periodic courtroom dramas over water may become more common as climate change sets up conditions that could lead to more water scarcity in the north-central U.S. Quote, "If I were in charge of the water resources of states like Missouri or Iowa, Michigan, and so forth, I would start paying a lot of attention to the ways in which these water disputes have been resolved farther west. And we're already seeing some chest thumping among some of these states," end quote, said Burke Griggs, a professor of law at Washburn University in Topeka, Kansas. So again, they're pointing to the legal battles that are going to start, rising as the water crisis, or as the water crisis and climate crisis worsens, and that, I mean, again, like, who knows where that could lead, but again, that just shows like the instability and divisions that's going to arise. Because it's one thing to be over like politics and ideology, right? Because again, we have like the culture war, and that's like some stupid bullshit that like states get divided on, and that's like a dividing issue. But then now, once it starts becoming over resources like water, okay, that could lead to some serious fighting. And I don't mean that just like in the courtroom. So here, right, climate pressure. Climate change is going to have a big effect on the availability of water in this part of the country, said Doug Cluck, the Central Region's Climate Services Director for the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. He said swings between weather extremes will exacerbate man-made issues that are already in play, like increasing demand from growing communities. Quote, "You're talking about longer periods of drought with more heavy rainfall events kind of stuck in between that don't help as much when it comes to needs," end quote, Cluck said. Pouring rain isn't as helpful for recharging soil and groundwater in a drought as slow, steady rainfall, but Cluck said beneficial, orderly precipitation is already shown to be happening less over time. Quote, "So when it rains, it pours is becoming more the norm as opposed to the exception," Cluck said. On top of drought, Cluck said climate change is messing with the timing and amount of snowfall that feeds rivers like the Missouri in the middle of the country. The 2,300-mile Missouri River starts in the mountains of southwestern Montana and is fed at first by snow before taking on water from tributaries that look like a vascular system throughout its basin on the way to St. Louis. And some research has shown the line that marks the start of the arid West might already be moving east as the climate changes. As humans increase the concentration of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, further warming the planet, these changes could intensify, said Cluck, which Cluck thinks could unfortunately make lawsuits over water more likely. Quote, "Whiskey is for drinking, water's for fighting," end quote, Cluck said. Quote, it's an old term and there's good reason. People have said it for years and years, end quote. So right, again, he even mentions it here because again, people need a drink. And then again, there's also the economic factors as well, because places like California are very dependent on agriculture. So yeah, man, I mean, again, this is a harbinger of things to come. More straws. It's just another paragraph. More straws. Upriver of St. Louis, there are already projects putting metaphorical straws into waters of the Missouri River. One is the Red River Valley Water Supply Project in North Dakota, which is building a pipeline to bring Missouri River to the central and eastern parts of the state. Quote, reliable water supplies for drinking water and industrial uses in central North Dakota and the Red River Valley can be scarce, especially under drought conditions, end quote. A promotional video for the project said, quote, yet the Missouri River presents an abundant resource, end quote. Construction is underway and is expected to be completed in 2032. But this project is contentious. In early 2020, the state of Missouri sued multiple federal agencies, related parties, and the state of North Dakota to try to block the Central North Dakota Water Supply Project, which connects to the Red River Valley Water Supply Project pipeline. Last year, the 8th Circuit Court of Appeals allowed the project to go forward, affirming a district court's ruling that the project did not violate relevant federal environmental water laws. Some in North Dakota think lawsuits like that are only going to become more common in the coming years, potentially making the Midwest look more like the famously disputed Colorado River Basin. Quote, the Missouri River is still kind of the Wild West, first come, first serve, end quote, said Dwayne Decree, general manager of the Garrison Diversion Conservancy District, which is co-leading the Red River Project. Quote, and so it's amazing the number of states now that are contacting North Dakota and saying, how'd you do it? Because they know they're going to be, because they know they're going to get sued by Missouri if they start a project to take water out of the Missouri River, end quote. All right. So that's at least the main bulk of what I want to read there. Let's actually just finish this last paragraph concerning the legal framework, so at least we can have an understanding here. All right, so legal frameworks. In a fight over water, there are 3 ways to decide who gets what, said Rhett Larson, a professor of water law at Arizona State University. If 2 states sue each other, that lawsuit goes straight to the U.S. Supreme Court. Congress can also get involved by passing a law on how to divvy up water. Finally, the states and tribal nations can agree to a compact which lays out a formal agreement to share water. The Water Compact that has been generating the most headlines is the one governing the Colorado River Basin. The current rules for sharing river water will expire in 2026, so the parties are at the negotiating table to rework the agreement. Unlike the Colorado, the Missouri and Mississippi rivers don't have compacts in place, besides some of their smaller tributaries. Some, like Crow Ghost and Decree, think it would be beneficial to have a compact to prepare for a more contentious future. Quote, the states are going to have to sit down together and decide who gets what out of the river, Decree said. Continuing, and I think even though that would probably be a very painful process, I think it would probably be a better process than having the federal government come in and decide who gets what water. End quote. Decree, in sparsely populated North Dakota, worries that if the federal government alone makes the decision, the water will flow wherever there is the most political clout. But Larson said because these central river basins are so big and diverse, a compact isn't likely realistic. Quote, while the Colorado River Basin is large, it doesn't compare in terms of overall size to the Mississippi, end quote, Larson said. Quote, those transaction costs, just having to negotiate amongst that many states, that many different kinds of industries, that many different kinds of crops, makes it really difficult to reach a compact, end quote. Even without a compact, there are lessons to learn from places like the Colorado River Basin. According to Griggs, the law professor, he believes negotiators have to lead with science, especially when it comes to quantifying the amount of water that's available. Plus, he said it's important to bring everyone to the table, especially groups that were historically left out of water negotiations, like sovereign Native American tribes and the ecosystem that relies on these rivers. Quote, we have to make sure we're allocating the interstate system not only equitably but sustainably, Griggs said. While Larson is skeptical that compacts in the Missouri and Mississippi River basins would come together, he does see a silver lining. Quote, usually water scarcity is actually a catalyst for cooperation more than conflict, end quote, he said. So right. So again, there's much to dissect from that. But again, that's just like another factor when it comes to like domestic politics. It is going to exacerbate as this crime crisis unfolds. And again, there's so much dismissal when it comes to climate change where it's just like, oh, well, it's just going to get hot, and it's just crazy. Like, again, we just had in Texas, right, the hurricane that came through and the energy crisis because we don't have a functional power grid. So, again, that's one factor of it. And in other areas of the country where there's like less precipitation as a result of the changing climate, yeah, I mean, that's, an issue that's going to arise when it comes to like managing the resources and like also like managing the economic effects and the agricultural output from that. Yeah, I mean, again, there's so much that can unfold with this. It's just fascinating for me to see this and read this, and it's again, I mean, it's one thing when you have like countries in like, say like Africa or Asia that are going to have true actual like wars over access to water. I mean, you can think about say like Sudan and Egypt, right? Like there's the dam that is like a big issue that Ethiopia. There's Sudan, Ethiopia, and Egypt. So all of them are dependent upon the Nile River. So Ethiopia wants to, of course, build a dam, for their hydroelectrical energy. But then, of course, that's a concern for Egypt. And then Sudan is sort of stuck in the middle, and they're currently in a civil war, and they're certainly going to experience increased crisis because of climate change. So it's just crazy to see the ramifications in other parts of the world, and then within the U.S., the potential for conflict over access to water. And again, I don't want to constantly be talking about civil war because like everybody talks about civil war, but like it's like civil war that they place it in like a political sort of culture war dialogue and dynamic. But then this aspect where there's real, stakes involved. Okay, not some made up like, oh, it's wokeness and all this bullshit. Like, no, this is like real. Like, there's real interest at play. There's real, stakes. Because I mean, if people don't have water, then like nothing can function, right? And the economy is certainly going to fall apart if there's no clean water, then you can't make any food, right? And then also like people can't drink. Again, man, it's just so crazy to see like something so simple as clean water could actually like unravel like the unity and like the stability of entire regions. And again, it's just a sign of things to come. Where like first it was the Southwest that's already largely desertified, but then now in the Midwest they're talking about the desertification that's going to spread. Yeah, so that's just who knows what could come from that. But again, that's just something to highlight there, because water's important. Water's life. And again, there was like it's interesting they're talking about like the Dakotas, because there's like the Dakota Access Pipeline and the protest that happened there that was over clean water because people didn't want the pipeline to like contaminate and pollute their water. So again, it really shows that like water, a resource like water, is going to lead to, as the climate crisis worsens, greater instability and greater friction. So that's just something to highlight there. So now, I've spoken about the electoral session, right? The electoral politics that are being affected because of climate change. And then I also talked about the domestic political situation, interstate sort of legal battles that are going to grow as this crisis worsens. Now I want to talk about the financial power base. So you have BlackRock and other financial institutions and their interests as it comes to the climate crisis, or I should say lack of interest to actually address it, because it would, the whole basis of their whole business model is extraction of resources. And so of course they don't want to, fix the economy, because that's how they make their money. And so I'm reading here from an article from Net Zero Investor, and they're speaking on BlackRock and Vanguard, these financial institutions, and their comments about possibilities for addressing the climate crisis, which of course they're just not going to follow through on, because they're the reason the climate crisis is happening. So yeah, anyway, so reading here. With 10 trillion and 9 trillion in assets respectively, BlackRock and Vanguard remain by far the largest institutional asset managers globally. As the largest shareholders in most of the world's listed firms, their voting patterns send an important stewardship signal to asset owners, many of whom are invested in their funds. Both managers have now released their stewardship reports for this year's AGM season, which show that their backing for climate proposals has declined even further. This year, BlackRock supported just 20 of the total 493 climate proposals, less than 4%. This marks a further decline from last year, when BlackRock supported 30 proposals, and a significant drop from its peak in 2021, when the asset management giant backed nearly half of all climate resolutions. Similarly, Vanguard revealed that it had reviewed more than 400 environmental and social shareholder proposals but did not support a single initiative. So this paragraph here, not financially material. Quote, both managers justified their increasingly cautious stance on environmental resolutions with the argument that proposals were either, quote, overly prescriptive, end quote, or, quote, not financially material, end quote. A reasoning similar to last year. Quote, the proposals did not address financially material risks to shareholders at the companies in question, or were overly prescriptive in their request, end quote, Vanguard explained in its latest investment stewardship report for the U.S. market. Vanguard said consider proposals calling for specific greenhouse gas emission targets or third-party audits of aspects of portfolio company operations to be, quote, overly prescriptive, end quote. Similarly, Joud Abdel Majid, global head of investment stewardship at BlackRock, said, quote, investors found the majority of these proposals to be overly prescriptive, lacking economic merit, or asking companies to address material risks they are already managing. As a result, these proposals continue to receive low support from shareholders, including BlackRock, end quote. And then here, they're talking about the energy industry. So this next paragraph. This year's AGM season saw a limited number of shareholder proposals at some of the world's largest oil and gas firms after Exxon's surprise announcement in January to take two of its shareholders, follow this and adjourn capital to court for filing a climate resolution. The case sparked international outrage among many asset owners, with some of the world's largest asset owners, such as CalPERS, publicly criticizing Exxon's leadership for infringing on shareholder rights. This prompted proxy voting advisor Glass Lewis to recommend a vote against Exxon's independent director, Joseph Hooley. But despite protests from asset owners, Hooley and his colleagues received the backing of around 90% of all shareholders. BlackRock has not yet specified how it voted during the Exxon AGM, but revealed that it had multiple meetings with the oil giant over the past year. Vanguard disclosed that it voted in favor of reappointing Exxon's leadership despite the row over shareholder rights, but stated it had raised concerns over shareholder rights. For the Shell AGM, a record number of investors backed a resolution calling on the oil giant to align medium-term emission reduction targets with the Paris Climate Agreement. Neither BlackRock nor Vanguard backed the proposals, but voted in favor of Shell's energy transition strategy. The latter has been criticized by climate campaigners because it did not foresee emission reductions within this decade. Quote, In our view, Shell has provided and continues to provide a clear assessment of its plans to manage material climate-related risks and opportunities and continues to demonstrate progress against its energy transition strategy, end quote, BlackRock said. So here is a quote from Colin Tisson from PGGM Investments. So here he says, quote, "Is BlackRock possibly feeling pressured over its potential influence, taking the easier route by aligning with management as often as possible?" End quote. That's him here. And I'll just read this last paragraph. So both managers are offering their institutional and retail investors voting choice or passing through voting options, meaning that asset owners now have the option to dissent from their climate stance. However, the limited backing for climate resolutions indicates that few asset owners have taken this up. Lindsay Stewart, Director of Stewardship Research and Policy at Morningstar Sustainalytics, described the voting reports as striking but not surprising. Quote, "Amid ongoing pushback on all things ESG from more conservative elements of the political spectrum, BlackRock, Vanguard, and other large asset management firms have increasingly emphasized a focus on financial materiality and traditional corporate governance. This emphasis has manifested in recent proxy voting decisions that dissent from company boards' recommendations with increasing rarity, meaning much lower support for shareholder proposals," end quote. However, the assumption that climate risks are, quote, "not financially material," end quote, was questioned by Colin Tisson, investment strategist for Dutch PGGM Investments, in a social media post. Tisson said that it was positive to see BlackRock taking an independent stance from proxy voting advisors, but he questioned whether BlackRock's voting policy truly represented the best long-term shareholder value. Quote, "Is BlackRock possibly feeling pressured over its potential influence, taking the easier route by aligning with management as often as possible?" End quote. He questioned. Earlier this month, Exxon released its long-term production forecast, which expects that crude oil demand will remain at today's levels in 2050, with the rise of electric vehicles having no significant impact on global oil demand. Exxon predicts that global oil prices will surge as a result of a production shortage. By 2050, more than half of the global energy mix would still come from oil and gas, the oil giant predicts. Other oil producers such as BP and Shell have more conservative forecasts. So again, those are the financial interest and industrial interest there. It just goes to show, like, it's just so funny that they talk about like the market. Oh, well, we just need a market-based solution to the climate crisis when, like, yeah, I mean, pretty much this climate crisis is happening because of our economic system. So it's like you want the climate crisis that's caused from this economic system to be resolved through the forces of the economic system, which, again, you know, most of these people, they're not they're not really the most reliable sort of figures to go towards. And so what I think actually, and as I'm reading this webpage, I think this is like a sort of like climate, like financial sort of network. So let me actually see here, Net Zero Investor. If any of you have had an idea of this, because this is the first time I've seen this website. So Net Zero Investor. So I'm going to their About page. So Net Zero Investor is owned by Longview Productions Ltd, a London-based publisher and conference organizer with a 14-year track record in B2B, business-to-business publishing and institutional investor events. NZI, so Net Zero Investor, NZI's mission is to provide written, streamed, and in-person content that will benefit investors' net zero journeys and to challenge the stuff that won't. Okay, and then here further, NZI speaks to institutional investors around the globe who are working towards Paris alignment, whether you're a defined benefit pension fund, defined contribution, sovereign wealth, insurance company, master trust, family office, investment manager, endowment, charity, or any other steward of long-term investment capital. This title is for you. The roadmap to net zero is complicated, fraught with risk, ripe with opportunity, and the stakes couldn't be higher. So yeah, so this is essentially like a financial a publication for businesses and investment firms that is also, trying to address the climate crisis and net zero production. So again, that's like a factor that is like hard to navigate. It's a very tightrope to navigate because again, these financial interests are very powerful. So, so yeah, I mean, like pretty much the world doesn't move without their approval. So, yeah, man, it's unfortunate, and that's where there needs to be greater state control of this. Because I mean, like eventually, like the financial interests, like they're only going to follow the money, and it's only like their portfolios that matters, and not the actual like economic effects that's going to transpire, the economic decline. Again, we just talked about like the clean water crisis. Like I'm pretty sure the economy is going to be affected, and affected negatively if there's reduced access to clean water, and if agricultural production falls. Like again, that's going to have a significant effect on the economy. But again, for now, because everything's about like short-term gain, they were talking about like, oh, it's too prescriptive, right? Like it's too demanding, right? Like that's pretty much their reservations there. Which again, eventually it gets to a point where it's like, okay, well, we're just going to seize the assets and we're just going to continue with our own objectives. So yeah, I mean, that's just that. I mean, that's what has to happen. But of course, everything is based off the market. So yeah, so that's at least another effect. So I just spoke here about the climate crisis and the platforms, the political platforms and election proposals that aren't exactly being expanded on. They're just making the comments about it. They're just talking about the climate crisis, but just for show. It's not like an actual like solution. So there's that, the election. And then we also talked about possible legal conflicts that could arise domestically, and regional instability that could come down the line. And then now we're here talking about the financial aspects, the institutional, like business, economic interests. Yeah. So, I mean, again, there's a lot that's going to have to be overcome, and whether there could be compromises made or just like outright, just outright, what's the term? I'm trying to think. Just like an executive decision, right? Just like, again, there's compromises that can be made, but eventually you have to make an executive decision, and whether or not the state is going to continue with, taking a firm stance, that remains to be seen. And I certainly don't imagine like somebody like Kamala Harris like actually stepping up to the plate and providing a real state-sponsored solution to this crisis. So again, that's just something that we have to wait and see. So that's at least right, as I mentioned, the financial and state dynamics that are going to unfold there. And of course, these investors and these businesses, they have, interests in the election. I mean, they're investors and donors. So yeah, man, it's just, again, like we're called a democracy, but then look how quickly, these financial institutions can just like influence policies and our very lives. I mean, like, again, like the climate and our survival is dependent on these businesses and these corporations that own everything. And then of course, yeah, they're not going to, step up to the plate because their economic activity and their business is what's causing it. So yeah, man. So that's at least, the institutional effects that are going to unfold. But now I want to speak on just like different climate events that are being observed, particularly with the ocean, because there's been an interesting phenomenon happening with the Atlantic. So of course, this has been a very hot summer, and there's also reporting of record ocean temperatures. So that's something to watch. But here, what they're also observing, this is just like sort of a random event happening that they're still unsure about, is that the Atlantic is also experiencing a cooling effect, or at least, at the equatorial Atlantic zone is experiencing like a cooling effect. They're calling it an Atlantic Niña event. So this is interesting to watch And again, there's so much happening. And the thing now that's happening with the climate crisis is that all these like stable cycles of like ocean temperatures and gyres, right? The cycles of the currents, those are also being disrupted. Okay, so of course we have our jet streams being disrupted. So that's why, like, especially in the winter now, because we're having, we have long summers, long hot summers. But then with the winter and with the instability of the jet stream, that's what we have these Arctic blasts. So we might have a long summer, and the heat could continue well into like December, right, when it's supposed to be like winter time. But then just like randomly, there's a hard freeze, which is from that polar vortex due to the unstable jet stream coming through the states, and then that's where we get these hard freezes, especially in a state like Texas, where we don't have the infrastructure to handle that. So that's one aspect of the instability from the climate. And then here now they're also observing about these changing cycles within the ocean, which is far more consequential. So we'll read here. So I'm reading from the climate.gov website, and their article here about this this unexpected cooling happening in the Atlantic. So right here, if you're a regular reader of climate.gov's ENSO blog, then you know that scientists have been carefully observing how the Pacific is changing from El Niño's warmer than average conditions earlier this year to expected cooler than average La Niña conditions by late summer. But as it happens, something similar might be cooking this summer in the Atlantic Ocean. Much of the North Atlantic has been extremely warm so far. In contrast, since the beginning of June, sea surface temperatures in the central equatorial Atlantic has been 0.5 to 1 degree Celsius or 0.9 to 1.8 degrees Fahrenheit colder than average for this time of the year. If these cold conditions persist by the end of August, a phenomenon known as Atlantic Niña may be declared. But what is the Atlantic Niña? And what could it mean for weather and the climate around the tropical Atlantic? So right, they're seeing here. So this is like off of the coast of Africa, and there's like a zone of cooling. And then of course, we can talk about the effects of the why it's happening in the first place and what that could bode, especially now that we're deep in like the hurricane season. And as a matter of fact, they've been showing that like there's been like less activity. Again, though, I mean, no hurricanes is a good thing, right? No tropical storms is a good thing. So yeah, we'll just see what this Niña effect has. So the Atlantic Niña is the cold phase of a natural climate pattern we call the Atlantic zonal mode. In the zonal mode, zonal means along lines of latitude. This pattern, just like ENSO, this acronym ENSO is for El Niño Southern Oscillation. So that's just what they mean. Swings between cold and warm phases every few years. Typically, sea surface temperatures in the eastern equatorial Atlantic have a somewhat surprising seasonal cycle. The warmest waters of the year occur in spring, while the coolest waters of the year, between 25 degrees Celsius or 77 degrees Fahrenheit, occur from July to August. So that's just at least, the shift that occurs. Okay, I'm just reading this chart here. So from like January and peaking in March, the warmth goes up to just shy of 30 degrees Celsius. And this is for the Atlantic, or so far for the springtime Atlantic Niño. And then now, as we're going into September. So yeah, this decline happens from June, July, and then August, September is like the trough. So as a matter of fact, what they're predicting at least is that it's going to start rising again, the temperatures from September, October to November. So that's just like the wave. It's like a wave. It peaks and then it drops and then now it stabilizes and rises again. So yeah, here, right. So this summer cooling is because of the winds that act on the ocean surface. Earth has a year-round rainfall band around the tropics, driven by stronger solar heating. This rainfall band migrates northward during the summer in the northern hemisphere. The regular rainstorms draw in air from the southeast over the equatorial Atlantic. These steady southeasterly winds are strong enough to drag surface waters away from the equator, which brings relatively cold water from deeper ocean layers to the surface. This process, known as equatorial upwelling, forms a tongue of relatively cold water along the equatorial Atlantic during the summer months. So what they're saying is that because of the winds pushing the surface waters, the colder waters rise from deep. So that's what they're saying here. However, every few years, this cold tongue is substantially warmer or colder than average due to swings of the Atlantic zonal mode. Cold events are referred to as Atlantic Niñas. Warm events are referred to as Atlantic Niños. The exact definitions vary, but typically 3-month average sea surface temperature anomalies in the eastern equatorial Atlantic have to exceed, and it's like a margin, so negative, or, it's like that plus minus symbol, so it's like a margin. So I'm just trying to make it clear. For at least 2 overlapping seasons in order to qualify as an Atlantic Niño or Niña. So it's a variation of 0.5 degrees Celsius, deviation of 0.5 degrees Celsius, or deviation of 0.9 degrees Fahrenheit. So it could go up or down, right? 2024 began with extremely warm sea surface temperatures in the eastern equatorial Atlantic during February to March, when temperatures exceeded 30 degrees Celsius or 86 degrees Fahrenheit. This was the strongest warm event since 1982. Equally remarkable was the rapid transition from warm to cold SST anomalies. Never before in the observed record has the eastern equatorial Atlantic swung so quickly from one to another extreme event. So it's just like the swing is, these anomalies here. Again, everything is all like unprecedented, right? And just like faster than expected. So they're talking about like this deviation happening quicker than usual. So surprisingly, the observed cold anomalies in the eastern equatorial Atlantic during June-July 2024 coincide with a weakening of the southeasterly trade winds near the equator. Relaxed equatorial winds are usually associated with reduced upswelling and warm anomalies. Only south of 5 degrees south were the southeasterly trade winds stronger than usual. As of now, these atmosphere-ocean conditions, apparently unfavorable for the developing Atlantic Niña event, are quite perplexing. We will need to dig deeper to reveal the exact causes of this seemingly unusual event. 0.5 degrees Celsius, why does it matter? One might think that a temperature difference of 0.5 degrees Celsius or 0.9 degrees Fahrenheit in the tropical Atlantic does not seem like a big deal, but this difference can have a huge impact on rainfall over the surrounding continents, reduced rainfall over the Sahel region, increased rainfall over the Gulf of Guinea, and seasonal shifts to the rainy season in northeastern South America have all been attributed to Atlantic Niño events. Plus, Atlantic Niños have been shown to increase the likelihood of powerful hurricanes developing near Cape Verde Islands. The NOAA seasonal forecast of above normal 2024 hurricane activity is based in part on expected La Niña conditions in the equatorial Pacific and warm ocean temperatures in the tropical North Atlantic. It will be interesting to monitor whether the Atlantic Niña fully develops, and if so, whether it has a dampening effect on hurricane activity as the season progresses. We'll be keeping an eye on this event in the coming weeks, and we'll have a follow-up post later this month letting you know whether an Atlantic Niña is fully developed. We'll also go over some of the hypotheses scientists have for what triggers these events and how their frequency might be affected over the coming century by human-caused climate change. So yeah, that's just like, this is mainly a blog post, but yeah, that's just some observations and just like some events that are occurring in possibility of affecting the possibility of affecting hurricane season. So they're saying that the Atlantic Niña hasn't fully developed just yet, so they're just watching it closely. But yeah, that's just like one thing that's happening that's interesting to watch and has implications for just for this, of course, this season, hurricane season this year. But then just other climate events and climate issues that could affect they're saying here Africa and South America. So yeah, I mean, again, that just shows like how precarious and interdependent we are with the climate crisis here. Right, so that's at least here the climate.gov article here. So that was mainly me talking about issues concerning the climate and certain weather events or oceanic events happening. So that's just one aspect of this segment. Now here for the final portion, I wanted to speak on more like epidemics and viral concerns. Because again, we're still very much in the pandemic, and this summer has seen they're reporting surges in infections and surges in deaths, which is just underreported. And like even again with this DNC convention, they're like, oh well, you see, Biden, he guided us and he ended the COVID pandemic, and it's like people are still dying, and it's still like getting worse. And of course, like with this job that I recently had, it's going to be at a retirement community, so that's going to be a concern. And I'm certainly going to have to wear a mask, which, I mean, it's just so interesting now when you go to like a healthcare facility that people don't wear masks. And of course, like in a retirement elderly care center, some people are not going to wear masks. I'm going to wear my mask because, I actually care about the elderly. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. And then, of course, you get judgment, right? Like, I'm going to go to this job, and of course, I want to like make a good impression. But if I wear a mask, you're kind of just like at the mercy of like whatever manager is like going to be petty with you, like, oh, we don't accept masks, or I don't know, man. Like there's some retaliation that happens. I would imagine some people have faced retaliation for wearing masks, or they have to deal with some passive aggressive comment. And and again, if I'm going to be working around elderly people, I hope they don't judge me for that. But again, some people, because like I think the reason why people get judgmental over masks is because they're reminded that there's like an actual like public health crisis, and they don't want to be reminded of that. Again, I guess it's whatever. Yeah. So anyway, so here from NPR, I just wanted to highlight on recent like updates with COVID vaccines. So of course, you certainly need to get your shots, and I need to set up an appointment. But yeah, that's something that you have to watch out, because again, like the virus mutates, and again, it's like the same thing with the flu. Like you're taking updated flu shots to address new strains that are, possibly rising. So yeah, so I mean, I would advise again to take your shots, but it's like one of those things where like, because yeah, sometimes I forget, and again, just sometimes it slips my mind. So like, it's not like your fault if you forget, because there's so many other things that you have to worry about, right? And then like your shots is like, it's just, it slips. So like, it's like, yeah, anyway. So right, so here I'm just reading from NPR, because they've been hyping up this Novavax vaccine. I've been at least reading online, people are just like highly recommending the Novavax. So I just wanted to at least touch up on, because it's just weird to me that like you have like different like companies and different like brands of COVID or vaccines, just not just COVID, just shots, COVID, just vaccines in general. There's like different brands of vaccines, and then it's just like, I just give me the shot. Like that's just like, that's the way I approach it. But again, it is what it is. That's just the way the pharmaceutical industries have made it. So we'll read it here from NPR. So right, so it's that time of year again. New COVID shots are now available all over the country. The FDA has greenlit 3 updated vaccines: the Pfizer, BioNTech, the Moderna shots, and now a third one from Novavax, which was just authorized by the FDA on Friday. All 3 aim to help protect people from the latest strains of the virus, which may come as a relief to those who've tried to dodge a summer surge in cases fueled by the FLIRT variants. Whether or not you decide to rush out and get the vaccine could depend on a few factors, including when you last had COVID-19 and your underlying risks getting seriously ill. Here's what you need to know. What exactly are these new shots? The Pfizer and Moderna vaccines rely on the same mRNA technology as the earlier versions of the vaccine, but they now target the KP2 variant, a member of the Omicron family that rose to prominence over the summer. The Novavax vaccine, which is based on an older technology, targets an earlier strain of the virus called JN1. As many of us know by now, the virus continues evolving to better evade our immune defense, which means regularly updating the vaccines to keep up with the latest strain. It turns out the KP2 and JN1 variants have already been overtaken by newer variants. Because those are also descendants of Omicron, the hope is that the new vaccines are close enough matches that they can still boost immunity and protect people in the coming months, ideally reducing the chances of a bigger winter wave. Quote, the vaccine is not intended to be perfect. It's not going to absolutely prevent COVID-19, end quote, Dr. Peter Marks from the FDA told NPR in an interview. Quote, but if we can prevent people from getting serious cases that end up in emergency rooms, hospitals, or worse, dead, that's what we're trying to do with these vaccines, end quote. On average, across all age groups, the 2 mRNA vaccines should cut the risk of having COVID by 60 to 70% and reduce the risk of getting seriously ill by 80 to 90% during the 3 to 4 months after receiving the shot, Mark says. Right, and then they're saying here who should get them. So, of course, they talk about children 6 months and older, anyone. Right, so, okay, they actually recommend specifically. So, for here, the FDA recommends, or gave the okay for anyone 6 months or older to get the Moderna or Pfizer vaccine. Anyone 12 and older can get the Novavax vaccine. So, again, that's just the different recommendations. Yeah, and they also talk about the elderly. Right, so that said, it's more important for those at high risk of getting seriously ill from COVID-19, namely those over the age of 65 or who have other underlying health problems like weakened immune systems. Right. And I mean, again, that's just like, again, those are just like vulnerable groups, right? So children and elderly. But again, they're showing like full-grown, like healthy, like 20, 30-year-olds are getting debilitated from COVID. So, and I mean, like, we just had the Olympics, and they had Noah Lyles, I think, his name, star athlete, track and field, and he had COVID, and like, after the event, he collapsed, because like, yeah, man, it's like a cardiovascular disease, like, it's a pulmonary disease, like, it affects everything. It's ridiculous. I mean, like, multiple athletes, like, would have like an active infection, and then like you just see them like passed out basically because like, yeah, obviously. And then of course, think of like the risks of exposure that they gave to people, their fellow athletes. And then also, with the DNC, like there's plenty of delegates that have also shown like test results where they were infected. So it's just like, again, everybody's, pretending that it's done and like, oh, well, it's just whatever, it's over. But no, it's not. It's still here. So yeah, man, get your shots, and I'm going to have to make a reminder to do it. Yeah, dude. So that's COVID. And of course, there's the very real risks of this winter cycle, having increased surges. I mean, again, the summer surge was, they said like it was, yeah, I mean, it was like worse than last year. Like the summer, like these surges are significant, and nobody reports on it really. Like 1,000 people, they said like for a couple of weeks, 1,000 people are still dying from COVID. Like COVID is still one of the leading causes of death in this country. And that's not even considering the comorbidities, because some people, they'll have COVID and then they'll have a heart attack later, but it's not reported as a COVID death, right? Or a stroke, right? That's also linked to COVID. I mean, again, dude, like this is dude, it's a serious health emergency, a health crisis. And of course, because we have to keep the economy open, and you're just quarantined for 5 days and then you're good to go and get back to work. Like that's all it is, man. It's just ridiculous. Unbelievable. Because again, that's all that we are. We're just fodder for the machine, and we just get thrown into the churner, the grinder. And yeah, that's really it. And it's very interesting that like you'll have like plenty of like white collar sort of like middle management positions and sort of like suburbanites sort of ignore this climate crisis. But then when they eventually get sick and then they have the health fallout from that, they're going to be ruined. And then they're going to find out just how disposable they were, because like that's really just all it is, you know. Of course, you know, the main people who get affected by this are like, I mean, they showed like, you know, service workers, right? Especially like food service workers, because you're working in close proximity. And of course, nobody cares about that. But yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. It really is. I mean, of course, nobody deserves to get sick, but it's just like that's just what's just going to happen, because we're disposable at the end of the day. And of course, it's not profitable. Just like with the climate crisis, it's not profitable to actually address this pandemic and actually, you know, provide services, you know, actual like benefits, or I shouldn't say benefits, like, you know, an actual like stipend to keep people from work so that they don't spread it. And then also that's another thing why they're pushing to bring people back into in-office, in-person work settings, is because there's a whole commercial real estate industry that like needs to have these office spaces rented out. So, you know, if people stay at home, which people prefer to stay at home to work, like this whole like industry of commercial real estate falls apart. So of course, like that's another aspect that is underreported. But anyway, so that's, you know, with COVID and these different shots that have been approved and now are ready for, yeah, I mean, again, you know, it's easy to forget. So I would advise, again, especially with school starting up, to take your shots. And I'm going to have to remind myself to do that. But that's just one thing that's coming out. So that's with COVID. And then I've also followed the bird flu outbreaks that are happening, mainly on like dairy farms and like other, you know, livestock facilities. So again, you know, it still hasn't exactly made human to human transmissions, but that is still a risk that's on the horizon. But I wanted to highlight on another disease that's coming out, or at least, you know, is being announced, which is Mpox. Now, some people call it monkeypox, but, you know, it's sort of problematic since it comes out of Africa. And of course, you know, people always take things the wrong way. So yeah, so we'll just stick with Mpox. So I did want to read on the World Health Organization here for Mpox. Here, just some facts about it. So right, so Mpox, previously known as monkeypox, is a viral illness caused by monkeypox virus, a species of the genus Orthopox virus. There are two distinct clades of the virus, clade 1 and clade 2. In 2022 to 23, a global outbreak of Mpox was caused by clade 1 or by clade 2b strain. The Mpox continues to be a threat today, and an upsurge of cases in the Democratic Republic of the Congo and other countries caused by clades 1a and clade 1b has raised concerns. There are vaccines for Mpox. Vaccinations should be considered along with other public health interventions, and the common symptoms are a skin rash, lesions that can last 2 to 4 weeks, accompanied by fever, headache, and muscle aches, back pain, low energy, and swollen lymph nodes. Mpox can be transmitted through close contact with someone who has Mpox, with contaminated materials, or with infected animals. During pregnancy, the virus may be passed to the fetus or to the newborn during or after birth. Mpox is treated with supportive care for symptoms such as pain and fever, with close attention to nutrition, hydration, skin care, prevention of secondary infections, and treatment of co-infections, including HIV, where present. So that's just like some key details here. So again, it's mainly, in Africa, although there has been some reports of it spreading. And I did want to read actually, this just came out, details of Iowa, because again, these sort of diseases are going to show up in places of like, low sanitation, right? So like they don't exactly make it clear if it does spread through airborne transmission. I think it does, but I'm not 100% on that. Actually, let me see here. Okay, so transmission. So Mpox spreads from person to person, mainly through close contact with someone who has Mpox, including members of a household. So I would imagine, of course, like if you're really close to somebody and, they're the type of person who like spits, that's one way. But mainly it's through touching. So skin to skin. So through touching or sex, mouth to mouth or mouth to skin contact, such as kissing. And it can also include being face to face with somebody who has mpox. So such as talking or breathing close to one another, which can generate infectious respiratory particles. So, one of those spitters, right? We all know somebody like that. Okay. But still though, so that's why you wear a mask. It's mainly for those like saliva particles that we speak, even if I'm not like actively spitting at you, it's like a microscopic saliva particle. Right. So that's at least with mpox here. But there have been slow reports of infections and cases, especially within the United States. And then, of course, there's a report coming out. This just came out today, really. I'm recording on the 2nd of September. So they're reporting here at Fort Dodge in Iowa, this correctional facility, where they're reporting a case of mpox. So, of course, a prison is certainly a breeding ground for diseases like this. So, right, the Iowa Department of Corrections says mpox, formerly known as monkeypox, has been detected at the Fort Dodge Correctional Facility. Continuing, the Iowa's DOC Chief of Staff sent KCCI, so this is like an article that I'm reading from KCCI, a statement saying in part, quote, "We are actively managing the situation with robust health measures like enhanced sanitation and isolation protocols," end quote. KCCI is working on finding out just how many inmates are infected. So, yeah, man, that's just the start of it, and of course in a prison, all these diseases are rife for infection and spreading. Another one is tuberculosis, right? That's another thing that happens in prison, like people get quite frequently. And I'm just thinking about like here in Texas, because in Texas, like they really don't give a shit about prisoners out here. And like there's multiple prisons even that don't even have like functioning air conditioning. And then like the state government actively like tries to obstruct any sort of like, it's sort of crazy, like the attitudes that like people have towards prisoners in this country. It's like, oh, well, you committed a crime? Well, the penalty is death. And it's like this slow, torturous death that like, because you're now you're a criminal scum and you deserve to be punished and tortured for the rest of your life. And it's like a lot of the times it's over like a non-violent drug offense, right? It's ridiculous, man. But this is just like another factor of it. Again, like it's just crazy when you read about like people talking about like places like Russia or China, and it's like, well, they repress their people, and look at these gulags. They have gulags, and it's like we literally have the largest prison population on the planet, and then like people regularly die in prison. Not even prison, right? Just like a correctional holding facility in jail, right? Like you look at something like Rikers, like multiple people have died. Okay. And it's just so ridiculous. And then, of course, now we see here stuff like mpox, where prisoners get infected by it. But again, who cares, right? They're the prisoners. They're not real people. Yeah, dude. Unbelievable. Imagine being in prison during the COVID pandemic. Oh, my God. That would have been so bad. So bad. And like that's like another like underreported thing that's happened where there have been like multiple like prison, not riots, but like prison strikes and prison protests that have occurred, especially in the wake of this COVID pandemic. Again, nobody really reports on it because nobody cares about the conditions for prisoners. But yeah, that's just like a thing that's going to continue, and that could be the catalyst for like, riots and revolts within these prisons. Because people like, you can only like keep people caged up like this and treat them like animals for so long, and then it's just like eventually people snap. Like it's just what happens. But then of course if that were to happen, especially in a place like Texas, they'll just send the National Guard and kill everyone. Like that's what this government would do, or gas them, right, with tear gas or something like that. Like that's just, yeah, man, it's really disturbing. And I live in Huntsville. Like this is a prison town. Like that's basically like what this town is made for. yeah, man, it's interesting here. So that's at least, the reports of Mpox. And I'm sure there's been like rumors and reports of other cases, but I just wanted to highlight this, given that it's happening in a prison, which of course, they're talking about here, close contact, skin to skin contact. And I would imagine that there's also like surface contact as well, which, I mean, a prison, yeah, they're not gonna, scrub down every inch. So yeah, man, that's just what's being reported here. So that I will leave at that. So I have spoken at length, and with this episode specifically, and considering just personal developments, I've had to sort of delay these recordings over multiple days. So it's going to take some more time to edit it out. But yeah, that's just what I wanted to at least highlight today for this episode. Just different events and crises happening that could still unfold. I mean, again, it might take me like a week or so to release and edit, to edit and release, and then something big could happen. So I'll try to stay timely with that. But with that, I'll just wrap up this episode. And again, it's a good thing at least that I will be starting like a regular job now. Again, it's not that I've been, unemployed, trying not to look for work. I have been looking. So finally something responded. And it's actually funny. So I was supposed to start today, but then I completely forgot that it was Labor Day. So they just said, oh, just come in Wednesday. So yeah, that's at least a couple extra days of, freedom, right? Because I don't know what this job will hold. And again, there's this sort of anxiety that comes with this, because it's like sort of like my first in-person job in a while. And I'm just thinking about that's like one thing that I kind of forget about is like the social aspects of working, because like you could do your job pretty well, right? Just perform your job and do you can just make your quotas on time, and you can just do your job and not really make any mistakes. But then there's the social aspect of it where a lot of your progress in your career is very based on your social standing at these workplaces. So again, I don't want it to seem like I'm like an antisocial recluse, but it's it's been a while, and I've mainly just been doing work with DoorDash. So I haven't had I don't have any coworkers. The closest thing to coworkers that I have with this job is other drivers that I kind of make small talk with, but it's not really anything. Especially with this gig economy, sort of I guess you could say demographic, because a lot of people are broke like myself, and there's been some instances where it's like this one guy, and I don't want to just point out somebody, but there's been certain instances where it's man, this guy's I think he's a junkie. I don't know. There's some interesting characters, but again, there's no other jobs available, so that's just the sort of character profile you'll find. But yeah, I don't know where I'm going at. I'm just trying to find a way to close this out. So that's just at least this segment and this final exit for this episode. And I'm going to try to be consistent with releases, but now that I'll have a real job with an actual 9 to 5 schedule, that's going to sort of change things. But hey, I got to pay the bills. So that's just what's going to happen there. And of course, I'll have my own projects to keep in mind. And as I've also highlighted and, released and published, I've had a playthrough for a game, Kingdom Come Deliverance. Again, that's just something for fun if you don't want to watch. And I did want to have some full disclosure, because this is sort of a funny, embarrassing detail, but this will just be something that, we can just talk about, because I'm a person that wants to be transparent, especially when there's an embarrassing situation. So the first episode that I had for Kingdom Come, and I thought I had edited it thoroughly, because I had switched from Adobe, because again, the Adobe pricing is just kind of ridiculous, especially because I was using the cloud service. So the Adobe pricing is just kind of not something that I can keep up with. I found this program called CapCut. So that's an editing program that I'm using now. It is not the worst, it works, it does the job. But right, so the first Kingdom Come episode that I released, I thought I'd edit it as best as I could, but it turns out as I was double checking it, and I should have, pre-watched it because it's a long episode, and I was like, I thought I did my job well, but yeah, the first episode, not even 10 minutes in, literally forgot to edit out a bathroom break I took. So I do apologize for anybody who had tuned in for that, because it's like 2 minutes of me taking a piss. And it's just like, oh boy. And then also just drinking some water and clearing out my throat. So that's embarrassing, but I want to be honest about the production here, because again, I was just trying to get used to like a new program, and I forgot to edit that portion out. But, I went back and, I cut it out, so that's not going to be there. So for those of you who listened, I hope you enjoyed the show. That's all I'll say on that. But anyway, yeah, that's just embarrassing. But yeah, next time I'll try to be careful. I certainly don't want to have recordings on this podcast of any other embarrassing situations. So that is this episode. And I know that there's a lot that's happened. And of course, I got new developments in life, so I'll have to keep up with that. So whatever station that you are, whatever you're dealing with, just know that if you keep, if you keep moving forward, something will come up, and it might not be like, the best thing in the world, but it will be something to hold you through, right? I'm thinking about like the Rolling Stones, right? There's the song, you can't always get what you want, but sometimes you get what you need, right? So it's not exactly something that I want for the moment, but it'll help and possibly, help to build it along. So I appreciate y'all tuning in. Again, I know these are long episodes, so if you're coming to this point, I definitely appreciate it, and I would appreciate checking out my other platforms to support and help this channel grow. With that being said, I love you guys. Hopefully nothing too serious or too tragic occurs, but we're living through dark and dangerous times, so we'll just see what happens, but hopefully there's peace. Yeah, thank you, and we'll see you on the next one.